It was evident that the uncertainties regarding the future course of the revolution weighed heavily on the minds of the workers. We have rejected as a pernicious error, or worse still, as a dangerous maneuver, the tendency to sacrifice the most vital and precious conquests of our people for foreign aid, which is necessarily hypothetical, wrote Solidaridad Obrera. 18 Such a sacrifice, it 638. Declared on another occasion, would mean a vertical collapse of morale in the rear and, consequently, at the battle fronts. It would be equivalent to telling the combatants that they should renounce the most essential reasons for the struggle. 19. It is fitting at this point to raise the question as to whether those historians, and present-day political activists, such as the veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, who portray the Civil War as essentially a conflict between democracy and fascism, fully comprehend or intentionally distort the true nature of the conflict in the Republican camp and the real purpose of Soviet intervention, as well as the seismic proportions of the revolution that shattered the Democratic Republic of 1931.20. For some historians, the revolution was not an event of the first magnitude unparalleled in depth and scope in European history, but rather a lamentable phenomenon, which, in the words of Angel Vinace, who typifies this school of thought, brutally tarnished the image of the Republic abroad and was fatal to the Republic and its foreign policy. It was for this reason, he said, when interviewed in 1979, that he attributed such importance to the policy of Stalin and the Spanish Communist Party in curbing the revolution, in prosecuting the war exclusively, in improving the image of the Republic in the eyes of the British and French governments in order to bring about a much more favorable attitude toward the Republic, if not their direct intervention. In the end, he added, this objective was not achieved. But of course Stalin saw the problem from the first moment. His famous letter to Largo Caballero bears witness to this. I do not believe, contrary to what is currently affirmed in the literature, that it signified Soviet interference in the internal affairs of the Republic or that Largo Caballero was offended by it. At least, this is not documented. But to revert to the theme of the revolution, it is true that its outbreak could not be avoided and that this sealed the fate of the Republic. However, war is waged with enthusiasm. As long as there was revolution, there was enthusiasm. When the revolution was checked, the enthusiasm in many sectors declined. Taking everything into consideration, it is clear that, in the last analysis, the war could not be won by recourse to a revolution. 21. In view of the ambiguity of this statement, it is important to clarify some of the fundamental issues by quoting a few passages from the analytical work La Crisis del Movimiento Comunista, of Fernando Claughton, who was a prominent member of the PCE for nearly 30 years until he parted company with its secretary, Santiago Carrillo, in 1964. If the war had been only a technical and military undertaking, it would be difficult to fault the contribution of the trinomial PCE-CIUSSR to the struggle of the Spanish people against fascism. The PCE's thesis that if we do not win the war, no revolution is possible was clarity itself, but the other thesis that always accompanied the first, when we win the war, we shall have won the revolution, 22, was ambiguity itself, because each of the political and trade union organizations in the Republican camp had its own idea of the revolution. 639. The entire future of the Republic would be strongly conditioned by the type of social and political regime that prevailed during the Civil War. The military forces established by the PCE, the Comintern, and Soviet aid basically served two political objectives: military resistance to the rebels, and ensuring that the bourgeois democratic type of republic acceptable to the bourgeois republicans, and supposedly acceptable to the Western democracies would prevail. But, in implementing the second objective, the military forces of the PCE, Comintern, and USSR came into conflict with the reality of the revolution and with the majority of the proletariat, who saw this reality as their greatest gain. Such a conflict was bound to weaken the military power of the Republic. The two political objectives were not complementary but contradictory. The second undermined the positive effects of the first. In the early months of 1937, the Cabalistas, Anarcho-syndicalists and POUmists became convinced that their adaptation to the Moscow line had no positive effect on the attitude of the Western democracies. On the other hand, it resulted in the continual recoil of the initial proletarian content of the revolution and strengthened the PCE, reformist socialists, and bourgeois republicans in the political and military structure. Great social revolutions, like the Spanish Revolution, either advance decisively to their ultimate conclusion, or they retreat equally decisively and end in counter-revolution. Long before the fascist troops broke into Barcelona and Madrid, counter-revolution was silently being established in the Republican zone. The longer the civil war dragged on, with its wake of deprivation and sacrifice, the more the military relationship of forces changed in the enemy's favor, for they were receiving much more aid from Germany and Italy than the Republic was receiving from the USSR, and the more defeatism and despair spread among the petty bourgeois layers of town and country, infecting groups of the proletariat. Azenas and Preto's capitulationist policy gained a broader and broader social base, while the last-ditch resistance advocated by the communists encountered growing skepticism. The PCE desperately tried to check this deterioration of the situation, but neither propaganda, nor its measures designed to strengthen the army or intensify arms production, could fill the vacuum left by the loss of what had in the early months been the decisive reservoir of the people's combativity, its revolutionary enthusiasm. 23. Claudon then touches upon a little-known development, which partly explains the symptoms of demoralization within the PCE that manifested themselves shortly before the end of the war. After stating that the most radical section of the proletariat felt rejected and betrayed and that within the Communist Party itself, doubt and vacillation appeared behind an optimistic facade, he continues, critical voices were raised in the PCE against the policy of alliance with the bourgeois Republican leaders and the reformists of the PSOE, and the idea was expressed that the only way out of the situation was for the party to take the conduct of the war completely into its own hands. These tendencies were associated. 640. Aided with a conviction that gained ground among many communists that the hopes placed in aid from the Western democracies had proved totally illusory. 24. Whatever the extent of this deviation, which reflected the growing sense of dubiety within the party, it was never strong enough to cause a change of policy and was quickly corrected by Togliatti. In his report to the Comintern, dated 2122 April 1938, he stated, "The tendency against which I have had to take a stand on several occasions is the belief that all problems can be solved if the party takes into its hands all the levers of power and that it should do so as soon as possible." There was indecision also on the part of PEPE Party Secretary José Díaz regarding the idea of a purely working-class government. But this was rapidly overcome. 25. In spite of this evidence, La Pasionaria emphatically denied, when interviewed years later, that there had ever been any deviationist tendency within the party. "We never raised the question of socialism during the war," she stated, "only the question of the defense of the republic and democracy. There was never any vacillation within the party on this matter." 26. Nevertheless, the deviationist trend made an ephemeral public appearance in Madrid, when Mundo Obrero, which was not closely supervised by the Politburo in Barcelona, ventured to assert, "We cannot say, as another paper affirms, that the only possible outcome of the war is for Spain to be neither fascist nor communist, because this is the way France wants it. The Spanish people will win though the capitalists oppose us." 27. The reply of the Politburo was categorical. Signed by José Díaz, but undoubtedly inspired, if not actually written, by Togliatti himself, it said, "The statement that the only possible outcome of the war is for Spain to be neither fascist nor communist is absolutely correct. To remove the slightest doubt, we must repeat one more time that the Spanish people are fighting this war for their national independence and for the defense of the democratic republic. Our party has never thought of establishing a communist regime after the war. If the working masses, the peasants, and the small urban bourgeoisie follow us and trust us, it is because they know that we are the stoutest defenders of national independence, of liberty, and the Republican Constitution. To raise the question of establishing a communist regime would be to divide the people, because a communist regime could never be accepted by all Spaniards, not by any means, and our party will never do anything to divide the people. You affirm that the Spanish people will win though the capitalists oppose us. But, politically, this also is not in accord with the situation or with the policy of our party and the Communist International. In my report to the November plenum of the Central Committee, I stated, there are grounds on which all the democratic states can unite and act together. The grounds of defense against war, which threatens all of us. When I spoke of all the democratic states, I was thinking not only of the Soviet Union, where there is a socialist democracy, but of France, England, Czechoslovakia, the United States, etc., which are democratic countries, but capitalist ones. We want these states to help us, we think. 641. They would be defending their own interests by defending us. The position you take in your article is very different and is incorrect. The error you make is that you forget the international character of our struggle. 28. It was clear from this unequivocal response that the Spanish Politburo, directed by the Comintern, intended to present the same moderate facade as it had presented since the inception of the conflict. 642. 60. Negrin's 13 war aims. In a move designed to influence the Western democracies and the moderate segment in General Franco's territory, the government issued on April 30, 1938 the following statement to Spanish and foreign journalists. The Government of National Union, which enjoys the confidence of all parties and trade union organizations in loyalist Spain, solemnly proclaims for the knowledge of its compatriots and for the information of the world the following war aims. 1. To assure the absolute independence and complete integrity of Spain, a Spain completely free from all foreign interference whatever its nature and origin. 2. Liberation of our territory from the foreign military forces that have invaded it, as well as from those elements who have come to Spain since July 1936 and who, under the pretext of technical collaboration, intervene and attempt to dominate the legal and economic life of Spain for their own benefit. To avoid misunderstanding, the communist organ Mundo Obrero made it clear that this paragraph was directed at German and Italian military forces and technicians and at those who have been placed at the head of all kinds of foreign industrial enterprises established by the invaders in the rebel zone. 1. 3. A people's republic represented by a strong state based on principles of pure democracy and acting through a government endowed with full authority by the votes of its citizens enjoying universal suffrage. 4. The legal and social structure of the Republic shall be determined by the will of the nation freely expressed in a plebiscite to take place immediately after the conclusion of the war. The plebiscite shall be held with full guarantees and with no restrictions or limitations, ensuring those who participate in it against any possible reprisal. 5. Respect for regional liberties without prejudicing the unity of Spain. 6. The Spanish state will guarantee full civil and political rights, freedom of conscience, and the free exercise of religious beliefs and practices. According to a Lizarra, pseudonym for Andrés María de Irajo, this point was inspired by his 643 brother, Manuel de Irajo, a practicing Catholic and, at the time, Basque national minister without portfolio. 2. 7. Within the limits imposed by the supreme interests of the nation, the state shall guarantee legally acquired property and the protection of the producers. Without reducing individual initiative, it shall prevent any accumulation of wealth that might lead to the exploitation of the citizen and the infringement of collective rights, endangering the state's control over social and economic life. To this end, the state shall encourage the development of small business, guarantee family property and stimulate all measures conducive to moral, economic, and racial improvement among the producing classes. The property and legitimate interests of those foreigners who have not aided the rebellion shall be respected, and the question of compensation for damages involuntarily caused during the war will be studied. 8. Agrarian reform shall liquidate the old semi-feudal aristocratic estates, which lack all human, national, and patriotic feeling and have always formed the major obstacle to the development of the country's great possibilities. A new Spain based on a broad, solid democracy of the peasants, who shall be the owners of the land they till. 9. The state shall guarantee the rights of the worker by means of advanced social legislation in accordance with the specific needs of the life and economy of Spain. 10. Cultural, physical, and moral improvement of the race will be the prime and basic concern of the state. 11. The Spanish army shall be free from all hegemony by any party or tendency. 12. The Spanish state reaffirms its constitutional doctrine renouncing war as an instrument of national policy. 13. A broad amnesty for all Spaniards who wish to cooperate in the immense task of the reconstruction and aggrandizement of Spain. Point 3. Negrin's mouthpiece, La Vanguardia, affirmed that the program would be put into effect the very day the war ended. 4. The Premier's enthusiasm for the 13 war aims, wrote Julian Zugazagoitia, is almost delirious. He attaches the utmost importance to them and regards them as a valuable tool in Franco's territory and abroad. 5. But if the promise of pure democracy and of an army free from all hegemony by any party or tendency, the two fundamental conditions on which a multi-party system depended, at any substance at all, there was little evidence in the conduct of the Premier and Defense Minister, and even less in the policies pursued by the PCE, as indicated in previous chapters. Even after the formal enunciation of the program, the PCE continued its drive for dominion over the armed forces and resumed its campaign in favor of a single party of the proletariat. The single party, it asseverated on May 13, would benefit all tendencies, all the anti-fascist forces, and no one could view it with anything but extreme sympathy. Communists and socialists, it exhorted, should work 644. With the utmost haste and intensity for a single membership card. 6. In the light of similar mergers, JSU and PSUCIT cannot be overemphasized that if this amalgamation had been achieved, it would have been a giant stride toward the establishment of a single-party state and rendered null and void the two basic points of the program pledging pure democracy and an army free from all hegemony. The maximum publicity was given to the program at home and abroad. Foreign Minister Álvarez del Valle, at the next session of the League of Nations, laid special emphasis on the promise of the free exercise of religious beliefs and practices, 7 which had been suppressed since the outbreak of the revolution. 8 In the succeeding months a number of reforms were introduced. On June 25, Negrin restored religious practices in the land, sea, and air forces and ordered the chiefs of the three services to provide spiritual aid to those requesting it. 9 On October 17, for the first time since the outbreak of the Civil War, Barcelona witnessed the astonishing spectacle of a religious funeral procession in honor of a Basque captain making its way along the Gran Via diagonal with raised cross, priests meticulously vested, and with participants chanting ritual responses. 10. The leading article in El Día Gráfico, written by Negrin's press secretary Francisco Aguirre, stated, "The Catholic funeral held yesterday afternoon provided the military members controlling the withdrawal of foreign combatants with a moving spectacle." 11 The respect that was shown will enable them, when their stay here is over, to take away with them a totally different impression of Spain than the one that has been given until recently, namely, a lamentable example of fanaticism and intolerance. The funeral of the Basque hero, Vicente de Eguía Sagardu, was a political event of enormous importance. The Catholics, who are fighting on the side of the Republic, know that their right to express their religious beliefs enjoys today, as never before, not only the protection of the government, but the respect of all citizens. If evidence of this has been lacking, it was proved yesterday, and the news films will make it known to the world. 12. Finally, on December 8, Negrin issued a decree setting up a General Commissariat of Religion in his own offices entrusted with all matters relating to religious activities. 13 His mouthpiece, La Vanguardia, whose editorial comment was flanked on both sides by laudatory statements of such moderate politicians as the Basque nationalist Julio Jauregui and the socialist Manuel Cordero, stressed the guarantee of religious freedom furnished by the decree and the effect on foreign countries, which would discern the liberal spirit of the Republic. 14. To head the commissariat, Negrin appointed his friend and fellow physiologist, Dr. Belito Golf-Eric of the University of Barcelona. 15 Whether or not Negrin would have reopened the churches in Barcelona cannot be said with certainty, for the city was occupied by General Franco only a few weeks later. Meanwhile, the 13 war aims became the programmatic frontispiece of the Negrin government. The 13 points, wrote Louis Fischer, Negrin's chief propaganda agent abroad, became the cardinal principles of the Republic. Negrin frequently referred to them in speeches. They were Communi. 645. Kate officially to foreign governments and pro-loyalist propaganda abroad often took them as its text. 16. In a radio address aimed at foreign opinion and reported in the weekly propaganda bulletin The News of Spain, edited by Herbert R. Southworth, an unfaltering supporter of Negrin for 50 years. 17. The Prime Minister declared, "We wish to assure the independence of Spain and the liberty of the Spanish people. We want the legal aspects of the Spanish state within the bounds of tolerance, liberty, and individual guarantees to be outlined by the Spanish people themselves through a plebiscite. We assure everyone that once the war is over there will be a full amnesty. We want a strong firm government of democratic origin. Our proposals are guaranteed by a government which has known how to restore order, create an army, unify the people, defend its territory, and which has been the first government in authority for many generations that has succeeded in linking its authority with the aspirations of the people." 18. Foreign fellow travelers, such as the celebrated German playwright and poet Ernst Toller, helped to disseminate the 13 points abroad. In a broadcast to the United States from Radio Madrid, controlled by the PCE, he stressed that private property was protected. You may own a shop, a department store. You may own a textile factory or a jeweler's. Nobody will interfere with your work. 19. In the Volunteer for Liberty, the organ of the English-speaking battalions of the communist-controlled international brigades, a contest of articles was held on the merits of the declaration. It is a dignified statement which must profoundly move all decent humane people throughout the world, ran the winning article. It will succeed in convincing many wavering elements both in Spain and abroad that the cause of the Republic is in capable hands and is bound to succeed. All liberal-minded people who believe in human justice and freedom must support these points and must recognize their own obligations, their duty to the Republic assailed by foreign invaders. 20. The 13-point program was also favorably and optimistically discussed by non-communists, including some prominent leaders of Izquierda Republicana and Union Republicana. 21. And by distinguished foreign scholars. 22. In view of the immense publicity received by the program, its genesis is worth noting. According to Louis Fischer, whose evidence is crucial in the matter, the program was inspired by Ivor Montagu, the British film producer, whom Fischer prudently avoids identifying as a member of the Communist Party of Great Britain and as an editor of the London Daily Worker. 23. Throughout my stay in Barcelona, he writes in the U.S. edition of Men and Politics, I visited the Foreign Office every day, and every day I saw Ivor Montagu sitting in Del Vayo's antechamber still waiting for permission from the War Department to take moving pictures at the front. Once he said to me, "You know, it seems to me that the Loyalist government ought to enunciate its war aims, a sort of 14 points program like Woodrow Wilson's." "Wonderful idea," I said, "why has it never occurred to anybody?" I passed the idea on to Del Vayo. He talked to Negrin. Negrin said, "Fine, write them." Vayo drafted 10 points and showed them to 646. Negrin said, "We must have 13 to show that we are not superstitious," and he added 3 himself. 24. Negrin's frivolity says little for the genuineness of the entire program. It is noteworthy that in the English edition of Louis Fischer's book, all reference to Ivor Montagu, who since 1929 had been a prominent member of the British Communist Party. 25 was omitted, and the 13-point episode was touched up, as Salvador de Madariaga puts it, to adapt to English tastes. 26. For some time, ran the expurgated English version, the Loyalist leaders had considered the advisability of announcing their social peace aims. They hoped they would undermine morale in Franco territory and reinforce sympathy for loyalist Spain in foreign countries. Dalvao and Negrin drafted most of the war aims and they were finally approved at a solemn session of the Cabinet 27. Writes Alvarez Dalvao, it was a cabinet meeting which did credit to the government and to the country, and which in itself gave the lie direct to all those who tried to represent loyalist Spain as a country dominated by foreign influence, demagogues, and revolutionaries. 28 And some years later the official communist history of the Civil War affirmed, the 13 points demonstrated the falsity of the campaigns abroad that we were fighting for communism, socialism, or for an anarchist regime in Spain and without democratic principles. 29. As though it had not been directly involved in the elaboration of the 13 war aims, the PCE issued 2 weeks after their publication the following formal announcement: the Politburo of the Central Committee of the Communist Party has examined the 13 points and proclaims its agreement with them. The document corresponds with the character of the struggle of the Spanish people who are defending republican democracy and national independence and constitutes the foundation upon which all the anti-fascist forces of our country should unite. We encourage all our comrades, all the combatants, and the entire anti-fascist people to continue working and fighting for a democratic Spain, in which the people enjoy to the full the rights that have always been denied them and in which they will achieve their aspirations of liberty, peace, justice, and social progress. 30. At the cabinet meeting of April 30 at which Negrin announced his program, there was only one hesitant voice. According to a circular issued the next day by the National Committee of the CNT to the regional committees of the organization, Segundo Blanco, the lone CNT minister, suggested that the program be submitted to the various parties and organizations for prior approval, but Negrin objected for the following reasons: 1. It had to be published the same day and delivered to the British Embassy. 2. Its object was to demonstrate abroad, especially in France and England, that there were no extreme policies or any red danger in Republican Spain. 3. If it were submitted to all the organizations, none would be in agreement with it, since it could not satisfy their respective doctrinal points of view. Finally, Negrin pointed out that the declaration should not be taken literally, because it was not something that would be applied in its entirety but rather a declaration that was timely and necessary for abroad. 31. 647. On May 3, in a circular address to the regional committees of the FAI, the Peninsular Committee expressed its foreboding. There was no doubt, it said, that the program was designed to effect a change in international policy toward anti-fascist Spain, but it was also the first openly acknowledged step toward the liquidation of the revolution. The fact that it had been announced by a government in which the CNT was represented raised a very grave problem of responsibility, since it would appear that the CNT had given its consent to the renunciation of all the revolutionary conquests we have defended until now. Then, in a more conciliatory tone, the Peninsular Committee added, "We accept the declaration as an inescapable fact, as something imposed by more powerful forces, which we cannot openly oppose lest we put ourselves in the position of causing a veritable catastrophe for anti-fascist Spain. But in no way do we lend ourselves to the game of the bourgeois and reformist groups who are using the international situation in order to blackmail the working class into renouncing its revolutionary gains. It would have been preferable had our revolutionary trade union organization not shared responsibility for the declaration. Nevertheless, what it has done has avoided greater evils and is in accord with its representation in the government. The FAI, which is free from these commitments, should continue and can continue to be the vehicle for attaining anarchism's yearnings and aspirations. 32. This artful attempt to distance itself from the ideological transgressions of the CNT and to salvage its own historic responsibility, while condoning the CNT's action in order not to exacerbate the dissensions within the libertarian movement, was not supported by the more radical elements, for, 3 days later, the Peninsular Committee issued another circular divorcing itself completely from the program, from point 3, which establishes a parliamentary regime, to point 13, which promises amnesty to the supporters of Franco. The whole document clashes violently not only with our ideas, but with the reality of the situation created on July 19, 1936. We do not find in the text a formula that guarantees the conquests of the workers and peasants, the right to working class control of production and to the collective cultivation of the soil. On the other hand, the state guarantees private property, private enterprise, the free exercise of religion, the development of small business, the compensation of foreign capital, etc., etc. It is difficult to conceive of a more counter-revolutionary program at this time. 33. On May 19, the National Committee of the CNT, controlled by the two outstanding moderates, Mariano Vázquez and Horacio M. Prieto, secretary and former secretary, respectively, tried to assuage the anxieties rampant in the libertarian movement. In a circular summarizing the reaction of the regional committees to the 13-point program, it stated, "The militants intuitively see dangers, but at times some of the comrades exaggerate. Because the declaration contains much that is profitable." It then explained each point in a positive manner as indicated by the following examples. 648. 1. To assure the absolute independence and complete integrity of Spain. This has been repeatedly affirmed by us since the 19th of July. If anybody should feel concern, it should be the communists, since the document refers to a Spain free from all foreign interference whatever its nature and origin. 6. The Spanish state will guarantee the free exercise of religious beliefs and practices. Is it possible to say anything else? It is essential to record our respect for religion, when we know the important role it plays especially in North America and England. 7. The state shall guarantee legally acquired property and shall encourage the development of small property. We would prefer to see a declaration in favor of socialization, collectivization, etc., but how can we forget that these issues are the crux of our problem abroad? Can we suddenly ignore the fact that neither England, nor France, nor America, nor any democracy can look kindly on or assist in the victory of a regime based on collectivization, socialization, or even nationalization by the workers? 11. The Spanish army shall be free from all hegemony by any party or tendency. This is just a repetition of what we have been saying all along in face of the tactics and absorbing tendencies, absorptionismos, of the Marxists. We have taken the document apart point by point, the circular continued. It is not as counter-revolutionary as may appear at first sight. This we have demonstrated, but it is not the fundamental matter. The important thing is that it has been proclaimed at an opportune time for the benefit of foreign opinion. In France, in North America, in England, it is a formidable tool in the hands of those who wish to help us. That is all. It has fulfilled its mission. 34. In spite of the massive publicity given to the program, it made no impression on the democratic powers. Horacio M. Prieto, the most influential and forceful member on the National Committee of the CNT, who together with Mariano Vázquez was largely responsible for determining CNT policy and for the committee's endorsement of the program, nonetheless brashly declared after the war, "Neither in the foreign offices nor in bourgeois circles abroad did anyone pay the slightest attention to the mendacious propaganda of our governments, which were the victims of a stupid naivete in trying to hide what was as clear as the light of day, on the one hand, the workers of the CNT carrying out sporadic attempts at socialization and, on the other hand, the Marxists, lying in wait for the hour of victory in order to Bolshevize Spain." 35. Nevertheless, until General Franco's all-out offensive against Catalonia in December 1938, the hope still lingered among a significant segment of the Spanish left that Britain and France might reverse their policy and that the latent antagonisms between Germany and the Western democracies would erupt into a general European conflict that would save Republican Spain. For obvious diplomatic reasons, this hope could not be publicly acknowledged. Even after the collapse of the Eastern Front in the spring of 1938, when everything appeared to be fusing into disaster, La Pasionaria declared, "There are still people in our 649 country who cherish too many illusions regarding the international situation, and every day expect some extraordinary event that will suddenly change the European outlook and put an end to the invasion of our country." We do not share these naive illusions and warn everyone against them. If a European war should break out, the fascists who are invading our soil would not hesitate to make use of the most barbarous weapons of destruction to crush our people in their eagerness to conquer Spain and gain control of the Mediterranean. We must not have any illusions that a European war would operate in our favor and bring the end of the war nearer. 36. Despite this asseveration, Foreign Minister Álvarez del Valle, whose thoughts reflected the Politburo's expectations, made no secret in private conversation that he based his hopes on a European conflict. According to Azana's brother-in-law, Cipriano Rivascherov, Del Valle assured José Giral that war was imminent and that it would have a favorable and decisive influence on our fate. 37. While Ilya Ehrenberg, the Soviet journalist and writer, recalls that the foreign minister assured him in the summer of 1938 that war between Germany on the one hand and France with her allies on the other was inevitable. 38. This of course was the hope of Joseph Stalin and the personal conviction of Juan Negrin, the symbol of the resistance policy, who, according to Herbert Matthews, a friend and enduring admirer of the premier, realized that if he could only hold out long enough the greater conflict would come along and save Republican Spain. 39. 650. 61. Hopes of Anglo-French intervention fade. If Britain and France refrained from challenging Italy and Germany in Spain, this was not because they were blind to the threat to their strategic interests. One, it was because they feared that a general war in Western Europe, whether they won or lost, could only redound to the benefit of Russia. This point has already been stressed in earlier chapters too, but is important enough to warrant further evidence. In a policy summary drafted by Gladwin Jebb, Private Secretary to Alexander Cadogan, Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office since January 1938, and based partly on the papers of William Strang, head of the Central Departmental Three-Men supporters of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, Jebb observed that the objection to collective security was that it would provoke war in which defeat would be disastrous and victory hardly less so. 3. At a session, on March 15, 1938, of the Comité Permanent de la Défense Nationale, Édouard Daladier, the French Minister of Defense, stated that one would have to be blind not to see that intervention in Spain would start a general war. 4. As to what he envisioned by a general war was expressed by him apocalyptically 3 months later, when, as the reader will recall, he told Count von Welchek, the German ambassador, the catastrophic frightfulness of a modern war would surpass all that humanity had ever seen, and would mean the utter destruction of European civilization. Into the battle zones, devastated and denuded of men, Cossack and Mongol hordes would then pour, bringing to Europe a new culture. Hence, the non-intervention policy of Britain and France during the Civil War was determined not only by their hostility to the social revolution and by later communist domination, of which they were fully informed through their diplomatic and secret agents, but by the fear that a general war would bring in its wake the enthronement of communism in the whole of Europe. Consequently, no effort at dissimulation or persuasion, no attempt by successive Spanish governments to curb or roll back the revolution could have affected Anglo-French policy. To prove this point beyond cavil, it is imperative to resume our study of the diplomatic game discussed in earlier chapters 5 so that the reader will understand why Stalin's democratic masquerade in Spain was bound to fail. 651. We have already seen that the policy of appeasement of Germany was pursued with greater vigor from the time Neville Chamberlain succeeded Stanley Baldwin in the premiership in May 1937, and that the new Prime Minister perceived the Soviet Union as the major long-term threat to British interests and the Western world. For this reason, a political settlement with Germany was the cornerstone of Chamberlain's policy, and it was visionary to believe that Britain would come to the aid of Republican Spain at the risk of a war in Western Europe. That some members of the PCE in the spring of 1938 had begun to question the assumption that Britain and France would eventually be drawn into the conflict has already been seen in a previous chapter, 6. But such doubts, inadmissible in communist circles, had to be squelched if morale were to be sustained, particularly at the battle fronts. I never for a moment believed that the Spanish government would get real help from Britain and France. Ralph Bates, the British author and Assistant Commissar of the 15th International Brigade, wrote in 1940 after he had severed his connections with the communists. He was tremendously censured, he said, by the English representative of the Communist Party in Madrid for dealing with the problem, even implicitly, in the brigade organ Volunteer for Liberty, of which he was editor and was charged with exposing the boys to the possibility of this thought coming up in their minds. In so far as we damped down the revolution in Spain, he added, in the interests of collective security, then we miscalculated. I feel compelled to face that fact. Not all our soft-pedaling won Britain and France to our side. Might we have got more out of the CNT and FAI if we had not soft-pedaled so much? 7. The extent to which Chamberlain and his supporters were prepared to pursue the appeasement of Germany is evident from a conversation that Lord Halifax held with Adolf Hitler on November 19, 1937. At that time, Halifax was Lord Privy Seal and later, as Foreign Secretary 8, formed part of Chamberlain's inner cabinet with Sir Samuel Hoare and Sir John Simon. According to a German Foreign Ministry memorandum, Halifax recognized that Hitler had not only performed great services in Germany but also had been able, by preventing the entry of communism into his own country, to bar its passage further west. Halifax stated that on the English side it was not necessarily thought that the status quo must be maintained under all circumstances. He then spoke of possible alterations in the European order which might be destined to come about with the passage of time. Amongst these questions were Danzig, Austria, and Czechoslovakia. England was interested to see that any alterations should come through the course of peaceful evolution and that methods should be avoided which might cause far-reaching disturbances, i.e., war in Western Europe. 9. Since Austria was the gateway to Czechoslovakia, and Danzig the key to Poland, these remarks must have encouraged Hitler to believe that his territorial ambitions in Eastern Europe would encounter scant opposition. Halifax's remarks, writes the British historian A.J.P. Taylor, if they had any practical sense, were an invitation to Hitler to promote German nationalist agitation in Danzig, Czechoslovakia, and Austria, an assurance also that this 652 agitation would not be opposed from without. 10. Hitler also received similar assurances from the French government. I was amazed to note, Franz von Papen, the German ambassador in Austria, told Hitler on November 10, 1937 after a visit to Paris, that, like Foreign Minister Bonnet, Premier Camille Chautemps considered a reorientation of French policy in Central Europe as entirely open to discussion. He, too, had no objection to a marked extension of German influence in Austria obtained through evolutionary means. 11. And, on December 4, in a letter to State Secretary von Weizsäcker, the head of the political department in the German Foreign Ministry, von Papen stated, I found it very interesting to note that neither Bonnet nor Chautemps raised any objections to an evolutionary extension of German influence in Czechoslovakia, on the basis of a reorganization into a nation of nationalities. 12. In pursuit of his appeasement policy, Chamberlain removed Sir Robert Vansittart, the permanent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, the most forceful exponent of anti-German opinion in the Foreign Office, and assigned him to the newly created post of Chief Diplomatic Advisor, where, according to the Earl of Birkenhead, he found himself trapped in a gilded cage and where he ceased to exert any effective influence on foreign affairs. 13. Commenting in a letter to his sister on all the month Stanley Baldwin had wasted in futile attempts to push Vansittart out of the Foreign Office, Chamberlain remarked, "It is amusing to record that I have done it in 3 days. I am afraid his instincts were all against my policy. I suspect that in Rome and Berlin the rejoicings will be loud and deep." 14. The way was now open for a more vigorous pursuit of appeasement by circumventing the Foreign Office, which, according to Sir Horace Wilson, Chamberlain's intimate colleague and chief diplomatic advisor, represented an obstruction to the Prime Minister's policy of coming to terms with the dictators. 15. The old established machine of the Foreign Office, wrote Lord Templewood, Sir Samuel Hoare, in his published memoir of the period, did not seem to Chamberlain to move quickly enough for the crisis that threatened Europe. 16. More expressive of Hoare's true attitude toward the Foreign Office was the candid letter he sent to Neville Chamberlain on March 17, 1937, shortly before Stanley Baldwin's resignation from the premiership. After suggesting that Chamberlain should not copy Baldwin's slipshod, happy-go-lucky quietism, he continued, "Do not let anything irrevocable or badly compromising happen in foreign politics until you are in control. I say this because I am convinced that the Foreign Office is so much biased against Germany, and Italy and Japan, that unconsciously and almost continuously they are making impossible any sort of reconciliation. I believe myself that when once you are Prime Minister it will be possible greatly to change the European atmosphere." 17. On March 3, 1938, the British ambassador to Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson, who bypassed the regular Foreign Office channels and plied the Prime Minister directly with letters and visits, told Hitler that the aim of British policy was to establish the basis for a genuine and cordial friendship with Germany. Lord Halifax, Henderson added, had already admitted that changes in Europe could be 653. Considered quite possible, provided they were the product of higher reason rather than the free play of forces. 19. This policy was certainly not one that Henderson had worked out for himself, as William N. Medlicott affirms in his preface to Volume 18 of Documents on British Foreign Policy, 19191939, second series, in a revisionist interpretation of appeasement. 20. As British historians Keith Middlemas and Ian Colvin have pointed out, Henderson was a disciple of Chamberlain's and one of the principal exponents of his policy. 21. Medlicott's assertion is all the more remarkable in that he quotes Henderson's own testimony from the latter's memoir Failure of a Mission, in which the former ambassador states, "Both Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Baldwin, whom I had seen earlier, agreed that I should do my utmost to work with Hitler and the Nazi Party as the existing government of Germany. Mr. Chamberlain outlined to me his views on general policy towards Germany, and I think I may honestly say that to the last and bitter end I followed the general line which he set me, all the more easily and faithfully since it corresponded so closely with my private conception of the service I could best render in Germany to my own country." 22. In this connection, it is worth quoting from a memorandum by Henderson to the Foreign Office, dated May 10, 1937, in which he stated, "Eastern Europe is neither definitely settled for all time nor is it a vital British interest, and the German is certainly more civilized than the Slav, and in the end, if properly handled, also less potentially dangerous to British interests. Sohn might even go so far as to assert that it is not even just to endeavour to prevent Germany from completing her unity, or from being prepared for war against the Slav, provided her preparations are such as to reassure the British Empire that they are not simultaneously designed against it." 23. On March 10, 1938, 2 days before Hitler's annexation of Austria, German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop reported to Hitler during a visit to London that Lord Halifax had told him that Chamberlain and he, Lord Halifax, were determined to reach an understanding with Germany, and that in advocating this policy Chamberlain had assumed a great responsibility in the eyes of the British people and a great risk as well. Ribbentrop then stated, Germany wished to be and had to be strong. Germany must be armed for defense against Soviet-Russian attacks. The Führer did not wish to request aid at the outset from the great Western powers, if someday the steamroller of world revolution should be set in motion against Germany. At this point Lord Halifax interjected that England was well aware of Germany's strength and that she had no objection to it whatever. Then Ribbentrop continued, Germany wished to obtain the right of self-determination for the 10 million Germans living on her eastern border, i.e., in Austria and Czechoslovakia. In this connection, the Führer had been pleased when Lord Halifax had shown understanding for that, too, at Berchtesgaden, and when he had declared that the status quo in Eastern Europe could not be maintained unconditionally forever. 24. The next day, Ribbentrop reported that Chamberlain had very emphatically requested that he inform the Führer of his most sincere wish for an understanding with Germany. 25. Hitler's annexation of Austria had no effect in London. It had, in fact, been 654. Regarded as inevitable 26 and Chamberlain pursued his appeasement of Germany with unruffled self-assurance. Nevertheless, it was essential that Hitler achieve his next territorial objective by peaceful means lest Great Britain be drawn into a European conflict through France's treaty obligations. On May 22, during the mounting crisis over Czechoslovakia, Lord Halifax instructed Neville Henderson to inform Ribbentrop of this dangerous contingency. If a resort is had to forcible measures, it is quite impossible for me or for him to foretell the results that may follow, and I would beg him not to count on this country's being able to stand aside if from any precipitate action there should start a European conflagration. Only those will benefit from such a catastrophe who wish to see the destruction of European civilization. 27. At the beginning of September, there was mutual understanding. Theodor Kord, the German charge d'affaires in London, reported to Ambassador Dirksen on a conversation with Chamberlain and Sir Horace Wilson. The conversation took place in an exceedingly friendly atmosphere. Wilson was visibly moved, as far as an Englishman can betray such feelings at all, when at the end he shook my hand and said, "If we two, Great Britain and Germany, come to agreement regarding the settlement of the Czech problem, we shall simply brush aside the resistance that France or Czechoslovakia herself may offer to the decision." 28. At the end of the month there followed the Munich settlement, the result of British pressure on Czechoslovakia to cede the Sudeten territory. 29. By now, it must have been obvious to Stalin that the policy of collective security that he had indefatigably pursued since the USSR joined the League of Nations in 1934 in the hope of warding off the German threat might fail, and that the slender hope that Britain and France would risk a conflict over Spain was fading. He therefore renewed his interest in the possibility of negotiating a non-aggression pact with Hitler in order to divert German military might against the West. We have already seen that quite early in the Civil War, his trade representative David Kandelaki had initiated negotiations for an agreement with Germany, but that these tentative efforts had been rebuffed by Hitler. In fact, it was not until after the overthrow of Juan Negrin on March 6, 1939-30 that Stalin finally gave up all hope of involving Britain and France in a war with Germany over the Spanish conflict and revived his plans for a compact with Hitler. At this stage it is important to anticipate the course of events in Spain and even to probe the diplomatic intrigues among the European powers beyond the close of the Spanish Civil War, in order fully to appreciate the perilous game being played and the real concerns of British policymakers during the war itself. In his report to the 18th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party on March 10, 1939, Stalin inveighed against Britain and France for encouraging Germany to embroil herself in a war with the Soviet Union, in which they would appear on the scene with fresh strength. To dictate conditions to the enfeebled belligerents. 31 Precisely the role of arbiter that Stalin had reserved for the Soviet Union should the Spanish Civil War develop into a Western European conflict, and for the first time he threw out the first open hint of his desire for a rapprochement with Germany. Marshal Stalin in March 1939, testified the 655. Former Reich Foreign Minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, during his trial at Nuremberg, delivered a speech in which he made certain hints of his desire to have better relations with Germany. I had submitted this speech to Adolf Hitler and asked him whether we should not try to find out whether the suggestion had something real behind it. Hitler was at first reluctant, but later on he became more receptive to this idea. Negotiations for a commercial treaty were underway, and during these negotiations, with the Führer's permission, I took soundings in Moscow as to the possibility of a definite bridge between National Socialism and Bolshevism, and whether the interests of the two countries could not at least be made to harmonize. 32. The extremely cautious manner in which both sides broached the question of a political settlement from the time of Stalin's speech, as revealed by documents found in the archives of the German Foreign Office. 33 stemmed no doubt from the fact that each side feared that the other might use any concrete proposal for a political agreement to strengthen its own bargaining position vis-à-vis Britain and France. In fact, up to May 30, 1939, less than 3 months before the signing of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, in August, and the secret protocol that touched off the German attack on Poland and World War II, These documents indicate that matters had not gone beyond vague soundings. On that date, State Secretary Weizsäcker wired the German embassy in Moscow, "Contrary to the policy previously planned, we have now decided to undertake definite negotiations with the Soviet Union." 34. Although Stalin did not open formal negotiations with Hitler until the middle of 1939, he was not backward during the Spanish Civil War. Apart from the overtures made by Kandelakin letting Hitler know that it would be to Germany's advantage to have him as a partner rather than an enemy. This is borne out by the testimony of Alexander Orlov, "The fourth line of Soviet intelligence," he wrote, "is so-called misinformation. Misinformation is not just lying for the sake of lying, it is expected to serve as a subtle means of inducing another government to do what the Kremlin wants it to do." During the Spanish Civil War, the misinformation desk was ordered to introduce into the channels of the German military intelligence service information that the Soviet planes fighting in Spain were not of the latest design and that Russia had in her arsenal thousands of newer planes, of the second and third generation, possessing much greater speed and a higher ceiling. This was not true. Russia had given Spain the best and the newest she had, though in insufficient quantities. This misleading information greatly impressed the German High Command. Evidently, Stalin wanted to impress on Hitler that the Soviet Union was much stronger and better armed than he thought, and that it would be wiser for Germany to have Russia as a partner rather than an opponent. 35. 4 months before the signing of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact in August, Walter Krivitsky claimed that Stalin's foreign policy in the Western world was predicated upon a profound contempt for the weakling democratic nations, and that his international policy had been a series of maneuvers whose sole 656 purpose was to place him in a favorable position for a deal with Hitler. 36. This is by no means certain, for Stalin could not rely entirely on a problematical agreement with Hitler on which to base his foreign policy. For this reason, he was careful to keep open his other option of collective security in the hope that the Western powers would eventually confront Hitler, whether in Spain or Czechoslovakia, and deflect German aggression away from Russia's borders. It was because Stalin held open both these options that even after the loss of Catalonia in February 1939 he still hoped, as we shall see later, that Britain and France might reverse their policy of neutrality, and instructed the Spanish Politburo to continue the struggle in the fading expectation that the latent antagonisms in the West would finally burst into flame. It would be false to convey the impression that only Stalin, Negrin, and the Spanish communists placed their hopes of victory in the Civil War in the eventual outbreak of a European conflict, for these hopes were also entertained, as we have seen, by some leaders of the CNT. 37. They were also entertained for some time by certain prominent socialists. Referring to the occupation of the Basque provinces and Asturias by General Franco in the summer and autumn of 1937, Wenceslao Carrillo, a supporter of Largo Caballero and Director General of Security in his government, wrote, "Nevertheless, the hope of victory that the Communist Party and the Negrin government held out to us, based on the possibility of world war, had not disappeared. Neither France nor England," they argued, "can consent to an out-and-out triumph of fascism in Spain, because that would put them in a critical position in the Mediterranean. As I am ready to tell the whole truth, I refuse to conceal the fact that, in the beginning, I too shared this belief. But I did not think of profiting from war, nor was I in the service of interests other than those of my country." 38. On the other hand, President Aznar, like Julian Basteiro, the right-wing socialist, who hoped for a negotiated settlement, frowned on the prospect of a European conflict. In reply to Juan Simeon Vidart, a member of the Socialist Executive and a Negrin supporter, Aznar once stated, "I already know that there is someone among you who believes that the just cause of the Republic would be saved by a world war. That war would be a catastrophe of inconceivable dimensions, and it is not right for us to seek salvation in the martyrdom of millions of human beings. I see that you are infected by the Negrin thesis. Suppose that at the end of the war communism were implanted in Western Europe just as it was implanted in Eastern Europe at the end of the last war. To the majority of Republicans and, I suppose, Socialists that solution would be repugnant." 39. If the hope that a general conflict would eventually erupt was disappointed, this was not because those who determined policy in Britain and France contemplated lightly the extension of Italo-German power in the Mediterranean, it was because the purview of their foreign policy went beyond the Spanish problem and embraced the whole of Europe. If Britain and France refused to challenge Germany in Spain, if, moreover, they sacrificed the independence of Austria and Czechoslovakia, if, finally, Neville Chamberlain, as will be seen shortly, secretly 657 proposed before being outmaneuvered by the Hitler-Stalin pact a political settlement with Germany that would free Britain from her guarantee to Poland, it was because they knew that the frustration of German aims at this stage, even if it did not lead to war, would weaken the Nazi regime and enhance Russia's influence on the continent. Above all, those who molded policy in Britain and France wished to avoid war in the West until Germany had weakened herself in the East. To have resisted Germany before she had blunted her teeth on Russian soil would have left the Soviet Union arbiter of the continent, infinitely more powerful than if she had to bear the main burden of the fighting. Of course, in the long run, Britain and France could no more have desired Germany to obtain a complete mastery over the greater part of Europe than they could Russia. They wished for the domination of neither. Of this, German leaders were supremely conscious. Hence, if, after the occupation of Poland, Germany invaded Belgium, France, and the Netherlands before attacking the Soviet Union, this was because the subjection of Western Europe and the control of its coastline were, in the German mind, indispensable prerequisites for war on the Soviet Union, for although Britain and France might encourage German ambitions in Eastern Europe, Germany could not feel certain that once she was involved in an exhausting struggle on Soviet soil, these powers would not attempt to restore the balance in their favor. Undoubtedly the conviction that Germany would attack the West before assailing Russia lay at the root of some of the opposition in Britain and France to the policy of giving Germany a free hand in Eastern Europe. 40. Although the direction of the German thrust seemed unmistakable, there is evidence that both the British and French leaders were not unmindful of the danger that appeasement might backfire and that Germany might march west instead of east. On November 1, 1938, 1 month after the Munich Agreement, Lord Halifax, in a letter to Sir Eric Phipps, the British ambassador in Paris, outlined his thoughts: henceforward, we must count with German predominance in Central Europe. In these conditions, it seems to me that Great Britain and France have to uphold their predominant position in Western Europe by the maintenance of such armed strength as would render any attack upon them hazardous. It is one thing to allow German expansion in Central Europe, which to my mind is a normal and natural thing, but we must be able to resist German expansion in Western Europe or else our whole position is undermined. 41. The possibility that Germany might attack Western Europe before marching east was conveyed to Halifax by Sir G. Ogilvy Forbes, the British charge d'affaires in Berlin, in a dispatch dated December 6, 1938. There was a school of thought, he stated, that believed that Herr Hitler will not risk a Russian adventure until he has made quite certain that his western flank will not be attacked while he is operating in the east, and that consequently his first task will be to liquidate France and England, before British rearmament is ready. 42. Equally disturbing was a report by William Strang, Halifax's Assistant Under Secretary of State, dated January 18, 1939, in which he referred to reports we have had of 658. Hitler's intention to attack in the West this spring. Germany cannot conduct a war on two fronts in present circumstances, and material conditions will make it easier for her to operate in the West than in the East. 43. That French leaders were aware of the dangers is also evident. In a letter to French Foreign Minister Georges Bonnet on March 19, 1939, a few days after the Nazi invasion of Czechoslovakia, the French ambassador in Moscow, Robert Colundra, stated that the Nazi leaders saw two ways open to them, either to proceed without intermission in the subjugation of East and Southeast Europe or to attack France and Britain before these two powers have, with American help, caught up with German armaments. This second possibility is not at present the more probable. But we must reckon with the risk of seeing Germany engaged in such an undertaking. 44. The general assumption, however, after the occupation of Czechoslovakia on March 15, 1939 was that Hitler's next move would be against Poland. But despite Chamberlain's treaty guarantees to defend Polish independence, guarantees hastily given under pressure from the parliamentary opposition and the aroused state of British public opinion, he did what he could to evade his commitments. This is clear from the meticulously documented study by the British historians Martine Gilbert and Richard Gott of British treaty obligations to Poland, of the subsequent efforts to wriggle out of them, and the 8-month phony War 45 during which Chamberlain still hoped for an Anglo-German agreement that would avert war in Western Europe. 46 It is also clear from the secret proposals that Sir Horace Wilson, his chief collaborator and advisor, made to Helmut Walrat, Hermann Göring's emissary in London, in mid-July 1939, and the conversations a few days later between Wilson and Herbert von Dirksen, the German ambassador to London. These backstair negotiations, as the British historian Sir Lewis Namier called them, in which the Prime Minister unwisely engaged without the knowledge of the Foreign Office 47, were the zenith of the appeasement policy. Wilson's proposals were recorded by von Dirksen in a long memorandum written after the outbreak of war, which was found on his estate at Groditsburg by the Soviet Army, and also in a shorter strictly secret report dated July 21, 1939, drawn up at the time of his ambassadorship. 48 The authenticity of the proposals is beyond doubt, not only because Dirksen later confirmed them in every important detail in a work published in London in 1951-49, but because Walrat himself refers to them in his report to Göring. 50 Moreover, Wilson's proposals, which quite naturally he concealed from the Foreign Office, 51, have never been challenged by a single British historian. Although conveniently ignored by many historians, for example, William N. Medlicott 52, Robert Skidelsky 53 and Simon Newman 54, in their revisionist assessments of Chamberlain's foreign policy, they have been accepted without question by others, notably, Ian Colvin 55, Sir Lewis Namier 56 and A.J.P. Taylor. 57 Nevertheless, they have not been accorded the significance they deserve. While not directly related to the Spanish Civil War, the Dirksen Memoranda 659 shed more light than any other documents on the mainspring of appeasement to divert German aggression eastward and illustrate how far Chamberlain was prepared to go in order to reach a political settlement with Germany in order to preserve peace in Western Europe. Therefore they are particularly relevant to the Civil War, since they demonstrate the futility of Stalin's efforts to provoke a conflagration in Western Europe by involving Britain and France in the Spanish conflict, and are the clearest proof of the inevitable failure of his attempts to influence Western governments by distorting the true nature of the revolution. For this reason, they merit inclusion in this volume. In the longer of the two documents, Dirksen testifies: when Herr Helmut Walrat, emissary of Göring, was in London for the whaling negotiations in July 1939, Sir Horace Wilson invited him for a talk, and, consulting prepared notes, outlined a program for a comprehensive adjustment of Anglo-German relations. In the political sphere, a non-aggression pact was contemplated, in which aggression would be renounced in principle. The underlying purpose of this treaty was to make it possible for the British gradually to disembarrass themselves of their commitments towards Poland, on the ground that they had by this treaty secured Germany's renunciation of methods of aggression. The importance of Wilson's proposals was demonstrated by the fact that Wilson invited Walrat to have them confirmed by Chamberlain personally, whose room was not far from Wilson's. Walrat, however, declined this in order not to prejudice the unofficial character of his mission. In order to avoid all publicity, I visited Wilson at his home on August 3, 1 month before Hitler's invasion of Poland, and we had a conversation which lasted nearly 2 hours. Again Wilson affirmed, and in a clearer form than he had done to Walrat, that the conclusion of an Anglo-German entente would practically render Britain's guarantee policy nugatory. Agreement with Germany would enable Britain to extricate herself from her predicament in regard to Poland on the ground that the non-aggression pact protected Poland from German attack. England would thus be relieved of her commitments. Then Poland, so to speak, would be left to face Germany alone. Sir Horace Wilson, on my insistence, also touched on the question of how the negotiations were to be conducted in face of the inflamed state of British public opinion resulting from Hitler's seizure of Czechoslovakia in March 1939. He admitted quite frankly that by taking this step Chamberlain was incurring a great risk and laying himself open to the danger of a fall. But with skill and strict secrecy, the reefs could be avoided. The tragic and paramount thing about the rise of the new Anglo-German War was that Germany demanded an equal place with Britain as a world power and that Britain was in principle prepared to concede. But whereas Germany demanded immediate, complete, and unequivocal satisfaction of her demand, Britain, although she was ready to renounce her Eastern commitments, and there 660. With her encirclement policy, as well as to allow Germany a predominant position in East and Southeast Europe and to discuss genuine world political partnership with Germany, wanted this to be done only by way of negotiation and a gradual revision of British policy. This change could be effected in a period of months, but not of days or weeks. 58. A.J.P. Taylor, one of the few British historians who have ventured to mention Sir Horace Wilson's proposals, writes, Wilson produced a memorandum on 10 Downing Street notepaper, which, not surprisingly, has disappeared from the British records. This proposed an Anglo-German treaty of non-aggression and non-interference. A pact of this kind would enable Britain to rid herself of her commitments vis-à-vis Poland. It is inconceivable that these proposals were made without Chamberlain's knowledge or approval. 59. Although Wilson's proposals met with no response in Berlin and were simply thrown into the wastepaper basket, as von Dirksen put it, 60, undoubtedly because Hitler, impatient to dispose of the Polish problem before the onset of winter, favored a pact with Stalin that offered immediate territorial gains rather than a pact with Britain that would have required a long period of uncertain negotiations. In view of the inflamed state of British opinion, they were the culminating effort, the final desperate gamble of the British government to direct Germany's course away from Western Europe. Oddly enough, A.J.P. Taylor questions whether the British and French governments intended that Nazi Germany should destroy the Bolshevik menace. This was the Soviet suspicion, both at the time and later. There is little evidence of it in the official record, or even outside it. British and French statesmen were far too distracted by the German problem to consider what would happen when Germany had become the dominant power in Eastern Europe. Of course they preferred that Germany should march east, not west, if she marched at all. But their object was to prevent war, not to prepare one, and they sincerely believe it. At any rate, Chamberlain believed that Hitler would be content and pacific if his claims were met. 61. If this be so, then the policy of the British government of encouraging German rearmament from the beginning of 1935, of conniving at the German reoccupation of the Rhineland in 1936, of forcing Czechoslovakia to submit to German demands in 1938, and of secretly attempting to negotiate a settlement with Germany at the expense of Poland in July 1939, makes positively no sense and becomes a succession of moronic moves in the perilous diplomatic game being played by Britain and Russia in the pre-war years. It is impossible to believe that there was no strategic thinking behind Chamberlain's policy of appeasement and that he did not take into account what might happen once Germany became predominant in Eastern Europe and established a common border with Russia. The British military expert Liddell Hart acknowledges in his History of the Second World War, with reference to the strategic situation after the German invasion of Poland, that the best hope of Britain and France, now that Germany 661 and Russia faced each other on a common border, was that friction would develop between these two mutually distrustful confederates and draw Hitler's explosive force eastward, instead of westward. 62. Although Liddell Hart does not relate this hope to any pre-war strategy, it is unimaginable, given the massive evidence presented in this and previous chapters, that British and French leaders long before the outbreak of World War II were far too distracted by the German problem, as A.J.P. Taylor puts it, to consider what would happen when Germany had become the dominant power in Eastern Europe and a common border between Germany and the Soviet Union had been established. Of course, it would be idle to suggest that in the pre-war years British leaders, in pursuit of their policy of appeasement, were not influenced to some degree by other considerations than the fear that a Western European conflagration would redound to Russia's benefit. Among these considerations, according to the Earl of Birkenhead, were the conclusions of the Chiefs of Staff in their report to the Committee of Imperial Defence in the late summer of 1938 that Great Britain was not ready for war and that she could not fight a war on three fronts: German, Italian, and Japanese without powerful allies. 63 Chamberlain and Halifax, Lord Birkenhead affirms, were apprehensive of the situation in the Far East, of what action Japan might take there if Great Britain became involved in a war with Germany in the West, and they were at all times uneasily conscious of America's neutrality and of the unpalatable fact that no help could be looked for from that quarter in case of trouble. The British government was also alarmed about the attitude of the Dominions to involvement in war. South Africa had decided to remain neutral, should it come. The Australian Labour Party were against intervention, and there was grave doubt whether Prime Minister Mackenzie King could bring the Canadian people into war. 64. Furthermore, the British historian Charles L. Mowat states that since World War I the policy of the Dominions had been one of no commitments, and certainly they were not going to be bound by Britain's commitments. They naturally opposed involvement in war and rejoiced that appeasement was keeping the threat of war at a distance. 65. But all these considerations, although used by various historians to explain the policy of appeasement, pale before the single most important consideration, the deep-rooted fear of Russia. That the wells of appeasement lay in this fear of Russia, in the conviction that Nazi Germany was a barrier against the spread of communism, and that a war in Western Europe could only benefit the Soviet Union by extending her power and influence, has been amply demonstrated in this and other chapters. But these cardinal elements in the policy of appeasement have been underrated or almost totally ignored by the British historical establishment. There are two reasons for this failure by British historians to come to terms with their country's diplomatic past. Firstly, there is the accepted tradition not to attribute to their government Machiavellian designs against a foreign power. Hence, no matter how patriotic or realistic Chamberlain and his supporters may have felt themselves to be in attempting to spare Western Europe the ravages of 662 war and revolution, they should not be accused of conspiring to pit one totalitarian power against the other. Of course, writes Robert Skidelsky, the British neo-revisionist historian, there were a number of groups in Britain who advocated the bargain that Hitler must always have hoped for a German deal with the British Empire at the expense of the Soviet Union. But such cynicism, or realism, was foreign to the British establishment. 66. Secondly, because of the ideological divide between East and West, no establishment historian, despite Stalin's own Machiavellian aims, wishes to play into the hands of the Soviet Union by acknowledging Britain's share of responsibility for the rebirth of German militarism and the calamity of the Second World War. This failure to expose the main roots of appeasement is unfortunate not only for the historiography of this crucial period in world history, but for those seeking a true understanding of the Spanish Civil War and Revolution and of the reason why Stalin's democratic camouflage in Spain was doomed to failure. 663. 62. The fall of Catalonia. It should now be apparent that no stratagem devised by Negrin or the Comintern could have induced Britain and France to enter the conflict on the side of the Republicans. The much-publicized 13-point programmed high-water mark of Negrin's diplomatic effort made no impression on the democratic powers. Nor did the much-flaunted restitution of certain foreign and domestic properties make the slightest impact. Despite these frustrations, despite the immolation of Czechoslovakia, despite the disastrous Battle of the Ebro, which began on July 25, 1938 with the intrepid crossing of the river and ended on November 16 with the loss of all the captured territory and some 60,000 to 70,000 dead and wounded, and despite the total collapse of Catalonia in February 1939, 2 Moscow instructed the Spanish Politburo to continue the resistance policy. On February 23, 1939 the Politburo declared, "It is a profound error to believe that we can hope for nothing or for very little from abroad, and that the democratic countries, which have allowed Catalonia to be invaded by the Germans and Italians, will not help us now that we have lost such an important position. The international situation has never been more unstable than it is today. Furthermore, the successes of the fascist invaders in Catalonia have increased their boldness, encouraging them to reveal still more clearly their plans of conquest, plunder, and war, and this in turn opens the eyes of those who until now have not wanted to face reality and increases the possibilities of direct and indirect aid for the Spanish people. On the side of the Spanish Republic is the Soviet Union, that powerful country, the firm defender of liberty, justice, and peace throughout the world. The working class, as well as the sincerely democratic countries, have until now given Spain very substantial material aid and will continue to do so. What they have not been able to do, partly because of lack of unity and determination in the struggle and partly because they have not yet completely understood the importance to them of a just solution of the Spanish problem, is to change radically in our favor the policy of their governments. But what has not been achieved up to now can still be accomplished if we increase our resistance. 664. Map 5. Division of Spain, March 1939. For all these reasons, we say that resistance is not only necessary but possible, and we affirm that, as on previous occasions when many persons believed that everything was lost, our resistance can change the situation. It will permit new factors to develop, both in Spain and abroad, that will redound to our advantage and will open the prospect of victory. 3. Beneath this seeming optimism, the Politburo was undoubtedly aware of the misgivings that assailed the summits of the party. In Hombres Made in Moscow, Enrique Castro recaptures his thoughts even before the disastrous Battle of the Ebro and the fall of Catalonia. He knew that the war could no longer be won. He knew that the USSR and the international communist movement wished to prolong republican resistance in order to check Hitler's plans in Europe. He knew that by prolonging resistance many would die and that villages and towns would be destroyed. What did that matter? A revolution always exacts a high price. To be afraid of that seemed to him absurd. What was Spain worth? He didn't know exactly, but if the price of a breathing spell for the USSR, if the price of a postponement of aggression against the USSR was Spain, what did it matter? For Castro there was only one fatherland, the socialist fatherland. There was no other choice. Only Russia existed. 4. 665. And referring to the state of mind prevailing in the rear after the Ebro battle, he wrote, "The rear was the barometer of the tragedy. It was useless for Negrin and the Communist Party to try to make the people believe that the Ebro had been the scene of a great military victory that had saved Valencia. People did not believe it. They did not say so openly, because it was still too dangerous. The people were no longer thinking of the war. They were thinking of the victors." Fear began to penetrate the body and soul of millions of people whose faces reflected a great sadness and a great effort not to weep, because this was not only the death of an illusion, it was also the beginning of a terrible Calvary. 5. No less important in the inexorable process of disenchantment than the military defeats and the grueling privations of the civilian population was the conviction that, whatever the outcome, the cause of freedom was lost. We have already seen that the SIM, the dreaded military investigation service, arrested those who dared speak ill of the Prime Minister and of the way the war was going. We have already seen that the majority of the people, working class and middle class, now perceived no future for the Republic even in the event of victory, whether we are defeated or whether we win the war. Luis Araquistin had confided to his daughter, "The independent socialists will have to emigrate, because in the first case we should be assassinated by Franco or in the second by the communists." 6. While Diego Abad de Santillan expressed the forebodings of the anarcho-syndicalists when he wrote that if the war had ended with the victory of Negrin, we would have had to suffer annihilation in the name of the Republic instead of annihilation in the name of fascism. 7. As for the moderate socialists and liberal republicans, who represented a large segment of the middle classes, Julian Basteiro, as we have seen, gave voice to the thoughts they shared but feared to utter, when he declared at a meeting of the executive of the Socialist Party on November 15, 1938, "If we should win the war, Spain will become communist. And if we should be defeated then the future will be terrible." 8. That the fear of victory stemmed mainly from the conviction that communist preponderance in the army would determine the future polity of Spain can be open to no doubt. I do not know what the odds were that the communists would have been able to impose their system if we had won the war, wrote Colonel Pérez Salas, but I do know that they would have tried to strengthen and consolidate their power, because they were aware that never again would such an opportunity present itself. If this is not the case, why were they so interested in dominating the armed forces? If they were more willing to risk losing the war than losing their predominance in the army, what was their reason? Their conduct cannot be excused on the ground that they fought better and thus had a greater chance of winning the war for all of us. This is untrue, except in the sense that they had more power since they were better armed and had accumulated more positions of command, but this predominance sapped the fighting spirit of other Spaniards who were far more numerous. 9. Because the fear of communist military predominance plagued the opposition, Negrin was forced to broach the subject in the Cortes on October 1, 1938, 5 months after his pledge to free the army from all hegemony by any party or 666. Tendency. Responding to criticism before a generally cowed assembly, he offered no apologies or hope of redress. To insinuate that the army was dominated by a single party, he said, to speak of favoritism or partiality, was an insult to the head of the government, to the Minister of Defense, and to the army. We must put an end to these damnable insinuations, he added menacingly. To ventilate them in Parliament is a crime against the state lesa patria. Besides, Señores Diputados, they are false. I do not doubt there have been mistakes. That is human. But to speak of a biased leadership, of favoritism, is false, completely false. These assertions do terrible harm, such terrible harm that even if they were true they should not be made. How happy our enemies will be tomorrow when they can reproduce in large print some of the things that have been said here by persons who should have had a greater sense of responsibility. 10. But there was another matter of even greater import that could not freely be discussed either inside or outside the Parliament, the demoralization of the working people upon whose sacrifice any hope of victory depended. That the policies pursued by Negrin and the PCE were among the decisive factors in the decline of proletarian morale was acknowledged by British novelist Ralph Bates, a Comintern organizer in Spain for many years and assistant commissar of the 15th International Brigade. In a letter written to me in 1940 shortly before his rupture with the Communists, he wrote, "Imagine the bitterness of the anarcho-syndicalists, now when all their revolutionary sacrifices, all their concessions to the CP, all their detestation of the petty bourgeois who smothered their army, as they called their militia, took away their factory committees, when all of this still did not win British and French approval, when after all the Comintern's analysis turned out to be incorrect. I fear that the party, and with it the future, have been terribly damaged by many things that occurred. For instance, I have talked with many Spanish socialists. They all have an undying hate for the CP. That is a catastrophe. I am sure you have no conception of the violent hatred of whole political strata of the Spanish workers for the Party 11. An expression of this hostility has been conserved for posterity in a letter by Iroquistin to his daughter. Written during the final days of the nationalist offensive against Catalonia, it stated, "This end is dreadful, but it was easily foreseen and we said so clearly to everyone who wished to listen to us. The communists alone are responsible for this terrible disaster. If they and the socialists, like Veo and Negrin, who served them slavishly, had 100 lives, they could not expiate so many crimes and stupidities." 12. In contrast, Negrin presented at the end of the war to the permanent deputation of the Cortes, Diputación Permanente de las Cortes, in a session held in Paris on March 31, 1939, a visionary's picture of what might have happened if the war material we received late had arrived sooner. If we had received that material 4 months earlier, he said, perhaps the Ebro offensive would have meant the end of the war. If we had received it just 2 months earlier, Catalonia would not have collapsed the way it did. Even after the fall of Borjas Blancas, when the army of Catalonia had 37,000 rifles, it is almost certain that Barcelona 667. Would not have been lost if we had received what we needed. Even after the fall of Barcelona, Catalonia could have been saved and then we would have won the war, because I do not have the slightest doubt that things would have changed completely if we had been able to resist 6, 8, or 10 months longer. 13. The start of General Franco's offensive against Catalonia on December 23, 1938 and the capture on January 26 of Barcelona, the largest industrial center in Spain, once the impregnable fortress of the CNT and FAI and the pulsating center of regional autonomy, climaxed the demoralization and defeatism of the Catalan workers. As for the Catalan middle classes, upon whose goodwill and confidence the Communists had risen to power in 1936 and 1937 by their drive against the revolutionary inroads of the labor unions, the policy of resistance and the 13-point program with its hollow promise of respect for regional liberties were meaningless. Pi Sunyer, the mayor of Barcelona and a leader of the Esquerra Republicana, told President Aznar that the Catalans no longer knew why they were fighting, because of Negrin's anti-Catalan policy. 14. The reigning mood of defeatism is recalled by Manuel Cruels, the editor-in-chief of the Diari de Catalunya, himself a Catalan autonomist. The men loyal to the policy of Negrin spoke in terms we could clearly understand, but what they said meant nothing to us. We were told to resist, but where and with what do we resist, we asked ourselves. And why resist? The reasons and the objectives of a resistance to the bitter end resistencia numentina that they proposed were not clear enough to us. Negrin had emptied his entire politico-military policy of any Catalan content. He had dislodged Catalonia from the decisive posts of the war in accordance with the continuous and never-ending tendency to absorb and centralize. 15. Catalonia's supreme crisis was now at hand. Chief of the General Staff Vicente Rojo, a steadfast supporter of Negrin and the PCE, describes the tremendous contrast between Barcelona in January 1939 and Madrid in November 1936. What a difference in the atmosphere! What enthusiasm then! And what disheartenment now! 48 hours before the enemy entered Barcelona, it was a dead city. It was lost, purely and simply, because there was no will to resist, either in the civilian population, or in the troops contaminated by the atmosphere. 16. While Rojo ignores the large share of responsibility that must be assigned to Negrin and the PCE for the demoralization of the working class, which formed the backbone of the opposition to General Franco, and for the disenchantment of the Catalan middle classes, the PCE has furnished its own version of the Catalan debacle. The government of the Generalitat, it stated on the second anniversary of the fall of Catalonia, instead of organizing the defense of the region, instead of mobilizing its resources to prevent the enemy from invading the soil of Catalonia, devoted itself to maneuvering inside and outside of Spain against the government of the Republic, subverting its authority. Lacking faith in the strength of its people, the Catalan separatists preferred to seek salvation in conversations, behind the back of the Republican government, with the imperialist, so-called democratic governments, who were helping the victory of Franco. 17. 668. There is no evidence that the government of the Generalitat engaged in secret conversations with foreign governments, although there can be little doubt that there were separatist elements in Catalonia who would have gladly negotiated a separate peace had there been the slightest chance. But Franco had all but won the war, and the world knew it. Nevertheless, the Comintern continued its efforts to enlist the military aid of the democratic powers. In January 1939, while the nationalist forces were sweeping all before them in their relentless march on Barcelona, the Comintern organ World News and Views, published in several languages like its predecessor International Press Correspondence, published an urgent appeal signed by 16 communist parties. War threatens France, Europe, and the world. We sound the alarm. Help Spain in order to help ourselves. To all the peoples of the world, to men who love liberty and peace, to sincere Democrats, we issue this urgent appeal for vigorous help for Republican Spain. For more than 2 years and a half, on their national soil, invaded by the bloody hordes of Italian and German troops, the sons of the Spanish people have heroically resisted the steel avalanche of Hitler and Mussolini. The Italian war against France has started. The march on Barcelona is the culminating point of the first stage of this war. To make war recede, to save peace, to preserve the conquest of civilization and human culture, Republican Spain must be helped. Republican Spain will win. But for this, the peoples must immediately obtain restoration of international law, the delivery of arms, munitions, guns, and planes to the defenders of Madrid and Valencia, to the Republican troops of Catalonia. This is the right of the Republican government of Spain, a legal government brought to power by the will of the people, expressed by universal vote. The hour has come for the peoples to take into their own hands the foreign policy of their countries. Words of sympathy and Platonic demonstrations of solidarity are not enough. This is the hour for effective action by the people. 18. But nothing could be done either inside or outside Spain to reverse or even to check the steamroller advance of Franco's forces. Long past were the heroic days when the CNTFAI and POUM workers of Barcelona with the help of loyal assault and civil guards had suppressed the rebel garrisons. Long past were the heroic days of the defense of Madrid, when the communist, socialist, and anarcho-syndicalist workers with the aid of the international brigades and Soviet weaponry had saved the threatened capital. As Colonel Pérez Salas pointedly remarks, there had not yet occurred the bloody fighting in the rear, nor the assassinations at the front, nor the unfair predominance of the communists in the army. This lowered substantially the combative spirit of the other parties, which found themselves dominated by an insignificant minority, only because it had the arms. 1969. Isolated and anathematized, the communists envisioned a lone heroic gesture. Manuel Tigueña, the communist commander of the 15th Army Corps, relates that at 4 a.m. on January 26, several hours before the first units of Franco's army penetrated the outskirts of Barcelona, he was visited by political commissar Francisco Anton and youth leader Santiago Carrillo. They told me that the communists and the JSU were going to make the maximum effort to defend the capital of Catalonia, mobilize the population and thus gain time to stabilize the front. They wanted to repeat the miracle of Madrid. Conditions, however, were entirely different. The communist leadership was well aware of this and was most certainly convinced of the futility of such directives, but it had to issue them in order to continue to be the organization that maintained resistance to the end. To believe that the population of the Catalan capital would rise up in its defense was completely illusory. In the final days, despite all appeals, scarcely 1,000 of the million inhabitants could be assembled to build fortifications. Barcelona accepted the defeat with sorrow and saw no purpose at all in prolonging the fight. We were no longer in 1936. 20. Nevertheless, Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev, speaking in 1967, painted a highly imaginative picture of thousands of Soviet volunteers who to the last day, together with the Spaniards, fought at the Barcelona barricades and in the skies of Madrid. 21. But, in truth, all but a handful of Soviet citizens had been withdrawn from Spain. José Fernández Sánchez, in a short, well-documented study based on Soviet sources, states that in October-November 1938 all the Soviet citizens who had participated directly in the military actions as aviators and tank operators had left Spain and that in 1939 only 30 Soviet specialists comprising professional officers, interpreters, and auxiliary personnel remained. When the capture of Barcelona by Franco's troops appeared imminent, he claims, all the Soviet advisors gathered in the city and left it in the early morning of 26 January 1939. 22. There can be no doubt that Stalin now entertained few illusions about the possibility of continuing the war much longer, especially in view of the overwhelming military superiority of the nationalist forces, supplied freely and lavishly with arms by Italy and Germany. His recall of all but a few Soviet advisors and their assistants, not to mention the withdrawal of most of the volunteers of the International Brigades 23, was indicative of his diminishing interest in the Civil War and of his intention to reduce his involvement. Nevertheless, it was important for his twofold strategy to continue the resistance policy, while leaving the door ajar for a possible deal with Hitler. Meanwhile, 6 weeks before the start of the nationalist offensive against Catalonia, Negrin had written a long letter to Stalin on November 11, 1938, urging a speedy implementation of his requests for arms. Addressed to my renowned comrade and great friend, Negrin stressed that without the interest you have taken in our struggle, we should have succumbed long ago, and the future and fate of liberty and democracy in our country would already have been irrevocably lost. Although the first half of the 18-page missive contains tedious 670 comments on European statesmen, on whom Stalin, wheeliest and best informed of all on big power diplomacy, had infinitely more knowledge than Negrin, the remainder of the communication contains passages of sufficient historical interest to merit reproduction here. The italics are mine. In our domestic policy a unity has been achieved, which, although not perfect, is nonetheless satisfactory, if we take into account the period of anarchy through which we have passed. This unity has been accomplished despite the difficulties inherent in a situation in which we have had to govern with a heterogeneous coalition of parties subject to the influence of the rebels and of countries that are our enemies, whether open or not. It is possible that what may have been interpreted at times as weakness was in reality nothing more than an acknowledgement that we did not yet possess the necessary strength to carry out a project. The function of a statesman, especially when he does not have a strong homogeneous party behind him, presumably an allusion to the heterogeneous coalition of parties previously mentioned, is not to sacrifice power by attempting prematurely to realize an aim. I believe that in applying this rule I have been successful. Because of foreign influence and enemy propaganda, because of the resentment of parties that have lost vitality or have not established roots among the people, a hard and fierce campaign is still being waged against the communists. I should not conceal this fact from you, nor should I hesitate to tell you that the communists are my best and most loyal collaborators, the most inclined to self-sacrifice and self-denial in the cause of victory. But the fact is that the slightest excuse is used to poison the atmosphere in order to give the impression that the government is manipulated by foreign influences. As yet we are unable to respond adequately, because it would create a new conflict. Nevertheless, the domestic situation does not worry me, and I am sure it will continue to improve. As for the army, there has been considerable improvement during the last few months, increase in reserves, formation of cadres, technical advances. Everything has been improving, above all the Army's fighting qualities. However, from the verbal reports that Air Force Chief General Hidalgo de Cisneros will be giving you, your government will appreciate the decisive effect that the rapid execution of our orders, copies of which I enclose, may have on the outcome of the war. 24. To be totally effective, massive rather than piecemeal shipments will be necessary. Once our needs have been met, it will be possible to defeat the rebels before the end of the spring. I shall not close without assuring you that the reconstruction and recovery of Spain will be possible within a few years by our own efforts. This is not the time to tell you about my plans for our recovery, but, believe me, such an undertaking will be easy with a united country and a government in strong hands given the resources of Spain. In the end we shall be stronger than before. Many traditional obstacles will 671 have been erased. With men of energy and authority forged by the war, with a powerful army and with the industrial potential of our shipyards, we shall be able to create a considerable merchant marine and navy and to provide ships to other countries. It will always be for many Spaniards an honor to know that if, at some given time, there exists at this extreme end of Western Europe a powerful military and naval force capable of collaborating in the common cause of human progress with the USSR, it was due in large measure to the encouragement, collaboration, and help given to us in a disinterested way by our Soviet friends. And then we shall be able to speak frankly of the noble and generous contribution of the Soviet people, of the sacrifice of their sons, and of the genial vision of the statesmen that lead their country. From one end of Europe to the other, my dear comrade Stalin, I shake your hand as a symbol of unity and as a sign of appreciation and gratitude. 25. From the italicized passages, I draw the following four conclusions. First, Negrin was anxious to impress Stalin with his political acumen, with his support for the PCE and the Soviet Union, and with his leadership capabilities. Second, he was irked by the multi-party system and, given the right circumstances, would have been willing to replace it with a strong homogeneous party. In other words, he was willing to go beyond the mere fusion of the socialist and communist parties, long advocated by Stalin and by the Spanish communists, and by himself in June 1937, when he declared that he had always been in favor of merging the two parties and that there was nothing incompatible in their programs. Point 26. It may be argued that Negrin made this statement simply to ingratiate himself with the PCE, but there is evidence in Togliatti's report to the Comintern of May 21, 1939 that Negrin attributed the weaknesses of his government to the multi-party system, régimen de partidos, and that he proposed to the PCE on December 2, 1938 the creation of a national front in which all parties would disappear. 27. In this way, Togliatti observed, Negrin thought that it would be possible to govern without having to take into account at every moment the demands and threats of certain political groups. The party, Togliatti continued, advised Negrin against the idea, which would not have yielded the desired results. 28. In his unpublished memoir, Politburo member Vicente Uribe confirms Negrin's thought of merging all parties into a national front. He argued that with such a merger or movement the communists, because of our strength and practical experience, would succeed in imposing our orientation. To form this single party of Negrin, administrative measures would not be excluded, because once formed, all other parties in the Republican zone would be proscribed. 29. Among the myths propagated during the last half-century that must be laid to rest is one begotten by Dr. José María García Valdecasas, a collaborator and disciple of Negrin. According to the Catalan author Juan Lerch, García Valdecasas told him that toward the end of the Battle of the Ebro, November 1938, Russia offered Negrin unlimited military aid if he agreed to impose a totalitarian communist regime in Spain. Negrin categorically refused. The 672 Russian offer to Negrin, unknown until now 1985, was revealed to his most intimate collaborators and friends in figure as when the army was already seeking to cross the French border February 1939. 30. This tale, which no other champion of Negrin has ever mentioned in the course of 50 years of legend-making, runs counter to the moderate policy pursued by Stalin in the hope of involving the democratic powers in the conflict. Far more plausible is the assertion by Santiago Garces, the head of the SIM, that Negrin sent a letter to Stalin through Hidalgo de Cisneros consulting him on the possibility of dissolving the Communist Party so as to attract the sympathies of the European democracies. 31. But the only support for this assertion comes from an article written 3 years earlier by Rafael Mendez, another devotee of Negrin's and Santiago Garces's benefactor, who claimed, as we have seen in an earlier chapter, that Negrin told the British ambassador and the head of the British Secret Service in Republican Spain that if Britain and France would sell the Republican government the arms it needed to win the war, he would not only remove the 2 communist ministers from his government, but he would outlaw the Communist Party and replace the communist officers holding command posts in the army with non-communists. However, as stated earlier, it is impossible to accept these assertions at face value and to attribute to them at best anything but tactical significance. My third conclusion is that in the event of victory, Negrin would have relied on the men of energy and authority forged by the war, who, given his reliance on the PCE, would have been mainly communists and who were in his own words his best and most loyal collaborators. Fourth, Negrin hoped to induce Stalin to speed up the delivery of weapons by holding out 2 enticing possibilities in the event of victory: a. the provision of merchant and naval vessels, and b. the existence in Western Europe of a powerful military and naval force capable of collaborating in the common cause of human progress with the USSR. In sum, the letter is particularly significant in that it reveals to what degree Negrin was willing to collaborate in the post-war period with the Soviet Union, a degree of collaboration that because of his dependence on the PCE may have turned Spain into the first Soviet satellite in Western Europe, the forerunner of the people's democracies established in Eastern Europe after World War II. La Passionaria herself has retrospectively provided some insight into what kind of regime the PCE had in mind in the post-war era if the Republicans had won. During the war, she wrote in her memoirs, and with the backing of the people in arms, the bourgeois democratic republic was transformed into a popular republic, the first in the history of contemporary democratic revolutions. Whereas in the Russian Revolution of 1905, she said, the working class created Soviets, the most democratic form of proletarian power. In the National Revolutionary War in Spain, the Spanish people created the popular democracy, which after the Second World War was in some countries one of the forms of peaceful transition to socialism. 32. Although Negrin's letter was dated November 11, Hidalgo de Cisneros, 673, who, as we have seen, was to give Stalin a verbal report on the military situation, did not leave for Moscow until a few days before the start of the offensive against Catalonia on December 23. In his memoirs, he gives no explanation for this delay, nor does he discuss the arms previously ordered. Negrin, he writes, telephoned him early one morning to go to his home as soon as possible. On his arrival, the Prime Minister informed him that the only way to avoid or delay the loss of Catalonia was to ask the Soviet Union to send to Spain a large shipment of war material, and ordered him to leave for Moscow the same day with a list of weapons that were needed, which included 250 airplanes, 250 tanks, 4,000 machine guns, and 650 pieces of artillery. Negrin told me, he says, that it was a matter of life and death for us, and that the negotiations should be conducted by a person of his absolute confidence. 33 Since Hidalgo de Cisneros does not allude to any of the previous orders, one is left with the impression that he was carrying to Moscow an entirely new list of requirements. His description of his interview with Stalin and other Soviet leaders merits recounting. He was seated between Stalin and the interpreter, with Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars Vyacheslav, Molotov, and Defense Commissar Kliment, Voroshilov facing them. I felt somewhat embarrassed, he says, when we began to read the list of requests, because they appeared astronomical and unrealistic to me. With surprise and joy I saw Stalin give his approval. Before rising from the table, Voroshilov asked Hidalgo de Cisneros how the sum of approximately $103 million was to be paid, inasmuch as the Spanish government had a balance of less than $100,000 in the Soviet Union. We shall have to find a solution to cover the difference, Voroshilov stated. Tomorrow you will speak with the Minister of Commerce, Comrade Mikoyan, to finalize the matter. It was agreed, Hidalgo claims, to cover the cost of the weapons by a loan to the Spanish government secured solely by my signature. When we consider the shameful conditions, he observes, imposed by certain countries on some governments before giving them a few $1,000,000, and compare those conditions with the rapidity and naturalness with which the Soviets gave us $100 million without any security or commitment, it is understandable why I speak with enthusiasm of the generosity and unselfishness of the Soviet Union toward our country. 34. In evaluating this statement, one should bear in mind the difficulty Negrin and his ambassador in Moscow, Marcelino Pascua, had experienced in March 1938 in obtaining a credit of $70 million. At that time, the Russians had insisted that half the amount be secured by gold and repaid in 2 years, and the unsecured balance be repaid in 4 years. It is unlikely that Stalin would have agreed to less stringent terms purely on the basis of Hidalgo de Cisneros' signature, especially at a time when defeat appeared inevitable. Hidalgo de Cisneros also claims that the Soviets began to prepare the shipment of arms immediately, and that they were loaded onto 7 Soviet vessels that sailed for French ports. He says, however, that the French government raised all kinds of objections and delayed the shipment across France up to the last 674 moment. When the weapons began to arrive in Catalonia, it was already too late. We no longer had any airfields where we could assemble the planes or territory to defend ourselves. 35. From the available evidence, it would be rash to assume that any weapons that arrived in Catalonia at the height of the nationalist offensive were those allegedly shipped from Murmansk in late December or January. Ignacio Iglesias, former political editor of the POUM organ La Battaglia, raises doubts as to whether this war material, if in fact it ever existed, could have reached Spain before the fall of Catalonia. To have done so, he argues, it would have had to be assembled, shipped to Murmansk, then loaded onto the 7 ships, which would have had to navigate the Arctic Ocean down the long coast of Norway before entering the Atlantic Ocean and the North Sea, sail through the English Channel, and unload their cargo at Bordeaux for transport by rail across France. All this in the record time of less than a month and a half. 36. Angel Vinas, on the other hand, a staunch Negrinista, objects that Iglesias in his anti-communism found it necessary to question whether the material really existed. 37. In the dispute over the weaponry that was allegedly shipped as a result of Hidalgo de Cisneros' trip to Moscow in December 1938, one fact deserves special notice. The official Soviet history of the Second World War, Historia Vtoroi mirovoi Vojny, 1939-1945, published in Moscow in 1974, which gives precise figures, 2:54, regarding the arms shipments to Spain during the Civil War, does not even mention the purported shipment, yet, when the book was published, the USSR had no reason to understate its help to the Spanish Republic. In the text and in an accompanying table, the authors claim that the Soviet Union managed to send, Udalosnapravit, to the Spanish Republic 52 ships between October 1, 1936 and August 1, 1937, as compared with 13 ships between December 14, 1937 and August 11, 1938, and only 3 ships between December 25 and January 28, 1939, see table. These official figures, which were furnished by the Institute of Military History of the Soviet Union, make it impossible to give credence either to Hidalgo de Cisneros' claim that 7 ships sailed from Murmansk, sometime in December or January, carrying 250 airplanes, 250 tanks, 4,000 machine guns, and 650 pieces of artillery, or to Angel Vinas's unsubstantiated assertion that at the end of 1938 new material was shipped to Spain from the USSR in large quantities. 38. Nor can any credence be given to Vinas's other assertion that the USSR resumed supplies on a large scale after the Munich Pact, signed on September 30, 1938. This material, he asserts, began to arrive toward the end of 1938, and one can only believe that if Stalin had truly abandoned the Republic as has been argued, these shipments would not have been made. 39. Moreover, in view of Negrin's letter to Stalin of November 11 and a later communication addressed to Molotov on the 26th, urging him to do what was necessary to send us immediately the merchandise we have contracted to purchase, 40, it is clear that Hidalgo's mission to Moscow was not to acquire new war material, as he would have us believe, but rather, as Vinas himself acknowledges, to support the requests previously made. 41. 675. Soviet arms shipments to Spain, 1936-1939. October 1, December 14, December 25, 1936, 1937, 1938 weapons, August 1, 1937, August 11, 1938, January 28, 1939 total. Airplanes 496, 152, 648. Tanks 322, 25, 347. Armored vehicles 60, 60. Artillery 714, 469. 3. 1186. Machine guns 12,804. 4,910. 2,772. 20,486. Rifles 377,793, 125,000 and 20, 35,400 and 97,813. As for the alleged credit of $103 million, there is not a shred of evidence from Soviet sources that such a large loan was ever granted. The only evidence that the official Spanish communist history of the Civil War is able to produce is deceptive, since it rests on an article written in April 1970 by Marcelino Pascua, Negrin's wartime ambassador to Moscow, in which he refers to a request for a loan of $60 million in the summer of 1938, 42 in other words, 6 months before Hidalgo de Cisneros left for Russia. Moreover, on April 5, 1957, Pravda claimed that the Spanish government owed $50 million of $85 million in Soviet credits extended in 1937 and 1938 but made no mention of any other loan. It is equally significant that on February 18, 1939, Negrin, according to the official Spanish communist history of the Civil War, requested Politburo member and Minister of Agriculture Vicente Uribe to send a letter to the Soviet government to inquire whether the USSR was willing to continue sending armaments to the Spanish Republic and to grant it the loan it had requested, which was absolutely necessary in order to continue the resistance. 43. This loan, whatever its size or purpose, was never granted, for although, according to the same official communist source, the Soviets offered assurances that if the Republic kept up its resistance, the USSR would continue as always to provide the necessary help. 44. The Negrin government was overthrown a few days later. Despite contradictory statements regarding the quantity and type of arms that reached Catalonia or France during the Catalan offensive, there is no dispute that they arrived too late to hinder General Franco's crushing offensive and his capture of Barcelona on January 26. This catastrophe was of such magnitude that it triggered the disintegration of the entire administrative machinery of state. Palmiro Togliatti, who remained the most authoritative communist figure in the left zone until the total breakdown of communist power, gave the following 676 version of the Catalan disaster in his report to the Comintern on May 21, 1939, in which he made an obvious attempt to make a scapegoat of the premier. After the loss of Barcelona, the state apparatus completely collapsed amidst unheard of disorder and panic. 8 days before its fall, Negrin had given the order to evacuate all the ministries to the Girona-Figueres region and advised all political leaders to leave. But neither he nor any of the ministers took practical measures to organize the evacuation and to maintain a functioning governmental apparatus. For this reason the flight was disorganized. The officials carried away in trucks their women, children, and friends, their beds and mattresses, even their desks and inkwells. A tragic and grotesque spectacle, which contributed to the demoralization of the entire city. The roads that lead to the frontier were clogged for 10 days. In the Girona-Figueres region nothing had been prepared, and this mass of humanity ended up camping in the fields and along the roads around the castle of Figueres and inside the castle itself, which became the temporary seat of government and the center of the most appalling chaos. Nothing functioned any longer, neither the telephone nor telegraph service, neither rail nor road transportation, nor the political commissariat of war. The apparatus of the carabineros and assault guards, who had been trained as the last reserve of the government to handle a situation such as this, collapsed. The carabineros contributed to the creation of the panic. The assault guards put up somewhat more resistance, but disappeared in their turn in the confusion. The recruiting centers and the few reserves that still existed also disappeared. Only the general staff retained a liaison apparatus with the front and some ability to function, but with great difficulty and without facilities. With the rear guard in total disarray, pounded in turn by waves of panic, the army was no longer able to fight. But despite everything, it still resisted in front of Granollers, the Exith division, and around Girona, withdrawing in comparative order and executing systematically the plan for the destruction of highways, bridges, ammunition depots, etc., etc., thus permitting the civilian population and all the weaponry to be evacuated toward France. Negrin was completely overwhelmed. He did not adopt a single concrete measure of organization on his own initiative. He did, however, give the party a free hand. Every day he had to contend with the offensive of the capitulators in the cabinet, which was in almost permanent session. They then comprised, quite openly, all the ministers with the exception of Uribe. 45 Comrade Moya, the Minister of Labor and a member of the PSUC, could find nothing better to do than to weep at a cabinet meeting on January 30, during which Negrin, after reading a perfidious letter from Rojo about our friends 46, asked for a vote of confidence, leaving him free to decide when the government should move to the Central Zone. The other ministers, the President of the Republic, nearly all the leaders of the other parties, the non-communist military chiefs, etc., all demanded that Negrin should put an end to the war, acknowledging the impossibility of any future resistance and requesting Britain and France to obtain honorable terms from 677. Franco. What these terms might be no one knew or attempted to specify. In general it was thought that we might be allowed to evacuate from the Central Zone several thousand leaders who were in jeopardy, but nothing more. It was clear that Negrin had lost confidence in the continuation of the struggle, but still adhered to his former political line of resistance. What was contradictory in Negrin's position was that, although he reaffirmed the policy of resistance in a Platonic manner, he did nothing later to organize it. His major responsibility was his failure to give the necessary orders during the last days in Figueras, 18 kilometers from the French border, to transfer to Valencia and Madrid at least some of the arms that were reaching us. 47. This last accusation does not rest on solid ground, for not only was Figueras cut off from the Central Zone by land and sea, except for a few fishing communities that could have been quickly destroyed by enemy action, but the Defense Ministry was to all intents and purposes under the control of the PCE. It is therefore difficult not to conclude that this accusation, like other criticisms of Negrin in Togliatti's report, 48 parts of which later became the raw material from which the official line was hewn, were to some degree an attempt to clear himself of any responsibility for the final disaster. It is equally difficult not to conclude that La Pasionaria, who years later repeated some of Togliatti's criticisms of Negrin, notably that he had lost confidence in the struggle, although he appeared to maintain his former political line of resistance, 49, and that he did nothing to send to the Central Southern Zone the largest possible quantity of war material, 50, intended, like Togliatti, to make a scapegoat of the Premier. Although Togliatti and La Pasionaria both accuse Negrin of having lost confidence in the possibility of resistance, an unidentified Comrade S.A. who, to judge from Togliatti's references to him in his report to the Comintern, was a Soviet military advisor, told him 2 days after the fall of Barcelona that Catalonia was irremediably lost, and that, once lost, he considered resistance in the Central Zone impossible and collapse inevitable. That was the opinion, Togliatti noted, of all the career officers, both communist and non-communist. 51. Hence, it is not surprising that no steps were taken by anyone to ship arms to the Central Zone. On February 1, in the castle of Figueras, the Cortes that had been elected in 1936 met for the last time. Of its original 473 members, only 62 were present at this final session. 52 Some had sided with the military uprising, some had fled the country, others had been given diplomatic posts, a few were unable to attend or refused to attend, such as Largo Caballero and Araquistan, while others, finding themselves on the wrong side at the outset of the Civil War, had long since been imprisoned or executed. This final gathering of the Cortes was more than the usual constitutional facade. It was symbolic of the tragic fate of the Second Republic, proclaimed in the spring of 1931 with joy and hope. Few of the attending deputies would ever set foot again on Spanish soil. Most would die in exile during the 36 years. 678. Of General Franco's rule, but one in particular, the moderate socialist Julian Zugazagoitia, would be handed over to Franco in 1940 by the Gestapo during the German occupation of France. CEAs were other prominent figures such as Luis Companys and Juan Piro, and executed, joining thousands of anonymous victims of the repression during the Franco dictatorship. The ministers and deputies gathered in the intense cold in an underground chamber of the castle. Most of the ministers wore their overcoats and huddled together on a short plain bench. The Republican flag was displayed and cheap carpets were strewn across the stone floor for the occasion. Diego Martinez Barrio, the Speaker of the Cortes, standing behind a makeshift tribune covered with red brocade, opened the session at 10:30 p.m. 53 Señores Diputados, he said, "This constitutional gathering of the Republican Parliament is being held in difficult circumstances. We are holding it on a piece of Catalan soil that is stained and trampled down under the foot of foreign invaders and their national collaborators and underlings. All I expect of you is that you restrain whatever passions dwell in your hearts. This session will probably be historic. In the life of Spain 54. Negrin was the first speaker, writes an eyewitness and friend of the Premier, and the only one who mattered. Those of us who knew his state of physical exhaustion and discouragement wondered whether he would be able to keep on talking. Several times he had to stop to pull himself together, and sometimes he seemed almost too dazed to express his thoughts coherently, especially after his notes gave out when he was halfway through, and had to speak extemporaneously. 55. According to the official record, Negrin declared that the chamber was meeting in a harsh atmosphere of war, although spirits were now quieted and fears calmed. But the truth, he said, was that for some days a wave of panic was on the point of asphyxiating our rear guard, contaminating our army and destroying the entire machinery of government. However, let us be fair. Neither order, nor authority was in danger. Despite the provocations of the enemy, there was nothing resembling a revolt, a mutiny, or an uprising against the authority of the government. After referring to the difficulties insuperable at times that his government had experienced in acquiring arms abroad, while the enemy backed by the industrial might of Italy and Germany had received everything it needed even to excess, he continued. Peace is never won solely on the battlefield. It is achieved cultivating a psychological factor among the combatants on the enemy side and also by disseminating abroad the issue of what we are defending. From the very first moment the desire of the Spanish government has been to make the world see what is being disputed here and to make our fellow citizens on the other side, friends and enemies alike, understand our aims. Don't have any illusions, Señores Diputados. We Spaniards are not engaged in a civil war over a question of ideas, over some ideological problem. No, we are fighting for the independence of our country, because we 679. Know that if we do not triumph we shall be enslaved. We are defending the interests of Spain and those of other countries. It has been the mission of the Spanish government to try to show these neutral and friendly countries not only where their interests lie, but how mistaken they have been to allow themselves to be carried away by the maneuvers of our enemies. To save the peace of Europe they allowed Austria to be devoured. To save the peace of Europe they allowed Czechoslovakia to be carved up. I do not believe that their blindness could reach such a point as to imagine that with the strangulation of Spain they could satiate an appetite that becomes more ravenous the more they try to appease it. The Premier then named only 3 conditions for peace culled from his 13 war aims. 1. A guarantee of national independence free from all foreign influence. 2. A guarantee that the Spanish people would have the right to determine their own regime and their own destiny, and 3. A guarantee that once the war was over all persecutions and reprisals would stop. These were the indispensable prerequisites, he said, for ending the war. It horrifies me to think what the victory of Italy and Germany would mean to our country. There was the danger that their domination would result in the loss of Spain's national identity and that it would take generations to recover it. For this reason we must fight to the last breath. We shall fight in Catalonia. And if we lose here, we shall still have the central southern zone, where we have hundreds of thousands of combatants ready to continue the fight for those fundamental causes that are worth dying for. 56. Representatives of each of the major parties then addressed the assembly. Martinez Barrio presented a brief resolution supporting Negrin's peace terms, which was passed unanimously by acclamation. The Cortes broke up at 12:45 a.m.57. Although nobody opposed the peace proposals, everyone knew that the gesture was hopeless, for even after the victorious crossing of the river Ebro by the Republicans on July 25, 1938, when the final outcome of the battle was still uncertain, Franco had rejected outright any settlement other than total victory. It was chimerical, he said, to believe that criminals and their victims could live in peace. Nationalist Spain, he asserted, had conquered and will not allow its victory to be torn from it or adulterated by anyone or anything. 58. Clearly, Negrin was now in no position to lay down terms of peace to an enemy in full glow of victory. Even the confidence of Chief of the General Staff Vicente Rojo had told the Premier on more than one occasion that he would remain at his side and share his fate as long as he retained his trust. 59 had evaporated. Was it not an illusion to believe any more in foreign help? Was it not an illusion to believe that a military success was still possible? He asked after the war. Perhaps to more than one observer of our struggle such questions may appear defeatist, but I know that all those who went through that unhappy experience also asked them. At that time they were careful to remain silent, and perhaps it was their political duty to do so, but I had the military duty to ask. 680. These questions and to reply to them. It was already very clear that every country except the USSR had turned its back on us, and that the majority of them were anxiously awaiting the end of the war. 60. Togliatti, forever on the lookout for scapegoats, reported Rojo's defeatism to Moscow. We now know that Rojo, immediately after the fall of Barcelona, proposed to Negrin that he put an end to the war by giving all battalion leaders written orders to raise the white flag and pass over to the enemy. Negrin, however, said nothing about this either to the party or to Comrade S.A. General Rojo, at the cabinet meeting of January 29, and also afterwards, claimed that resistance was impossible. Although he remained at his post and continued to give orders, he did nothing to salvage the situation, which he regarded as desperate. 61. On February 2, the Politburo issued in Figueras its notorious manifesto, drafted by Antonio Mij, a leading member of the Politburo. 62, denouncing all its enemies: Catalan autonomists, deserters, defeatists, fifth columnists, and Trotskyists. Woe, in the lexicon of the PCE, now virtually encompassed the entire population of Spain. After declaring that the fall of Barcelona had created the most serious situation since the beginning of the war and represented a veritable catastrophe for the democratic peoples of France and England, the manifesto continued: We must openly condemn the fact that this situation was facilitated by the criminal and treasonable behavior of elements who, because of the enemy's success, have lost faith and confidence in our people, in our country, and in the possibility of continuing the struggle. In their great majority, these elements are the same as those who have contributed to the decline of resistance by their intrigues and vacillations, by their opposition to unity, by disseminating discord, and by sabotaging the labor of others and the work of government. In face of this situation, the Communist Party has used all its strength in the Catalan region to avoid errors, overcome weaknesses and defects in order to re-establish discipline at the fronts and in the rear, and denounces with indignation these acts of disunity and open treason. It asks the government and all the organizations of the people to take forceful and exemplary measures as soon as possible. Any official, any commander, who has abandoned his post or abandons his post at this time should be treated in the same way that traitors and deserters are treated at the battle fronts. The Politburo specifically denounces the shameful flight from national territory of Largo Caballero, who is surrounded by a small group of enemies of unity, of enemies of the Spanish people and of its organization. Has done everything in his power to sabotage the work of the government and destroy the unity and resistance of our people, and now crowns his criminal career by fleeing. 63 The Politburo also hopes that the anti-fascist organizations and the people will denounce with indignation the behavior of those men who, after rendering difficult the vital work of mobilizing all the resources of Catalonia by their mistaken separatist or 681 autonomous policies, can only think of escaping abroad. The people will see that these cowards and traitors are brought to justice. Confronted with this very grave situation, the Communist Party reaffirms its confidence in the victory of the Spanish people and declares that as long as there remains a piece of Catalan territory it will be successfully defended by the rapid reorganization of our army and the restoration of morale and discipline at the front and in the rear. The Communist Party emphatically rejects the criminal conduct of the deserters, defeatists, Trotskyists, and fifth columnists in abandoning Catalan territory without fighting. Our party, whose sacred objective is the defense of the Democratic Republic and the independence of Spain, is in the vanguard of the struggle. It places at the disposal of the government all its men and all its resources and urges its militants to provide rapidly the utmost assistance in order to solve the military and political problems of the moment, placing themselves without discussion at the orders of the civilian and military authorities. The Communist Party declares that it will fight without pity against all those who at this time obstruct this task and who intrigue against unity. Finally, on behalf of all the communists of Spain, the Politburo sends its heartfelt greetings to the working class and the people of Barcelona who are being brutally treated by the ferocity and savagery of the invaders. We shall continue to fight until victory for the liberation of Barcelona and of all the invaded territory. Everyone must work and fight at the front or in the rear, all communists, all workers, all anti-fascists. No mercy to deserters, cowards, and enemies of unity. 64. By February 10, the war in Catalonia was over. General Vicente Rojo, the President of the Republic, the Premier and his ministers, the Cortes deputies, the members of the Generalitat government, the Politburo and high-ranking members of all organizations, as well as some 400,000 refugees, including the defeated army of Catalonia, had crossed the border into France. I, like many another, wrote Lawrence Farnsworth, the correspondent of the Times, hoped never again to behold such a spectacle. The fleeing hordes of Spaniards, each one the embodiment of an individual tragedy, spilled over the mountainous borders, immense avalanches of human debris. 65. The situation in Catalonia is good, Count Galeazzo Ciano, Mussolini's foreign minister, wrote jubilantly in his diary on February 22. Franco improved it with a very painstaking and drastic house cleaning. Many Italians were taken prisoner, anarchist and communist. I informed the Duce about it, and he ordered that they all be shot, adding, "Dead men tell no tales." 66. 683. Part X. The end of the resistance policy. 685. 63. Negrin returns to the central southern zone. On February 10, as the curtain was falling on the final scene of the Catalan drama, Negrin flew from Toulouse to Alicante accompanied by Julio Álvarez del Valle, his foreign minister, and by Santiago Garcés Arroyo, the head of the CIM. He was followed by the other members of his cabinet with the exception of José Giral, who remained in France with Manuel Azana, and Francisco Méndez Aspe, who stayed behind to attend to financial matters. On arriving in Alicante, Negrin announced that Madrid would be the official seat of government and that his administration, inspired by popular sentiment, would fight to the very end for the principles of national independence, self-determination, and unity of all Spaniards. It was essential, he declared, to ensure that the struggle would not end in foreign domination or in an atmosphere of savage hatred and reprisals too. His decision to leave for the central southern zone was not acclaimed by all the members of his cabinet, the majority of whom at first refused to leave Toulouse. Only after he admonished the recalcitrants did they follow his example. 3 However, according to Togliatti, they continued to do in Madrid what they had done in Figueras, to call for cabinet meetings in order to demonstrate the impossibility of further resistance and the need to capitulate. 4. The mood of the army generals in the central southern zone was no less defeatist. When I landed at the airfield in Alicante, Negrin told the permanent committee of the Cortes a few weeks later, I immediately got in touch with the military authorities, General Mayaja, General Madalena, the chiefs of the various armies and the commander of the fleet. I was able to perceive from the tenor of our telephone conversations that the arrival of the head of the government caused great confusion and even great displeasure, as though it disrupted something they had agreed upon. I noticed especially the cold, dry tone of my interlocutors. 5. Alvarez Dalveo records that the morale of the military leaders depressed him, and that during a conversation at General Maya's headquarters in Valencia he and Negrin observed their skepticism with regard to the possibility of future resistance. Our words of encouragement found no echo in their hearts, which were dead to all vigorous reaction, and longing only for an early end to the hostilities. 686. All this could have come as no surprise. On January 30, General Maya, in reply to a request by Negrin for information on the military situation, had reported that the forces were poorly armed, that the percentage of unusable material was truly distressing, and that the population after 2.5 years was tired of the war. 7. Togliatti reported to Moscow, the conviction was general that the army in the central zone could not contain an enemy attack. This was because of his overwhelming numerical superiority and our army's lack of weapons, aviation, and transport, and its organic weakness. All the professional officers, including those who were communist, were of the opinion that resistance was impossible. As for Colonel Antonio Cordon, the Undersecretary of the Army, General Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, the Chief of the Air Force, and Colonel Carlos Núñez Maza, the Undersecretary of Aerial Career Officers and members of the PCFA, stated openly that they did not believe in further resistance. I believe, Togliatti added, that the conviction that we could not resist any longer was also fairly widespread among the commanders who had risen from the ranks of the militia. The same conviction was also general among the cadres of the anarchist, Republican, and Socialist parties, and in the police and state apparatus. Hence, the problem was no longer how to organize resistance, but how to put an end to the war with honor and dignity. There was one point, he said, upon which everyone agreed: the communists were the sole obstacle to peace. Among the masses, war weariness and suffering expressed themselves in a profound and general desire for peace. The whole country was waiting for a new development that would put an end to the war. No longer was there any thought of victory. 8. The words I have italicized in this once strictly confidential report to the Comintern should be borne in mind by the reader when evaluating all claims by Negrin and his supporters that significant resistance was feasible. Togliatti blamed General Maya, who had recently been appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Land, Sea, and Air Forces and Government Delegate in the Central Southern Zone 9, for making the situation even worse by appointing Colonel Ricardo Burelo to command the police forces in the region. 10 Burelo, a former member of the PCE and police chief of Barcelona at the time of the coup against the POUM in June 1937, had been appointed commander of the Army of Extremadura in November 1937. 11 In September of 1938, he was removed from his command 12 and expelled from the party. He is described by Togliatti in his report to Moscow of May 21, 1939 as an ex-communist and Mason animated by a fierce hatred toward the party. 13. Under his direction, Togliatti asserts, the assault guards, which were previously one of the police corps trusted by the party, reverted to their old traditions and reactionary makeup. As for the carabiners, who were controlled by socialist cadres and capitulators, they could be easily mobilized for a struggle against the party. Hence a situation was created in which the real apparatus of power was directed against us in a struggle that was no longer undeclared and secret, but open and continuous. 14. Even before the fall of Catalonia, the influence of the PCE in the central 687 Southern Zone had begun to wane. The transfer of the leadership of the party to Catalonia in order to be near the government, La Pasionaria later acknowledged, prejudiced us more than it favored us, because all the propaganda and organizational work in the central Southern Zone, especially in Madrid, was severely weakened. Our adversaries took advantage of this deficiency in order to strengthen their own positions. 15. In fact, as we have already seen, the mood in Madrid, once the bastion of the PC, had changed to such a point in August 1938 that, according to José Giral, it was necessary to restrain the people to stop them from breaking all relations with the communists and declaring them enemies of the Republic. It was against this background of political decline and dissolution that the principal communist leaders arrived in the central southern zone to participate in the final act of the Spanish drama. They were accompanied by Togliatti, the guiding spirit and de facto leader of the party, who, in the words of the official communist history, returned to Spain to continue to help his Spanish comrades with his experience. 16. Boris Stefanov, the other Comintern delegate, and 3 of the Politburo members, Jesus Hernandez, La Pasionaria, and Pedro Martinez Carton, were already there, but José Díaz, the party secretary, was seriously ill in Russia. 17 Although the declared aim of the PCE was to pursue the policy of resistance, Ettore Vanni, the Italian communist and director of Verdad, the party organ in Valencia, who was in close touch with the communist leaders and the Soviet delegation in the city, affirms, deep down, everyone felt within himself the inanity of a struggle that had cost the Spanish people innumerable casualties on both sides. Only later did I realize that the will to resist, which characterized the communists' official stand, was no more than a purely formal acceptance of the Russian catchphrase, resistance to the end. 18. It is doubtful whether Negrin actually shared the largely showcase optimism of Álvarez del Valle, his pro-Soviet foreign minister, that a general war was near at hand and that resistance should be prolonged until war erupted. 19 For not only does Togliatti allege that the premier had no faith in the possibility of further resistance, 20 but Cordon, Negrin's undersecretary of the army, asserts that he returned to Spain not as a government leader resolved to take the reins firmly in his hands in order to direct the resistance, but as an honorable man who wishes to ease his conscience and accept the necessary sacrifice, although convinced of its futility. 21. Whatever may have been Negrin's intimate thoughts, few can doubt that he was torn by conflicting sentiments. Some hint of his inner torment can be gleaned from his self-justificatory letter to Indalecio Prieto of June 23, 1939, I tried to raise spirits, re-establish services, gather all the necessary elements for effective resistance and to continue fighting, because, if we could not win, this was the only way to save what could be saved, or, at least, to save our honor. 22. It is reasonable to assume that Negrin's speedy return to Spain was prompted by some of the following considerations. 1. His loyalty to the communists, to whom, in his own phrase, he owed a debt of honor. 23. 2. The desire to save his self-respect. 688. By not shirking his responsibilities. 3. The hope that his immediate return to Spain would raise morale and set an example to those military leaders who had crossed the border into France and were now convinced that further resistance was chimerical. 4. The hope that resistance would win a promise of clemency from General Franco or, failing such a promise, that resistance would allow time for those of his followers, whose lives were most in jeopardy, to escape abroad. 5. The fading expectation that, if resistance were maintained, the civil war might eventually merge with a general European conflict, and, 6. The belief that if resistance proved impossible, he could shift the burden of surrender and stigma of defeat onto his opponents. Negrin's anguish was heightened by the knowledge that apart from those officers dedicated to the PCE, few military leaders supported the resistance policy. 24 Negrin was correct, writes Juan Modesto, when he said that the commanders and commissars who arrived from France at his request were all communists. But it is important to emphasize that this occurred not because of our party's desire to dominate, but because many of the others had deserted. 25. In fact, according to Cordon, the majority of the top-ranking military commanders and high-level government officials, undersecretaries, directors, inspectors general, the members of the general staff, and military chiefs did not want to return to Spain, using one pretext or another. 26. Conspicuous among those who did not return were Colonel Patricio de Carrete, the Inspector General of Engineers, Colonel Eduardo Cuevas de la Pena, the Director General of Security, who along with other members of the PCE had been expelled at the end of January from the party for desertion in the face of the enemy, 27 Colonel Eleuterio Diaz Tendero, head of the personnel section of the Defense Ministry, Colonel José Luis Fuentes, the Inspector General of Artillery, General Juan Hernández Sarabia, General Enrique Jurado, who replaced Hernández Sarabia as the overall commander of the armies of the East and of the Ebro, and General Sebastián Pozas, one-time commander of the Army of the East and, more recently, military governor of Figueras. 28 But more important than all these defections was that of General Vicente Rojo, the chief of the Central General Staff, whose easy relations with Negrin and the Communists had never been marred by political disagreement during their 2 years of close cooperation. Although these officers except Hernández Sarabia, and Azanista had supported the PCE when the political winds were in its favor or, like General Pozas and Colonel Cuevas, had joined the party, they had now lost all faith in future resistance. After the fall of Barcelona, Rojo had informed Azana that there was a shortage of all resources and that morale was totally lacking. And, he added, nothing can be done. 29. Explaining his decision not to proceed to the Central Southern Zone, Rojo wrote in his first book written shortly after the war, apparently, the view that we should persist in the policy of resistance was imposed because it might cause a change in the international situation. The same hope that had sustained us during a year of sacrifice. But now without the slightest foundation. Let us ignore the sacrifices. Resistance. A sublime formula for heroism. 689. When it is nurtured by hope and bolstered by an ideal. But when the will that holds aloft the flag of that ideal collapses, resistance is no longer a military gesture. It is an absurdity. How could we resist? What reason did we have to resist? 30. Rojo then makes a grave accusation that has been carefully ignored by Negrin and his supporters. If it is true that the war was to be seriously continued in the Central Zone, why were the stocks of food, raw materials, and armaments accumulated in France liquidated? This was too obvious and significant not to be disconcerting. 31 On the one hand, the war was being wound up economically by the sale of stocks, on the other hand, the order to resist was being given without providing the necessary means even in food supplies. 32. After the war, Negrin claimed that there were enough material means in the Central Southern Zone for an organized defense for 6 months or more, but he disregarded Rojo's total disbelief in further resistance. Instead, he praised his inflexible sense of duty, his absolute integrity, and his irreproachable chivalry and enlightened patriotism. 33. Nor have the Communists publicly censured Rojo for not returning to Spain. In fact, their official history is mute on this crucial matter. 34 Clearly, neither Negrin nor the PCE wished to lock horns with the man whom they had elevated to the top military post. 35 And awarded with the Laureat d'Or, the highest decoration, and who knew more about the military situation than any single person. To have condemned his defeatism and defection openly would have provided ammunition to their opponents and undermined the legend that has been fostered for half a century that the loss of the war was due entirely to traitors and capitulators. Apart from Rojo's cognizance of the military odds against the Republic, of the liquidation of stocks in France, and of the defection of the high-ranking officers who opted to remain in France, there was yet another factor that influenced his decision not to return to Spain. The conduct of many leaders of lower rank filled me with distrust. Everything they did was contrary to what they should have done if the slogan of resistance were to be realistic and effective. But the most serious thing of all was that they themselves were convinced that the famous slogan had neither feasibility nor substance. 36. Given the state of mind of the officers and officials in the upper and middle echelons of the army and the government, who elected to remain in France, it is no wonder, as Hidalgo de Cisneros averred, that the last 6 airplanes that flew to Spain were nearly empty. As for those communists who returned to Spain, they did not go there, he affirmed, to win laurels, for we knew the situation was almost hopeless. We went there because of party discipline. 37. Some prominent communists, however, did not go back to Spain. Manuel Tagafaya, the communist commander of the 15th Army Corps, attests, they included leaders of the PCE and the JSU, like Francisco Anton, Antonio Mij, Luis Cabo Gerla and Santiago Carrillo 38. Enrique Lister corroborates this charge. In the airplane in which I left Toulouse for the Central Southern Zone on the night of 1314 February, he states. There were 13 passengers despite the fact that 690. There was room for 33. The point is that the aforementioned members of the Politburo and the JSU executive regarded the war as lost. 39. Although when Lister made this accusation he was trying to wrest control of the party from Santiago Carrillo, then its general secretary, Carrillo's own explanations of his failure to return are too riddled with contradictions to be trustworthy. 40. Of all the leaders who stayed in France, none was more openly defeatist than Manuel Aznar, the President of the Republic, now in temporary residence in the Spanish embassy in Paris. 41. Even before crossing the border into France he had told Negrin that he would not return to Spain. Absolutely not, he said. If I were to go to the Central Zone, I would be giving support and approval to the resistance policy, which I disapprove. I shall remain in Catalonia until the government agrees that I should leave, but if I cross the frontier you cannot rely on me for anything except to make peace. On no account will I return to Spain. 42. Fearing that Aznar might resign the presidency and that Britain and France would immediately recognize General Franco's administration as the sovereign government of Spain, Negrin had Del Valle fly to Paris on February 12 to inform the president that the government viewed his presence in Spain as indispensable. 43. But in vain. My only duty is to make peace, Aznar told him. I refuse to prolong a senseless struggle. We must try to get the best possible guarantees for humane treatment and then finish everything as soon as we can. 44. Negrin then sent Aznar 2 telegrams, the second, according to Diego Martinez Barrio, the Speaker of the Cortes, more discourteous and mortifying than the first. He accused the president of abandoning his constitutional duties and demanded in the name of the Spanish people his immediate return to the Republican Zone. 45. But the president had resolved not to return, least of all, to enter Madrid accompanied by Negrin and Uribe with La Pasionaria and Pepe José Diaz on the running board. 46. Although Aznar had told Del Valle that the only course was to make peace and obtain the best possible guarantees for humane treatment, there is evidence from his own pen that he regarded a settlement without reprisals as a delusion. 47. Ever since July 18, 1936, when he had appointed Diego Martinez Barrio to head a government of conciliation, in an effort to avert civil war, he had hoped to secure a mediated peace. 48. But now all possibility of a settlement without reprisals finally evaporated. When General Franco published on February 13 his terrifying law of political responsibilities, the scope and severity of the measure, which filled 24 pages of the nationalist official bulletin, were evident from its preamble, which stated that the law was directed against all those who by action or grave omission had fomented the Red subversion and had hindered the historic and providential victory of the national movement. Under the provisions of the law, all political parties, trade union organizations, and all affiliated groups that had opposed the national movement were proscribed, and anyone over the age of 14 who, between October 1, 1934 and July 18, 1936, had contributed to the subversion of public order or had resisted the movement. 691. By passive or definite acts was subject to the penalties of the law. 49. As one prominent historian observed, at least half of all Spaniards came within its scope. 50. No wonder the law caused tremors of consternation. Only the previous day Negrin had issued a proclamation in Madrid calling for further resistance, for the rebirth of the spirit that immortalized Madrid during the memorable days of November 1936, and for the passionate collaboration of everyone above party interests. In no other way, he declared, could the government ensure the independence of Spain and prevent the country from being submerged in a sea of blood, hatred, and persecution. 51. But it was fanciful to imagine that the popular forces would rally around Negrin and the PCE for another spell of sacrifice. When the communist leaders arrived in Madrid from France, they found that the factions of the left had coalesced against them. Embittered by political injury and oppression, demoralized by the attacks on the revolution, as were the left socialists and the anarcho-syndicalists, and exhausted by a protracted war that offered no hope of victory, they execrated the Negrin government, which the socialist Luis Araquistin described as the most cynical and despotic in Spanish history 52, as much as they detested its resistance policy. Resist? What for? That is the universal question, wrote Zugazagoitia, the moderate socialist. The fall of Barcelona and the loss of Catalonia have destroyed the hopes even of those who delude themselves the most, the communists. The front-line troops see the relaxation of discipline and desertions increase alarmingly. Those who do not desert to the enemy leave the trenches and find their way home. Does Negrin perceive the new reality? Does anyone try to apprise him of the virulence of the germs of decomposition? The persons who surround the Premier are, like the Premier himself, tied to his resistance policy. They are all communists. 53. Only men blinded by pride and arrogance, wrote the Bistiro socialist Trifon Gomez, president of the UGT National Federation of Railroad Workers and head of the Quartermaster Corps, could ignore the fact that everyone was hostile to them when they returned to the central southern zone. Everyone, that is, but the group of communists who continued to manipulate Negrin. It cannot be denied that the conquest of Catalonia was a military walkover. In view of this, the policy of resistance advocated by the Negrin government lacked support among the people. The truth is that the government was a phantom. Not a single ministry functioned, the titular heads of the various departments had not the slightest desire to establish themselves, they were obsessed with the thought of assuring for themselves the means by which they could leave Spain. 54. As Jesus Hernandez aptly put it, the government was a mute, paralytic phantom that neither governed nor spoke and that lacked the machinery of government and a fixed place of residence. 55. What was the feeling of the cabinet members whom Negrin had forced to 692 return to Spain? The Minister of Justice, Ramon González Pina, a Prietista, told Wenceslao Carrillo, the left socialist leader and Director General of Security under Largo Caballero, procure passports for all the comrades who run any risk when Franco seizes what still remains of the Republican zone and let them all out. Here there remains nothing to be done in spite of all that Negrin says. Bear in mind that he is dominated by the Communist Party to such an extent that he only informs Uribe and Del Valle as to what he is doing. We the other ministers are nobodies. 56. Most conspicuous among the opponents of Negrin and the PCE in Madrid were the Caballero socialists who, according to the official communist history, waged a fierce campaign of slander against the Communist Party, Negrin, and his government, and the executive committee of the PSOE. They tried to take control of the leadership of the PSOE and the UGT, both dominated by Negrinistas and communists. Apart from Madrid, the socialist elements hostile to the government enjoyed the greatest ascendancy in the provinces of Alicante, Murcia, and Jaén. 57. A factor contributing to the poisoning of the political environment was the manifesto issued by the Politburo in Figueras a few days before the fall of Catalonia, condemning the shameful flight of Largo Caballero, to which reference was made in the previous chapter. In reporting to Moscow, Togliatti refers to the declaration as a violent denunciation of the intrigues and treason of the cowards and capitulators. The principal blow, he said, was directed against Caballero for having fled to France 2 days after the fall of Barcelona. This was all right. But the BP Politburo decided on an illegal mass diffusion of Mundo Obrero, the communist organ in Madrid, which reproduced the manifesto in most of its issues and posted it on walls in defiance of the military censorship. 58. The consequences were a rupture of relations with the PCE by the Socialist Party in a whole series of provinces, beginning with Madrid, and a public resolution by the FP Popular Front of Madrid condemning and denouncing the PCE as an opponent of unity. In other provinces the party was expelled from the Popular Front. The fact is that the document was presented to the masses by our enemies as proof that the communists did not want peace. 59. Boris Stefanov, Togliatti's Comintern colleague, who was in Madrid at the time of the Figueres Manifesto episode, confirms the hostile reaction of the opposing factions in a top-secret, Sovrasheno Secretno, report to the Comintern, a copy of which is now available in the Archivo Histórico del Comité Central del PCE in Madrid. 60 The comrades, who drafted the manifesto, he said, were not familiar with the prevailing political conditions in the central southern zone. It became a pretext for the creation of the broadest anti-communist coalition. I personally feared that this would happen and recommended a delay in the distribution if only for 24 hours. This was done, but, on further consideration, it was decided to distribute a huge number of copies. Owing to the reaction among the various segments of the Popular Front, Stefanov continues, it became obvious to the Politburo that our party was isolated and 693 was the only one demanding a far-reaching policy of firm resistance. This isolation, he says, was aggravated by the fact that the military apparatus, the police, the labor unions, and the press had already begun to assume a sharp anti-communist stance. In this situation, it was necessary to react and maneuver quickly in a way that would break the anti-communist coalition. 61. Negrin was at first irritated by the manifesto, but his annoyance was fleeting, for after the publication of a second declaration on 26 February 62, the final draft of which, according to Togliatti, was personally corrected by Negrin, he got to work and gave the party much more than it had requested. 63. Togliatti also reported to Moscow that the party made other errors. The whole tone, he said, of the party conference in Madrid at the beginning of February, before his arrival on the 16th, 64 was mistaken because it did not take into account the new conditions of the struggle and the mood of the masses, i.e., their desire for peace. The speech of La Pasionaria, he added, which was clear and violent in its denunciation of the conspiracy of the capitulators, was not understood by the people and increased our isolation from all the other political forces in Madrid. 65. Years later, Santiago Carrillo, when head of the PCE in exile, expressed the opinion that Togliatti's criticism of the party, an opinion that might easily apply, as we shall see directly, to Togliatti's criticisms of Boris Stefanov, could have been influenced by the fear that the Italian leader might become the scapegoat of the Soviet leaders for the Spanish defeat. 66. In contrast to Togliatti, Stefanov, who undoubtedly had a hand in setting the tone of the party conference, defended the party line in his secret report to the Comintern. It is true, he acknowledged, that little was said at the Madrid conference about peace. Perhaps more should have been said and differently. Nevertheless, I consider the line of the Madrid conference and Dolores's speech absolutely correct. Because of the confusion, intrigue, demoralization, defeatism, conspiratorial activity, hunger and general exhaustion. The Madrid conference was the greatest political act of the Communist Party at that time. The party members in Madrid were clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. They understood that their days of trial had begun. They ignited the spirit of enthusiasm and determination to carry on the fight no matter what. The Madrid conference was the most important step taken toward overcoming the isolation of the party. It would therefore be absolutely wrong to attribute this isolation to the conference. The meeting at which Dolores spoke drew more people than ever before. If we had organized conferences in Albacete, Alicante, and other cities with speeches by Dolores and other party leaders, if we had organized in Madrid other meetings, then the masses would have been on the side of the Communist Party, and the coalition of Casado with the Cabalistas, anarchists, and Republicans would never have taken place. 67. In his report to Moscow, in which he criticized the party, Togliatti reprehended Stefanov, his Comintern colleague, for the tone of the Madrid conference and accused him of total passivity and political blindness. In fact, according to Stefanov's report to Moscow, Togliatti, in the presence of Comintern leader 694, Dmitry Manuilsky, said that the most colossal political mistake committed by the party and by me was the fact that the central question of peace was not decided upon at the Madrid conference. 68. On the other hand, Togliatti took personal credit for the change in the party line after the conference, initiated after his arrival in Madrid on February 16. Comrade Čech, a leading member of the Politburo, was the first to understand the need to rectify matters, and immediately accepted the advice and suggestions in that sense. The rectification, which was reflected in the declaration by the Politburo of 23 February 69, openly raised the question of peace, stating that we, like all the people, wanted peace. That it was possible on the basis of the points enunciated by Negrin in Figueras, but that in order to ensure their recognition by General Franco it was essential to continue the resistance. 70. The new declaration held out the possibility of direct and indirect help from the democratic powers, as can be seen from the passage quoted in the previous chapter, and made an urgent appeal for unity and anti-fascist brotherhood, proclaiming that the PCE would never abandon its policy of unity and close collaboration with all the parties, all the leaders, all the trade union, political and military bodies. 71. But the declaration did nothing to lessen the animosities between the opposing sides, and both Negrin and the communist leaders who had arrived from France on the 10th and 16th of February, fearing that they might be cornered in Madrid, decided on the 27th to leave the capital. 72 Madrid was like a trap that we all tried to leave while the door was still half open, attests Manuel Tagania. The hostility of our enemies and former allies was such that we could not help but notice it. 73. Negrin, who was also afraid of being trapped in the capital, moved to Elda, a small community in the coastal province of Alicante, 382 kilometers from Madrid, with an airstrip nearby at Monavar. He was accompanied by his constant companions, Benigno Rodriguez, his political secretary, and Manuel Sanchez Arcas, the Undersecretary of Propaganda, both extraordinarily competent and devoted members of the PCE, as well as by Major Julian Soli Conde, his adjutant, who was also a member of the party. 74 They set up their headquarters in an old palace known as El Poblet, which was given the code name of Position Used. 75. The palace, together with other buildings, had been commandeered by Santiago Garces earlier in the month. 76 And an elite guard of 100 communist commandos of the 14th Army Corps, a partisan unit under Major Domingo Ungria, a PCE member, was entrusted with the protection of the buildings used by the government and the communist leadership. 77 Negrin, writes Colonel Stanislav Vopshasov, Ungria's Soviet advisor, settled in the town of Elda and withdrew from everything. He didn't want to meet anyone and did nothing. His depressed state suited the defeatists and traitors. 78. Enrique Lister, in line with the party's tactic of making Negrin a scapegoat, also criticized the premier for moving to Elda, a place remote from any large urban center, although it was obviously the party that had given him the protection of the elite guerrilla guard. This was the best way, Lister said, to give the conspirators a free hand and to isolate himself voluntarily from the 695 people and the military forces. 79 In his unpublished memoir, Politburo member Vicente Uribe, the communist minister of agriculture, was equally censorious of Negrin. In the short period between the arrival of the ministers and their departure from Spain, he wrote, Negrin convened the government only 2 or 3 times and hardly discussed anything. Shortly after arriving in Madrid, he disappeared for some days without letting the party know his whereabouts. Previously, all his important measures, especially those of a political nature, were known to us and he would seek our opinion. On this occasion he maintained complete secrecy and did not say one word of what he was going to do and what he planned. Subsequently, Negrin informed the party that he had met with military leaders among whom Masons abounded and that they had given proof of a violently anti-communist state of mind. Nevertheless, Uribe testifies, Negrin remained passive and did not adopt a single measure. In another passage, he states, between the Negrin of March 1938 and the Negrin of the final phase there lay an abyss. Previously, he had shown determination and confidence. He sought our help and our views. Now, without breaking with us, he did not seek our support. He listened to our proposals like someone listening to the rain, and during the time he remained in the Republican zone he did not adopt a single measure that displayed any desire to prosecute the war, to continue the struggle, and to unite all the forces and all energies. He had only one party that firmly supported him, ours. In my opinion, he did not rely on the party, because he considered that the war was lost. He did not direct his attention to continuing the struggle, but rather to placing himself in a position whereby he could end his premiership in the best possible way. 80. While Negrin and his communist entourage withdrew to Elda on February 27, members of the Politburo led by Togliatti left for El Palmar, just south of Murcia on the main road to the capital and located about 80 kilometers from Elda. 81 We remained near Murcia, Togliatti reported to Moscow, so that we could rely on a party organization of some significance. 82. On the other hand, La Pasionaria offers a dubious explanation. The comrades had agreed, she writes, to move to this intermediate point between Elda and Madrid in order to be quickly informed of the government's decisions and to act in the capital, because telephone and telegraph communications were becoming difficult. 83. It is difficult to see how the Politburo could operate effectively in El Palmar, 382 kilometers from the capital. One plausible reason for the move, in addition to the one given by Togliatti, was the proximity of El Palmar, 43 kilometers, to the naval base of Cartagena, where it was feared that the fleet would desert and deprive the central southern zone of the principal means of evacuation. Although, when he moved to Elda, Negrin was a beaten man, he attempted to make a show of strength. Cordon attests that the premier told him that he wanted to give the country and the army the feeling that the government was still functioning. 84 But the general impression was that it was only an appellation lacking material substance. In any case, Negrin was at loggerheads with the members of his cabinet. According to Lister, who saw him on February 16, he 696 heaped abuse on some of his ministers, whom he described as cowards who did nothing but quarrel among themselves about paltry questions. Only Uribe, Moya and Veo, he said, continued to conduct themselves with dignity. 85 The picture that emerges from the testimony of eyewitnesses of a spectral or at best a palsied government is confirmed by the philo-communist Edmundo Dominguez, recently appointed Inspector Commissar of the Army of the Center by Negrin. 86 Despite his assertion that the arrival of the government in the central southern zone was welcomed with jubilation. 87 He acknowledges that no one was certain of its whereabouts. 88 During its 23 days in the central southern zone, Stefanov reported to Moscow, the government did nothing to make the army and the people feel that there was a government in control of the country. 89 This picture of political impotence is completed by PCE loyalist Vicente Uribe, who states that the ministers did absolutely nothing and didn't even bother to set up their respective ministries. On the other hand, he adds, they were quite active in cabarets and similar places. But even when the ministers first arrived in the central southern zone they were viewed with disdain. When we all went to visit Mayaja, the commander-in-chief, he received us in pajamas. This showed us that in his opinion the government counted for less than nothing. To receive anyone in pajamas indicates a lack of consideration and respect, but when a military man receives his superiors in pajamas, it is the height of contempt. 90. It is now necessary to describe in more detail the most disquieting problem that faced Negrin from the moment he arrived in Spain on February 10. 2 days later, he met with Colonel Segismundo Casado, the chief of the Army of the Center, who even before Negrin's arrival had been conspiring to bring the war to a rapid end. 91 Although Casado's chronicle of the last 2 months of the war is in some cases confused or inaccurate, his version of his conversation with Negrin has not been contradicted. Asked by the premier to give him an account of the general situation, Casado stressed the following points. 1. The loss of Catalonia had reduced the production of war material by 50%, and the shortage of raw materials had created an alarming situation. Under the circumstances we cannot produce the indispensable minimum for continuing the struggle. 2. Tanks, anti-tank guns, artillery, and automatic weapons were in very short supply and the Air Force had been reduced to 3 squadrons of Natashas, 2 of Katiuskas, and 25 fighters. It would be suicide, he said, for the Republican pilots to confront the Nationalist Air Force, which was far superior in quantity and quality. The troops in the Sierras as well as in Paramos de Cuenca and Guadalajara were suffering the rigors of winter without warm clothing and in sandals because it was impossible to supply them with boots. 3. During the entire war, the problem of food supplies had been serious, but now it was extremely grave and without hope of relief. 92. There was no transportation to bring food from the Levant, and spare parts, accessories, and particularly tires were lacking. 697. For the civilian population of Madrid, which had shown great courage and self-sacrifice, was now saying openly that it is fed up with the war and wants peace. 5. In contrast to this somber picture, the enemy with the high morale of victory was concentrating his forces south of Madrid in order to unleash the final offensive with a minimum of 25 divisions and with great masses of tanks, artillery, and aviation. In such conditions, the fall of Madrid is inevitable, causing enormous loss of lives, which will be sacrificed in vain. In reply, Negrin stated, "I agree with you that the situation is extremely grave, but circumstances demand that we continue fighting. It is the only solution, because since May of 1937 I have tried repeatedly to enter into negotiations with the enemy, using my friendship with prominent nationalists, but I failed in all these efforts. 93. I therefore suggested to the British government that it should act as mediator. But unfortunately this attempt was also fruitless. 94. Negrin was undoubtedly referring to peace proposals he had made to Ralph Stevenson, the British charge d'affaires, and to Jules Henry, the French ambassador, on February 6, offering to end the war on the 3 conditions approved by the Cortes in Figueras. 95. Although it was rather too soon to expect a response, Negrin must have anticipated that the conditions would be rejected out of hand by his triumphant adversary. The fate of these peace proposals is worth recording. On February 16, Oliver Harvey, private secretary to British Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax, stated in his diary that Negrin's offer was telegraphed to Burgos on February 14 and that Halifax's view was that while he did not want to bargain over the diplomatic recognition of Franco, he would like to get Franco to do something that would ease the British position. Another telegram was sent to Burgos stating that His Majesty's government would be greatly assisted if Franco could make some restatement of policy already in mind, i.e. that when the fighting was over he would not allow unauthorized or general reprisals. Today, Harvey noted, we had a further message through Pablo de Ajcarate, the Spanish ambassador in London, offering surrender if only assurance against reprisals and permission to escape to leaders were given. This message was undoubtedly a feeler put out by Ajcarate on his own initiative, inasmuch as Harvey recorded in his diary that the Foreign Office decided to draft a further telegram to Burgos in this sense, but before sending it we asked Ajcarate to get authority of his people, i.e., Negrin. 96. Alvarez del Valle states that he and Ajcarate repeatedly telegraphed Negrin to obtain his consent but received no reply. The key to the mystery, he claims, must have lain in Madrid, whereas Negrin afterwards supposed subversive elements, who, under Colonel Casado, were preparing a military rising, had intercepted the cables. 97. However, Ajcarate claims that a favorable reply was received on February 25, but too late. The Foreign Office, he affirms, informed me on the 21st that if it did not receive a reply the following day, the 22nd, it would recover its freedom of action. 98. On the 22nd, Oliver Harvey, 698, entered the following note in his diary. Still no reply from Ajcarate, and he has now been told that we cannot wait indefinitely, and if we do not receive a reply shortly we must go ahead and recognize General Franco. We have telegraphed Paris proposing that we should, in fact, recognize at the earliest moment, not later than February 24, basing ourselves on a statement by Franco that he will not accept foreign domination and that reprisals are alien to his government, although he must insist on unconditional surrender. 99. The vague statement by General Franco on the question of reprisals, upon which the British based their recognition of his government, is given by Ajkarat. The main points were, 1. Nationalist Spain has won the war and the vanquished have no course but to surrender unconditionally. 2. The patriotism, chivalry, and generosity of the caudillo Franco are a firm guarantee for all Spaniards who are not criminals. 3. By prolonging this criminal resistance, the Red leaders continue sacrificing more lives and shedding more blood exclusively in their own interests. Since the spirit of reprisal is alien to the nationalist government and the caudillo, all that the Red leaders will achieve by prolonging this insane resistance will be to increase their own responsibility. 100. It was difficult to believe, writes Ajkarat, that Chamberlain, Halifax, or any of the officials of the Foreign Office could attribute the slightest value to Franco's statement. 101. The famous Spanish writer Luis Romero, who went to great lengths in an attempt, through correspondence and interviews, to get to the root of Negrin's delay in replying to Ajkarat, points out that it has never been satisfactorily explained. Don Pablo de Ajkarat, he writes, who afterwards maintained good relations with Negrin, received from him an evasive and not very convincing reply, that the telegram did not reach him until the last moment, when it no longer served its purpose, cuando había perdido su virtualidad. In a footnote, Romero states that Ajkarat told him that Negrin did not wish to explain to him the reasons for his silence and that he responded evasively and with a smile to a direct and concrete question, indicating that the matter was now water under the bridge. What really happened? Romero asks. Did Negrin decline to become the man who would publicly and officially preside over the liquidation of the war? Did he expect to prolong the war for some time? Was he motivated by the hope that others would shoulder the burden of defeat? 102. During his conversation with Colonel Casado on February 12, Negrin of course had not yet received Ajkarat's telegram, but he was no doubt convinced that Franco would insist on unconditional surrender. We have no alternative but to resist, he told Casado. In order to do this, he said, there were arms in France salvaged from the Catalan retreat as well as a considerable quantity of artillery, automatic weapons, and airplanes recently acquired in other countries. It was possible, he added, that all this weaponry would be allowed to enter Spain, although actually we do not yet know France's decision on the matter. In the English edition of his book, published in 1939, Casado stated that Negrin claimed that there were 10,000 machine guns, 600 airplanes and 699 pieces of artillery waiting in France. 103. These figures do not appear in the Spanish edition published almost 30 years later. As for the troops interned in France, Negrin stated that he was negotiating for their repatriation but that his negotiations had not yet borne fruit. Finally, he assured Casado that in order to resolve the problems of food and transportation he would quickly take the necessary measures. Casado replied that there was no solution to the last two problems. As for the considerable quantity of weaponry you say is in France, I do not believe that the French will allow it to leave the country, and even in the unlikely event that they do, the unloading would be very difficult. The official communist history confirms that neither the weaponry nor the men of the Army of Catalonia in France could be transferred to the Central Southern Zone. 104. I believe we should speak clearly. We know that both Great Britain and France, which have had unofficial representatives in the nationalist camp for some time, 105, are on the side of Franco and are anxious to recognize him. Hence, we should not delude ourselves and must consider these two countries as our enemies. Under the circumstances, if resistance is materially impossible, if all peace overtures have failed, I would suggest that you call a meeting of all the Army and Air Force chiefs and the Admiral of the Fleet, so that each one of them can express his opinion as to what should be done. In this way, you will be able to spare yourself or limit the historical responsibility that weighs upon you at this tragic time. 106. Negrin acquiesced in the proposal, and a meeting was held on February 16 at the small airport of Los Llanos, 2 kilometers south of Albacete. 107. Present at the meeting were the following Army, Navy, and Air Force leaders: Lieutenant General José Mayaja, Commander-in-Chief of the Land, Sea, and Air Forces, 108 General Manuel Madalena, Commander of the Army Group of the Central Southern Region, comprising the armies of the Center, Levant, Extremadura, and Andalusia, Colonel Segismundo Casado. Commander of the Army of the Center, General Leopoldo Menendez, Commander of the Army of the Levant, General Antonio Escobar, Commander of the Army of Extremadura, Colonel Domingo Morijuans, Commander of the Army of Andalusia, Colonel Antonio Camacho, Commander of the Air Force of the Central Southern Region, General Carlos Bernal, Commander of the Naval Base of Cartagena, Admiral Fernandez Baza, Commander of the Republican Fleet. According to Casado's account of the meeting 109, Negrin repeated what he had told him a few days earlier regarding the war material in France, the problems of food and transportation, and his abortive efforts to negotiate an end to the war. Since every possibility of negotiating peace had been exhausted, he concluded, the only solution was to fight on. Of those assembled, only General Mayaja, who was visibly disturbed, said that he was in favor of resistance at all costs. This must have come as a shock to Casado, Madalena, and Menendez, with whom Mayaja had met in Valencia on February 2, when he had agreed, according to Casado, to join them in overthrowing Negrin. 110 It is not unlikely that Mayaja felt 700. Beholden to Negrin for having promoted him in the meantime to the rank of lieutenant general, or simply hesitated to speak openly in the presence of the premier. In any case, he again changed his position a few days later and sided with Casado. 111 The other leaders agreed with General Madalena, who stated that since the fall of Catalonia the people and the army were defeatist and wanted to end the war rapidly. 112 Colonel Camacho, the Air Force chief in the Central Southern Zone and a member of the PCE 113, said that he had only 5 squadrons of worn-out planes and some fighters, and that it would be folly to confront the well-equipped nationalist aviation with such material. Peace, he said, was the only solution. 114 The most alarming statement was made by Admiral Baza, the chief of the fleet. This chief, records Casado, reported that the fleet had decided to abandon Spanish jurisdictional waters if peace were not made quickly, because a commission representing the crews had informed him that they were convinced that the war was lost and were not disposed to tolerate any longer the intensive daily bombardments, since they lacked any anti-aircraft defense. In Baza's judgment, the war was irremediably lost and it was advisable to negotiate peace with the utmost urgency. 115. In his report to the Permanent Committee of the Cortes in Paris a few weeks later, Negrin summed up the defeatist and hostile attitude of the military leaders. These gentlemen, he said, took the liberty of urgently demanding that, as head of the government, I should end the war soon. Above all, Negrin distrusted Casado, who followed his every movement. I suspected that a trap was being prepared for me, and of course I managed to escape along with the entire government from Casado's hands. 116. Shortly before Negrin's departure from Madrid, 2 developments occurred that made the policy of resistance untenable. 117 On February 27, Britain and France recognized General Franco's administration as the sovereign government of Spain, and, within hours, Manuel Azana, who had been anxiously awaiting this event, resigned the presidency, liberating himself at long last from his puppet role as constitutional cover, first, for the popular revolution of July 1936 to May 1937, and, then, for the incipient dictatorship of Negrin and the communists that had loomed every day more threateningly in the spring and summer of 1938. Azana's letter of resignation, which avoided any allusion to his humiliating role during the Civil War, stated that the recognition of General Franco had deprived him of the international juridical representation necessary to convey to foreign governments not only what my conscience as a Spaniard tells me, but what is the profound desire of the immense majority of our people, that the political apparatus of the state had disappeared, and that under the circumstances, it was impossible to retain, even nominally, an office that I did not relinquish the very day I left Spain, because I hoped to see the time employed for the benefit of peace. 118. Diego Martínez Barrio, the Speaker of the Cortes and leader of the moderate Union Republicana party, who, according to Negrin, should automatically have succeeded Azina in keeping with the constitution, a point of view not shared by 701. Barrio played a dilatory game. He convened the Permanent Committee of the Cortes on March 3 in a restaurant in Paris to discuss the juridical and political aspects of the crisis. The committee decided that it would cooperate with Negrin only if he intended to liquidate the war with the least possible damage and sacrifice. 119 Martinez Barrio then notified the premier that unless this condition were met he would be faced with the painful necessity of declining the presidency. Although Negrin affirmed that the message was read and approved at a cabinet meeting, Martinez Barrio claimed that he never received a reply. 120 He also asserted that just as he was preparing to leave for Spain despite serious doubts as to how useful and effective the trip might be, the coup against Negrin occurred. 121 He was thus providentially relieved of any further responsibility. The recognition of General Franco and the resignation of President Azina, Togliatti informed Moscow, contributed to the demoralization of the leaders and of the people. 122 In addition, the events gave added impetus to those who believed that further resistance was futile and who were conspiring to overthrow the government of Juan Negrin. 702. 64. Segismundo Casado, Cipriano Mera, and the Libertarians. At the center of the movement to end the war was Colonel Segismundo Casado, toward whom the adversaries of Negrin and the PCE now gravitated. Although disliked by the Communists and the Soviet military advisors, his professional competence and loyalty to the Republic were never impugned during the war. A steadfast Republican and commander of Manuel Azina's Presidential Guard at the outbreak of the Civil War, Casado had been on hostile terms with the PCE since the early months of the conflict. In fact, at the pressing instance of the party, he had been dismissed by War Minister Largo Caballero from the post of Operations Chief of the Central General Staff because of his criticism of the inequitable distribution of Soviet arms. However, in a gesture of defiance, Caballero soon reinstated him, and at the end of 1936 he appointed him to organize the mixed brigades of the Popular Army with the aid of a Soviet general and 2 Soviet colonels. 2 When Indalecio Prieto assumed control of the Defense Ministry in May 1937, Casado was given the command of the 18th and 21st Army Corps and of the Army of Andalusia in that order. Although Casado never succumbed to communist blandishments, he maintained tolerable relations with the party during the spring and summer of 1938 after Negrin became premier and defense minister and the communist Antonio Cordon was made undersecretary of the army in virtual control of the land forces. Indeed, in May, Casado was appointed commander of the prestigious Army of the Center 3 comprising the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Army Corps, the first 3 under the professional army officers, Luis Barcelo, Emilio Bueno, and Antonio Ortega, respectively, all members of the PCE-4 and the 4th under the well-known anarchist militia leader Cipriano Mera. The military historian Ramon Salas Larrazabal is undoubtedly correct when he says that in the spring and summer of 1938 Casado dreamt not of surrender but of victory. 5. Mundo Obrero, the communist organ in Madrid, applauded Casado's appointment, praised his loyalty to the Republic and the people, and described him as an anti-fascist, a liberal, and as an opponent, long before the military uprising, of the reactionary castes that governed our country. 6. 703. In the succeeding months, as the internecine struggle continued to heat up, Casado's relations with the PCE steadily deteriorated, and his hostility to the party became the glue that bound him to its opponents. The support for Casado, writes Manuel Tagena, the former communist and commander of the 15th Army Corps, was based on the animosity that many socialists, anarchists, and Republicans nurtured against the communists during the bitter political struggles of the war. 7. Thus, 2 essential factors combined to make Casado the man of destiny during the climactic weeks of the Civil War: his pivotal position as commander of the Army of the Center and his animosity to the PCE. It is dubious, as Gabriel Moran, the moderate socialist and former Director General of Security, suggests, that the task of initiating the revolt could have been undertaken by anybody else, for there was no one inside either willing or able to shoulder the responsibility. Certainly, General José Mayajath, manufactured hero of Madrid, now Lieutenant General and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces in the Central Southern Zone, was not the man, for he lacked the moral fiber to confront the political and military machine of the PCE, which was still intact in the Madrid zone. Nor is it likely that any of the disaffected commanders who attended the meeting at Los Llanos on February 15 would have assumed the burden. Even before Negrin's return to Spain, Casado had resolved to take matters into his own hands. "We could not continue to sit with folded arms," he writes, "without making a decision." 9. He spoke to the commanders of the army and to the heads of the parties, with the exception of course of the Communist Party. They all agreed that the war should be brought to an end as soon as possible, but they buried their faces, hoping that someone else would do the job. 10. On February 2, he had met with Generals Mayaja, Madalena, and Menendez, and informed them of his decision to overthrow Negrin and that he would attempt to establish contact with the nationalist government as soon as possible. Without discussion, he adds, the three generals regarded themselves as committed to the decision with all its consequences. 11. Casado also records that the next day, he met with Julian Basteiro, the right-wing socialist and academic Marxist, now the most respected and prestigious socialist leader in Spain. As head of the Junta de Reconstrucción de Madrid, a purely symbolic post, he had remained in the capital through the war, almost totally removed from the vortex of intra-party strife. Quintessentially a man of peace, he had served as an emissary at the coronation of Edward VIII in June 1937 and conveyed to the British the President's desire for a negotiated settlement. Although at odds with the Cabalistas and Prietistas before the war and during the first 2 years of the conflict, he had gained enormously in prestige and popularity as the war ground on and the urge for peace became overwhelming. When Casado requested his collaboration, he replied that he would support him unconditionally, but only in order to make peace. 12. The most important of Casado's allies upon whom the success of the coup would depend were the Madrid organizations of the CNT and FAI and Cipriano Mera's Fourth Army Corps. Although communist power had been increasing and threatened to engulf the libertarians, writes Luis Romero, the famous Span. 704-ish historian and literary figure, the CNT and FAI had retained a certain vigor and their ranks had not suffered from the desertions that had undermined the socialist and bourgeois republican parties, which had been attracted by the personalist policy of Negrin or had either swollen the ranks of the PCE or had been drawn into its orbit. Between Casado and the libertarians, a sympathy of mutual attraction had developed, whose deepest roots lay in the colonel's antagonism to the communists. 13. Especially important in Casado's relationship with the CNT was his rapport with Cipriano Mera, who had long shed his philosophical opposition to discipline and militarization, as seen in a previous chapter. Luis Romero says, Cipriano Mera was one of the most prominent leaders that rose from the ranks of the militias, one of those singular personalities who from time to time erupt in the history of the Spanish people, the authentic and unfortunate Spanish people. Because of his libertarian affiliation, Mera has had no renowned or adequate biographer, and it is unlikely that he will have. 14 Nor was he exalted by propaganda as were others. He was born in 1896 and, although young, the few published photographs show an aging face, deeply furrowed from hard work, deprivation, and suffering, but illumined by the ideals that inspired him. 15. And in an earlier passage, Romero writes, before the war, Cipriano Mera had been the secretary of the Construction Workers' Union. A man of unquestionable integrity, he began in the militias and rose in rank until he became lieutenant colonel in command of the IVTH Army Corps, defending the Guadalajara and Cuenca fronts. A bricklayer by trade, a person of very limited culture, he managed to surround himself with professional military men of proven fidelity. He applied himself to the study of military science to the best of his ability, for he understood that to fight an army it was essential to have an army. He was an idealist of a combative and ascetic type, gifted with a military instinct like our great popular leaders in days gone by. The IVTH Army Corps was predominantly libertarian, but the discipline Mera imposed on himself and on his men was strict. although their family origins were far apart. Casado and Mera coincided in their military outlook, in their view of the course of the war and in the austerity of their behavior. They respected each other, and between the two military men, one from the professional army and the other from the militias, there developed a friendship based on mutual trust. 16. Above all, they questioned the validity of the resistance policy. When Casado met with Negrin, as we have seen, on February 12, he did not disguise his pessimism. Nor was he influenced by Negrin's vague hopes that the war material and men interned in France would be allowed to re-enter Spain. Equally pessimistic was Cipriano Mera during a similarly fruitless meeting with Negrin toward the end of February. Their conversation, as related by Mera, deserves recording. 705. Mera, you know perfectly well, Señor Negrin, that the combatants in France will not return, and that the weapons in possession of the French authorities will not re-enter Spain. Besides, you also know that no government will help us and that we shall not receive arms from anywhere. Our position of inferiority has become worse since the loss of Catalonia, because we can no longer count on its industry or on the assistance of the armies of the Ebro and the East, which have both disappeared forever in the defeat. Our army of the center is still intact and well prepared, but without the necessary armament and for months without sufficient food. The morale of the men has continued to decline because of the defeatist mood of the civilian population and the disorganization of the Republican government, if indeed it still exists. You must know that my pessimism is more than justified. Negrin. I have done everything possible to begin negotiations with the enemy, including a request to the British government to serve as mediator, but without achieving anything. For this reason, there is no other policy but that of all-out resistance. To achieve this policy we have thousands of pieces of artillery, machine guns, and mortars, more than 500 planes, as well as large quantities of ammunition of all kinds. Mera, and where is all this enormous quantity of material, Señor Negrin? Negrin, I have it in France. Mera, yes, of course, in France. But we are in Spain. Do you sincerely believe that you can have it shipped to Madrid? Negrin, I think so. Mera, you say that you think so, which means that you are not very sure. 17. Mera's gloom was shared by the overwhelming majority of libertarians in the central region. This was manifest from the proceedings of a special plenum of the CNT held in Madrid toward the end of February. José García Pradas, the director of the anarcho-syndicalist daily CNT, who was present and has given us the best published though imprecise account of the meeting and of the subsequent activities of the CNT leaders in the Madrid region, describes the mood. We regarded the situation as so disastrous that it seemed impossible either to resist or to make peace. Everyone agreed on the necessity of avoiding the horror of a military catastrophe followed by the dislocation of our rear, driven insane by desperation and panic as occurred in Malaga, Santander, Asturias, and Catalonia 18. In the hope of averting a total breakdown, the plenum decided to form a regional committee of defense comprising military, police, and propaganda sections with extraordinary powers. Its members included Eduardo Val, the secretary, Manuel González Marin, Manuel Salgado, Manuel Amil, and José García Pradas, all prominent militants of the regional organization. 2 or 3 days later, attests García Pradas, I spoke to Val and Amil. I told them that we were losing time. And that we were running the risk that Negrin and the communists might rise up and crush us. That a coup d'état was in the air and that unless we acted first we would be on the receiving end. 19. 706. The fear of a preemptive coup by the PCE was undoubtedly uppermost in the minds of the leaders of the CNT, for the communists, as the reader will recall, controlled 3 of the 4 army corps that comprised Casado's Army of the Center. According to García Pradas, the CNT Defense Committee took up the matter with Casado to decide on the method of a rebellion, which every day was becoming more and more urgent and inevitable. 20. The committee also approached leaders of other organizations. We spoke with José del Rio and other leaders of the Unión Republicana who were ashamed of the behavior of their chief, Don Diego Martínez Barrio, who had remained in France, and we agreed on all issues. The same thing happened with representatives of Izquierda Republicana in Madrid, who did not forgive Aznar for resigning and for his hypocritical and whining declaration. The members of both parties said terrible things about Negrin, but we knew that to oust him we could count only on our own forces. The committee also met with Hilario de la Cruz and Gómez Ejido, leaders of the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, the largest of the local organizations of the Socialist Party. They believed that we were heading for a disaster from which nothing and no one would be saved. They stated that they accepted our plans without reservation, and discreetly incited us to launch a rebellion for which they lacked the means. They saw in our movement the only force capable of initiating a successful revolt. 2 or 3 times a day, Val and Salgado communicated our decisions to Casado, and during these meetings the smallest details for the rising were worked out. Segismundo Casado Seges, as we called him, took charge of contacting the military leaders whom we felt were necessary. He enjoyed the maximum prestige among them, because of his professional gifts, his Republican past, his keen and perceptive intelligence, and his opposition to any maneuvers against the people and anti-fascist unity. 21. Meanwhile, Colonel Casado had for some time been secretly negotiating an end to the war with General Franco's intelligence service in Madrid, which had made the initial approach. The negotiations have been chronicled by the highly esteemed military historian, Colonel José Manuel Martínez Band, who consulted the pertinent nationalist documents in the Servicio Histórico Militar de Madrid. 22. The following brief account of these negotiations up to the first week of March 1939 are based exclusively on his findings. 23. At the end of January, according to a report by Julio Palacios, a professor at the University of Madrid, who was an agent of the nationalist intelligence organization, the Servicio de Información y Policía Militar, SIPM, Antonio de Luna, also a university professor and SIPM agent, was given a special mission to sound out the state of mind of Colonel Casado. Shortly afterward, in an attempt to win over Casado, the agents made known to him the guarantees that General Franco was offering to the military who laid down their arms and who had not committed common crimes. 24. On February 1, Palacios received Casado's terse response to this overture, informed, agree, and the sooner the better. On February 11, Colonel José Ungraya, national chief of the SIPM in Burgos, 707, received a report from his agents stating that Casado, in agreement with Pistiro, asks that the lives of honorable career officers, milites decentes, be respected. On February 16, a report was sent to Burgos, which quoted Casado as saying, I hope to form a Pistiro cabinet, in which I shall hold the portfolio of war. If this should not take place, it does not matter. I shall sweep everyone aside. I propose 15 days as the maximum delay for the entry of the nationalist forces in Madrid. After noting that Casado asked for compassion for his staff, the report added, it will not be possible to prevent the flight of some prominent Red leaders, although Casado assures us that many will remain in Madrid and that he will proceed with their arrest. Nevertheless, there were suspicions regarding Casado's good faith, for Palacios informed Burgos of his artfulness and claimed that he was continuing his devious and procrastinating policies at a time when Madrid was fully aware of an imminent communist coup. It was at this point that Burgos decided that what was really needed was the participation in the negotiations of a responsible military chief of absolute confidence. This man was Lieutenant Colonel José Centeno de la Paz, the head of Artillery Park No. 4 in Madrid and head of the spy ring known as Lucero Verde. 25. On February 20, Centeno, accompanied by Manuel Guichon, another important agent of the SIPM in Madrid, visited Casado. 26. During this meeting, as reported to Burgos by the SIPM, and I continue to quote from Martínez Band, Casado receives the visitors with extraordinary warmth and does not give them time to speak in his desire to prove that he is an implacable enemy of the vile procedures of the Soviet leaders and the cruel and unjust masses who have followed them. He presents himself as a liberal, a fervent Republican, a bitter adversary of Aznar whom he had recently condemned as a coward for remaining in France 27, of Álvarez del Valle, and above all, of the communists whom he covers with insults. Because of the communist danger, Centeno and Gishin urged Casado not to delay his coup. The army of Franco cannot allow any delays, they told him, to which Casado replied that undue haste would result in horrible bloodshed. As for the political leaders, Casado said that the best thing would be to allow them to leave Spain, the more, the better. In this way, there will be less bloodshed and less resentment. According to the same report, Casado stated that he prefers not to be in charge of their pursuit and arrest, besides, he intends to leave the country. At this point Centeno and Gishin presented Casado with the document outlining the concessions that General Franco was prepared to make to those officers who surrender. 28 Casado reads it carefully, showing signs of extraordinary satisfaction. "Magnificent, magnificent," he exclaimed, according to the report. He appears moved, expressing his explicit approval and exhibiting enthusiasm. This enthusiasm, Martinez Band observes, was less than sincere. The two SIPM agents then pressed Casado to set a definite date for the surrender of the Republican Army. Casado replied that it could be carried out in about 15 days. Commenting on 708. Casado's attitude, Centeno stated in his report, he does not feel the nationalist cause. For that reason he is thinking of going into exile after the war has been liquidated, but he is willing to serve the cause, because he understands it is the only course to follow as it is honorable, logical, humane, and Spanish. On February 22, Manuel Gishin visited Casado for the second time. He urges him once again, Martinez Band chronicles, to fix a definite date for the coup he is preparing. Casado replies that at the end of the month he will begin to liquidate the matter. He asks the nationalists to delay their offensive, which is now almost completely prepared, because he cannot be responsible for the bloody outrages that would occur in Madrid and because, if the offensive were to begin, he will have to act as a Republican officer who fulfills his duty as such to the end. Finally, he requests time and confidence so that not one more drop of blood will be shed. The report on the interview is as optimistic as the previous one. "We have the impression," it said, "that Casado can realize his plan with complete success and with all security." 29. But General Franco was not satisfied with the slow progress of the negotiations. On February 25, he informed his staff that the surrender must be without conditions and that the nationalist army had more than sufficient means to occupy Madrid by force, when and how it pleases. Casado was clearly under increasing pressure to set a firm date for his coup and eventual surrender to the mercy of General Franco. On February 27, Franco's headquarters received the following message from the SIPM in Madrid: "Tomorrow, Tuesday, a junta of liquidation will be formed. We request permission for Basteiro and Colonel Ruiz Fornells, one of Casado's staff officers, to fly to the nationalist zone with agents of the SIPM to formalize quickly the capitulation." The reply from Burgos was categorical. "We must emphasize that nationalist Spain will not accept anything but unconditional surrender. 1 or 2 professional officers may come here, but only for the purpose of being informed of the way in which the surrender is to be carried out. The presence of Basteiro or other civilians is unacceptable." On March 2, the SIPM in Madrid sent Franco the following message: "Casado has received the reply from HE the Generalissimo and the instructions. It appears that there is some apprehension among the politicians and that Casado's military-civilian junta is not materializing, at least for the moment. With this junta, the politicians hope to obtain what they call an honorable capitulation, which would allow the free exit of those who wish to leave." On March 4, Burgos received another message: "Everything depends on the flight of the leaders so that Casado does not appear to be a traitor." Casado was now under tremendous moral pressure from his own side to negotiate an honorable settlement that would protect the lives of those who were in danger and wished to flee the country. But the prospect of such a settlement was bleak indeed, for Franco had already made it clear by his notorious law of political responsibilities of February 9 that he would not consider anything but unconditional surrender, and had reiterated his intransigent position during the negotiations. 709. Nevertheless, Casado may have believed that the removal of Negrin and the communists would mollify Franco's attitude to the point that he would allow those who wished to flee the country the right to do so, and would also grant other concessions. Antonio Cordon alleges that when he went to see Casado in February, the colonel, affecting a mysterious air, told him, but without giving any hint of his secret negotiations to end the war, that Franco would not only yield on the matter of reprisals, but would allow only Spanish forces to enter Madrid and would recognize the ranks of the Republican chiefs and officers. Cordon also alleges that Casado informed him that on several occasions persons of absolute reliability, Englishmen, had visited him and told him that sufficient ships to evacuate 20,000 persons had been readied, and the terms of peace, as outlined by Casado, would be imposed on Franco. 30. There is no documentary evidence that the British gave any assurances either officially or unofficially. At least, there is no hint of any in the large number of documents consulted by the British historian Michael Alpert in the Public Records Office in England. 31. This of course does not exclude the possibility that some documents may have been removed from public scrutiny. Still, the idea that the British would attempt to impose certain terms on Franco runs counter to the whole trend of British policy of maintaining good relations with General Franco. 32. It is true that a certain Denis Cowan visited Casado on a number of occasions and has been accused by the pro-communist Edmundo Dominguez of attempting to negotiate the surrender of Madrid with the chief of the Central Army. 33. All we know for sure is that Cowan was the liaison officer of the Quetuada Commission, appointed by the British government to negotiate an exchange of prisoners. Casado, says Alpert, was very concerned about the nationalist sympathizers in prison and warned the nationalists, during his peace talks the following month, that the prisoners might be killed if he were obliged to put up a desperate resistance. In the feverish atmosphere of Madrid, Cowan's visits were noticed, but there is apparently no proof that he played any part in convincing Casado that he should surrender. 34. Alpert has since informed me, 1987, that he is not as definite in his views as he was when he first studied the matter some years ago, and now regards it as an open question. 35. It is indeed probable that he is right when he conjectures that Cowan might have been told, in general conversations before he went to Spain, that if he got a chance, he should try to encourage Casado to come to terms with Franco. 36. If this should be true, then Cordon's allegation that Casado told him that the British had given him certain assurances may be accurate. It is also likely that when Casado told Cordon about them, he hoped to win his support against Negrin, just as he apparently attempted to influence the Communist Air Force Chief Hidalgo de Cisneros by using the same alleged assurances. When interviewed by me in 1940, Cisneros claimed that Casado told him at the end of February that the English representative in Madrid had guaranteed that Franco would agree to good terms of peace. On March 2, Casado also told Cisneros, according to the shorthand record of my interview, "I can assure you that Franco will never negotiate with Negrin, but I am absolutely certain that if several honorable 710 military leaders deal directly with him, we shall get the following terms: 1. Neither Moors nor volunteers, Italian and German soldiers nor the Foreign Legion will enter Madrid. 2. Anyone who wishes to leave Spain will be able to do so, and Franco will provide facilities for this purpose. 3. Franco will not take reprisals against those who remain in Spain. 4. The ranks of the professional officers will be recognized by Franco's army. 37. In his memoirs published in 1964, Hidalgo de Cisneros claims that when he asked Casado who had given these assurances, he replied very solemnly that England had arranged the guarantee to the last detail, and that he had personally held various interviews with the English representative, to whom Franco had expressly promised to fulfill these commitments with only one condition, that we get rid of the Republican government and that with professional officers would take charge of the situation and deal directly with him. 38. Whatever the truth of these alleged commitments, the question now arises, were Negrin and the communist leaders aware of the threat presented by Casado? Most certainly. Not simply because Cordon and Cisneros claim that they informed Negrin of Casado's attempt to lure them into his conspiracy. 39. Nor because it was their bounden duty as communists to inform the party leadership immediately, but especially because the official PCE history states that the Madrid communist leaders on the eve of Casado's rebellion, 56 March, had information for some weeks that a conspiracy was being hatched. 40. As Manuel Tagaña testifies, information on Casado's disaffection reached the top communist leaders as soon as they arrived from France. From the first moment, the party in Madrid apprised us of the possibility of a coup headed by Colonel Casado. As I was the military chief of highest rank among the communists who had arrived from Catalonia and who remained in Madrid after the others had left for El Palmar, Domingo Girón, the secretary of the Madrid Communist Organization, kept me up to date on everything that was being plotted by Colonel Casado. 41. And what about Negrin? Was he likewise aware of the conspiracy? Of this there can also be no doubt, not only because he was obviously informed by his communist entourage but because of his own declaration, part of which I have quoted previously, to the Permanent Committee of the Cortes in Paris shortly after he escaped from Spain. I soon grasped from a series of indications after arriving in Madrid what was being plotted, he also stated. In the first place, Casado was anxious that I should live in a house that he had prepared for me in the Paseo de Ronda, because he said it was very safe. In the second place, he tried to furnish me with a special guard that he had personally selected. In the third place, Señor Casado followed my movements not only in the army of the center, which he commanded, but in every other army I visited. I suspected that a trap was being prepared for me and of course I managed to escape along with the entire government from Casado's hands. 42. 711. 65. In search of scapegoats. It has now been firmly established on the strength of the PCE's and Negrin's own testimony that they were fully aware of the threat presented by Colonel Casado. What measures then did they take to foil his conspiracy? Or did they decide after the diplomatic recognition of General Franco and the resignation of President Aznar on February 27 to allow Casado's plans to mature in the hope of personally avoiding the stigma of surrender? In analyzing the conduct of Negrin and the top communist leaders during their transitory presence in the central southern zone from mid-February until March 6, it is important to remember that whatever their private apprehensions, there was no hint of defeatism in the Politburo's resolution of February 23 cited in a previous chapter. 1. The declaration, whose final draft, according to Togliatti, was personally corrected by Negrin. 2. Gave an optimistic assessment of the international situation. It had never been more unstable and this instability increased the possibilities of direct and indirect aid to the Spanish people. Hence, resistance was not only necessary but possible and would permit new factors to develop both in Spain and abroad, opening the prospect of victory. One other important factor must also be borne in mind. On 25 February, 2 days before the recognition of General Franco and the resignation of President Aznar, Gaceta de la República published a decree, signed by Negrin, promoting Colonel Casado, the very nerve of the conspiracy, to the rank of general. Behind this astonishing promotion there lay, according to Antonio Cordon, Negrin's undersecretary, an ulterior objective. Negrin, he says, told him that it was necessary to act with caution and that he was thinking of appointing Casado to the post of Chief of Staff of the Army and then replacing him with Lieutenant Colonel Emilio Bueno, the communist commander of the 2nd Army Corps. 3. The purpose of this maneuver, according to Benigno Rodriguez, Negrin's communist political secretary, was to remove Casado from direct control of the Army of the Center. 4. The official communist history claims that the idea of substituting Casado for Bueno originated with the Politburo, which had proposed to Negrin on February 24 that he remove and prosecute Casado because of his dubious conduct and 712. Replace him provisionally either with Lieutenant Colonel Bueno or Lieutenant Colonel Luis Barcelo, commander of the 1st Army Corps, who like Bueno was also a member of the PCE. 5. Togliatti, on the other hand, states that the original proposal was to place Colonel Juan Modesto, the well-known communist, in command of the Army of the Center, but that Negrin objected to the idea. 6. More cautious than the party, Negrin may have feared that the appointment of Modesto would have been a provocation to Casado, for he was the most prominent of the communist military leaders who had risen from the ranks of the militia and a bone-deep party member trained in Moscow, whereas Lieutenant Colonel Bueno was a career officer who, like many others, had embraced the PCE unobtrusively. In any case, as we shall see, no serious attempt was made to replace Casado, who remained in charge of the Army of the Center until the end of the Civil War. In his long report to the Comintern on May 21, 1939, which, as noted in an earlier chapter, furnished some of the raw material from which the party's post-war attitude toward Negrin was hewn, Togliatti criticized the premier for promoting Casado to the rank of general instead of removing him and substituting him on the basis of the abundant incriminating evidence that exposed him. 7. He also made the following accusation: my opinion is that during these months Negrin behaved like a man trying to save himself from a situation he considered desperate, but who did not want to betray our party or his past openly. If he let the traitors have their way, this was due not only to weakness and to a mistaken political orientation, but also because the coup d'état of the traitors appeared to offer him the possibility of freeing himself from personal responsibility. Also his disorderly life and physical fear took their toll. 8. No matter how harshly one may judge Negrin's private life or his political conduct, he cannot fairly be accused of cowardice or fear. Even Casado has attested to his personal courage, which, in his words, was put to the test in my presence at the battle fronts on various occasions. 9. Moreover, there is good reason to believe that some of the criticisms leveled against Negrin after the war by Togliatti and the party were intended, as already suggested, to make a scapegoat of the premier. For example, the official Historia del Partido Comunista de España, written in Moscow by a commission headed by La Pasionaria, which included Manuel Ajcarate, Antonio Cordon, and Irene Falcon, La Pasionaria's secretary, and published in France in 1960, charges that during the final stage of the war Negrin refused to listen to communist proposals, that he was no longer interested in continuing the struggle and gave a free hand to the capitulators. 10. Despite these criticisms, which were omitted from the final volume of the official Communist Party History of the Civil War, published in 1977 at a time when an attempt was being made both inside and outside the PCE to enhance the statesman-like qualities of Negrin, there is ample evidence from communist sources that, except for Negrin's promotion of Casado to the rank of general and for his alleged opposition to the appointment of Modesto to the command of the Army of the Center, he yielded to most of the party's demands and even went beyond its wishes. Togliatti himself acknowledges in his report to Moscow that toward the end of February Negrin gave the party much more than it did. 713. Monded. 11. Furthermore, Cordon attests that the Premier and Defense Minister told him, also toward the end of February, that he should centralize in his hands as far as possible the military apparatus, so as to make the government's presence felt in the army commands. 12. But more significant is the fact that when Cordon informed Negrin on March 3 of strange and suspicious measures being adopted in the headquarters of the Army Group of the Central Southern Region, Grupo de Ejércitos de la Zona Centro-Sur, the Premier replied, "Cordon, I am fed up with all these things. Do, in my name, what appears best to you." 13. Perhaps the most important evidence of Negrin's withdrawal and self-effacement at this time and of his willingness to surrender to the PCE whatever was left of his authority were the measures that appeared in the now historic issue of the Diario Oficial del Ministerio de Defensa Nacional of March 3. These measures, according to Togliatti, were presented to Negrin 3 or 4 days after he himself had arrived in the Central Southern Zone on 16 February. 14. However, most were not signed by Negrin until March 2. Togliatti does not explain the delay, but it may be attributed to Negrin's fear of precipitating a coup by Casado. In any event, Togliatti and the Politburo pressed for the implementation of the measures. The party, attests the official Historia del Partido Comunista de España, was aware of the intrigues of the capitulators and insisted that the premier should take forceful action against them. Finally, on March 2, 1939, Negrin dictated measures designed to strengthen the army in the central southern zone, putting it in a fit condition to implement the policy of resistance 15. The measures dictated by Negrin were of course those proposed 10 days earlier by the party. Although published in the Diario Oficial of March 3, it was not until more than 30 years later that they could actually be verified, when a copy of the Diario Oficial of that date was discovered in the Hemeroteca Municipal de Madrid in the early 1970s. 16 Meanwhile, the absence of any precise knowledge of the measures gave rise to appalling confusion and speculation and to the legend that Negrin and the PCE had launched a full-scale coup d'état from the pages of the Diario Oficial aimed at giving them complete control of the army and the state. 17 Apart from the fact that coups are not generally heralded in official government journals, a critical examination of the measures that actually appeared lends little substance to the legend, which became firmly rooted in the historiography of the Civil War for more than 3 decades. After seeing a copy of the Diario Oficial in the early 1970s, Ramon Salas Larrazabal, the military historian, affirmed that there was no coup d'état. 18 And this conclusion is well sustained by the measures that actually appeared. Included among them were the following reassignments. General José Maella, Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, was made Inspector General of the 3 armed services. Although this new assignment effectively reduced his powers of command, it is doubtful whether it could have alarmed Casado, who distrusted Maella because of his equivocal behavior at the Los Llanos meeting on February 16. General Manuel Madalena, the commander of the Army Group of the Central Southern Region, with headquarters in Valencia, comprising the armies of the 714 Center, Segismundo Casado, Levante, Leopoldo Menendez, Extremadura, Antonio Escobar, and Andalusia, Domingo Moriunes, was appointed provisionally chief of the now-defunct Central General Staff in place of Vicente Rojo, who had refused to return to Spain. Neither this assignment nor the dissolution of the Army Group itself, also announced in the Diario Oficial of 3 March, affected any change in communist command positions in the Madrid region, where Casado's conspiracy was centered, for 3 of the 4 commanders of the Army Corps constituting Casado's Army of the Center were led, as we have seen, by communist commanders. More important still was the fact that no order for Casado's substitution appeared. Colonel Felix Mura and Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Garajo, 19 staff officers attached to the above-mentioned army group, who were suspected of disaffection and of spying on behalf of General Franco, 20 were assigned to posts where they were rendered ineffectual. Garajo was assigned to Maella, while Mura was named provisionally chief of the organizational section of the Undersecretaryship of the Army under the vigilant eye of Cordon. Neither of these transfers could have been viewed by Casado as an impediment to his plans. The Diario Oficial of March 3 also published the following promotions of communist officers. Colonel Juan Modesto was given the rank of general. Lieutenant Colonels Luis Barcelo, Emilio Bueno, Francisco Galán, and Enrique Lister were promoted to the rank of colonel. Lister's promotion was dated January 28. It had not appeared earlier, because the Diario Oficial had suspended publication on January 24 just before the fall of Barcelona. But neither Modesto nor Lister, the 2 most prominent communist commanders who had returned to Spain, was given any assignment, while Barcelo and Bueno, despite the proposal to substitute Casado for one of them as chief of the Army of the Center, remained in command of their respective units. Only Francisco Galán was given an assignment, as will be seen shortly. So far then it is hard to picture anything resembling a coup d'état. As for the appointments, only those of 6 communist officers are worth mentioning. Antonio Cordon, whom Negrin had promoted to general at the end of February, 21 was named in addition to his existing post as Undersecretary of the Land Forces Secretary General of the Ministry of National Defense, an empty title formerly held by Julian Zugazagoitia, who had refused to return to Spain 22, while Escobedo Navarro Marquez was made his technical secretary. These two appointments did no more than reaffirm the Communists' long-standing control of the Defense Ministry, now virtually a spectral body confined to Negrin's temporary headquarters in the estate known as El Poblet, position used, in Elda, and protected by Communist guerrillas of the 14th Army Corps. In contrast, the four other appointments of Communist officers had real significance, but not as part of a coup in Madrid, the center of the conspiracy. Colonel Francisco Galán was given the command of the naval base of Cartagena. 715. Lieutenant Colonel Itelvino Vega was placed in charge of the military command of Alicante, an important port 37 kilometers from Elda. Lieutenant Colonel Leocadio Mendiola was appointed military commander of Murcia, a strategic location on the main road from Madrid to Cartagena. Major Inocencio Curto was named military commander of Albacete on the main highway from Madrid to both Alicante and Murcia. It was in Albacete that Chief of the Air Force Hidalgo de Cisneros had set up his headquarters on returning to Spain. 23. When Cordon handed the last three appointments to Negrin for his signature, the premier stated, "All three are communists, right?" "Yes, sir," was Cordon's response. "I am not proposing them because they are communists, but rather because I do not know of any others who have equal or even similar leadership qualities." 24. Clearly, the last four appointments were not aimed at removing Casado. Their essential purpose was to secure the most important escape routes to the coast in case a mass evacuation became necessary. This eventuality loomed more threateningly every day as General Franco prepared for his final offensive. No wonder the adversaries of the Communists were alarmed by these appointments. In the naval base of Cartagena, where General Carlos Bernal received word that he was to be relieved by Francisco Galán, apprehension was widespread, for it was feared that the Communists, as Bruno Alonso, the Socialist Commissar General of the fleet, asserts, would assassinate their enemies and prevent those whose lives were most in jeopardy from fleeing the country. 25. Whatever the legitimacy of these fears, there can be no doubt that the Communists had similar apprehensions, for they too were afraid, in the prevailing climate of hatred and revenge, that unless they secured the principal avenues of escape they themselves might be assassinated or prevented from evacuating their political, trade union, and military cadres. Luis Romero expresses the magnitude of the drama, in the final stages of a war. Bloody events can occur and old disputes, political rivalries, and even personal differences may be settled by expeditious methods. One such method would be to deprive both individuals and groups of the means of evacuation, leaving them at the mercy of the vengeful justice of an implacable enemy that loomed ever closer. 26. A factor that had muddled the historiography of this crucial period was the inclusion by Casado in the Spanish version of his chronicle, published in 1967 and in a serialized account that same year, 27 of the following 5 appointments of communist officers which he claimed appeared in the Diario Oficial of March 3 but were strangely absent from the English version published in 1939. General Cordon, Supreme Chief of the Land, Sea, and Air Forces; General Modesto, Chief of the Army of the Center; Colonel Lister, Commander of the Army of the Levant; Lieutenant Colonel Valentin Gonzalez, El Campesino, Commander of the Army of Extremadura; Lieutenant Colonel Tagaña, Commander of the Army of Andalusia. But the truth is that none of these appointments appeared in the Diario Oficial. 716. Of March 3. To be sure, this was not known until the early 1970s, when, as we have seen, a copy of the missing issue was located in the Hemeroteca Municipal of Madrid. This valuable discovery, however, did not put an end to all speculation, for in subsequent years it was conjectured that the 5 appointments must have appeared in the issue of March 4, but as no copy could be found, Casado's listing could not be verified. Hence, when José Manuel Martínez Band published his definitive account of the final days of the war early in 1985, he concluded that all available copies of this mysterious issue of March 4 had been hidden or burned. 28. It was not until September of that same year, 46 years after its publication, that a copy was located thanks to the diligent efforts of my research assistant, Carmen de la Calmata, working for me at that time in the Archivo Histórico Nacional, Salamanca, and to the invaluable help of José Manuel Mata and Margarita Vázquez de Parga of the Centro de Información Documental de Archivos of the Ministry of Culture, Madrid, to all of whom I am greatly indebted. Contrary to expectations, this long-sought-for issue contains none of the 5 crucial appointments. Nor does it contain any significant appointment or promotion of communist officers. Furthermore, none of the books written by the officers in question, Corden, Modesto, Lister, Gonzalez, and Tagueña, offers the slightest hint of the purported appointments. It cannot reasonably be conjectured, as one former member of the PCE suggested to me in 1985, that perhaps the 5 officers may have been told to remain silent on the matter, for both Gonzalez and Tagueña wrote their books after leaving the PCE. Nor can we assume that Casado had the appointments removed from the Diario Oficial before it was published in Madrid, for he would most certainly have revealed this important fact instead of claiming that they appeared in the issue of March 3. Hence, one must conclude that the 5 appointments were apocryphal and that Casado was either relying on a faulty memory or on unconfirmed reports. 29. Or that he falsified the facts in order to bolster his claim against Negrin and the communists that they intended to seize power in the central southern zone. Togliatti makes no mention in his report of the Diario Oficial of March 4 and asserts in reference to the issue of March 3 that if all the measures belatedly agreed to by Negrin had been put into effect, the coup d'état by Casado would have been impossible. 30. He also censured Negrin for publishing all the measures at one time in what he describes as an extraordinary issue of the Diario Oficial. Almost exclusively, he said, it contained decrees promoting and appointing communists, beginning with the promotions of Modesto and Corden to the rank of general and of Lister to the rank of colonel, etc. Provocators could not have done a better job. The issue was used by our enemies as proof that the communists, in agreement with Negrin, were preparing to take complete power. 31. In her memoirs published in 1962, La Pasionaria also criticizes Negrin for allegedly delaying the implementation of the measures proposed by the communists. These measures, she writes, which at another moment would have been effective in improving the situation, were counterproductive at a time when 717. The conspiracy was already in progress and caused profound indignation among the plotters, who felt that their plans were going to fail. But they were able to rely upon an ally they did not suspect, namely Negrin himself, who inexplicably kept at his side the comrades he had appointed. Nearly all the political and military cadres that had arrived from France began to concentrate in Elda on instructions from Negrin, awaiting assignments that were never given. 32. At least one of these accusations is demonstrably false, for the communist officers, whose appointments to command positions appeared in the Diario Oficial of March 3, Galán, Vega, Mendiola, Curto, all received their assignments. On the other hand, it is true that both Lister and Modesto claim in their memoirs that when they visited Negrin in Elda to request command posts for themselves, he delayed taking any action. 33. But how reliable are their allegations that Negrin alone was responsible for this dilly-dallying? The reader will remember that the Premier had to all intents and purposes relinquished his military powers to Antonio Corden, the party's most trusted career officer. Additionally, it should be noted that when Lister and Modesto wrote their memoirs in the 1960s, they were both in good standing with the party, and that its policy at that time was to blame Negrin for certain errors and omissions which, in its opinion, contributed to the loss of the war. La Pasionaria's claim that Negrin kept the military cadres of the PCE immobilized in Elda awaiting assignments that were never given, an accusation that does not appear in the final volume of the official communist history of the Civil War, published in 1977, is even more bizarre if we take into account the fact that he was surrounded in Elda solely by dedicated members of the party, such as Benigno Rodriguez, his political secretary, Sanchez Arcas, his undersecretary of propaganda, Major Julian Soli Conde, his adjutant, who had previously been Modesto's aide, 34 and of course Antonio Cordon. Under the circumstances, it is not unreasonable to suggest that if Togliatti and the Politburo had really wanted to appoint Modesto and Lister to positions of command, no one in Elda would have stopped them. As for the political cadres of the party that arrived from France, it is implausible to ascribe their immobility to Negrin. As we have already seen, La Pasionaria herself has testified that when Negrin moved to Elda, she and other members of the Politburo left for El Palmar, south of Murcia, where it is obvious that they were subject not to the orders of Negrin but to those of Togliatti. For this reason alone, it is not only implausible but senseless to place the blame solely on Negrin for their inactivity. Despite the attempts by La Pasionaria and Togliatti to saddle Negrin with the main burden of responsibility for failing to thwart the conspiracy, it is evident from Togliatti's report to the Comintern that the PCE was faced with grave disciplinary problems that, whatever its plans, seriously affected its ability to function effectively. After affirming that if all the measures belatedly agreed to by Negrin had been put into effect, the coup by Casado would have been impossible, Togliatti continues, but at that time there occurred the first disquieting and fatal phenomenon, the failure of the cadres on which the party relied. Lieutenant 718. Colonel Bueno refused to assume command of the Army of the Center. We thus lost what should have been the key to our preventive action. Mendiola, named military commander of Murcia, declined, and Curto, named military commander of Albacete, declined. Paco Francisco Galán, named commander of Cartagena, arrived there 2 days late and, disobeying the orders of the party not to enter the city except at the head of an infantry brigade placed at his disposal, entered by car and without a bodyguard. This allowed the others to arrest him. Unable to resist the urge to hold the Masons partly responsible for the breakdown in party discipline, Togliatti added that as far as Bueno, Mendiola, and Curto were concerned, their failure could only be explained by a direct or indirect link, probably Masonic, to the military preparing the coup d'état. 35. But even more expressive of the gravity of the crisis that faced the party is the following passage from Togliatti's report to Moscow on May 29, 1939. In face of the impotence and shortcomings of the government, could our party on its own initiative have taken the necessary measures to prevent the coup by force? When we saw that the situation was getting worse day by day, we discussed the question. I even asked for instructions, but received no reply due to technical reasons. Togliatti was no doubt referring to an attempt to seek advice from Moscow through the Soviet delegation's radio station in Valencia. In this connection, it should be noted that, according to Stefanov's secret report to the Comintern, it had been decided at a meeting of the Politburo held in Madrid 2 days after Togliatti's arrival on 16 February 36 that Stefanov should proceed to Moscow as quickly as possible to request directives on a number of acute, burning tactical matters. These questions, which, according to Stefanov, were formulated orally by Togliatti and written down by me, included the crucial issue as to what should be the position of the party if the government, ignoring the PCE, should decide to capitulate in agreement with the military and the trade unions. Should it attempt to continue fighting alone? 37. Since Stefanov's trip to Moscow apparently did not materialize, given the fact that Togliatti does not even refer to it in his long report to Moscow of May 29, 1939, we may have to conclude that the momentous decision whether or not to continue the struggle was left entirely in Togliatti's hands. However, it should be mentioned that the Italian communist Ettore Vanni, who was close to Togliatti and director of Verdad, the Communist Party organ in Valencia, states in his memoir that early in March Luisa Montagnana, Togliatti's wife, arrived in Valencia with directives from Moscow. 38 As the date of her departure from Moscow is not given by Vanni, it is impossible to judge whether at the time she left for Spain the coup against Negrin had already occurred. Furthermore, as Togliatti says nothing of these instructions in his lengthy report to Moscow, they cannot be confirmed, and the exact attitude of Moscow at the time of the coup cannot be determined with certainty. Our view, Togliatti's report continues, and mine in particular, was that we could not use force for the following reasons: we were no longer in the same 719. Scission. As we were in Figueras in Catalonia, when everyone with his eyes fixed on the frontier allowed us to do as we wished. Here, on the other hand, we were faced by a state apparatus, civil and military, mobilized against us, whose hostility and resistance could only be smashed by brute force. For such an act of force, we could not rely on a single ally, everyone would have been against us. We should have had to take power in the name of the party. This would have implied politically that the party would have had to assume responsibility for destroying the Popular Front by force. The entire leadership of the party was against the idea. Moreover, there was another reason even more profound that impelled me to advise the party against the use of force. I was convinced, because of my knowledge of the party and the state of its forces at the time, that we would have been rapidly and hopelessly defeated, because the masses, who were disoriented and whose only wish was for peace, would not have followed us. Not even the military forces commanded by communists would have supported us with the necessary energy and determination. Very probably, some of them would have aligned themselves against us. And it is even very likely that a section of the party would have wavered. 39. The full import of the statement that not even the military forces commanded by communists would have supported us with the necessary energy and determination can only be appreciated if we consider that according to the official communist history, 8 of the 17 army corps that comprised the army group of the Central Southern Region 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 14th, 19th, 20th, and 21st had communist commanders and that 5 of the others 8th, 9th, 17th, 22nd, and 23rd had communist commissars in charge of their political orientation. In addition, a reserve unit, the Agrupación Toral, comprising 5 divisions, was commanded by Hylaman Toral, a party member. 40. But in spite of the frank admission by Togliatti that the party could not rely even on the military units commanded by communists for a preventive action against Casado and that the masses whose only wish was for peace would not have followed us, he nevertheless asserted in another lunge at Negrin, we were all convinced, on the other hand, that if he had given us the opportunity of occupying a whole series of decisive posts it would have been possible to prevent the coup or crush it with one swift stroke. This would have had the support of the masses and the army as it would have assumed the form of a struggle in defense of the government and the Popular Front. 41. It is impossible to reconcile this assertion with Togliatti's other frank acknowledgments that the party could not abort the conspiracy by force as everyone would have been against us and that it would have been rapidly and hopelessly defeated, because the masses, who were disoriented and whose only wish was for peace, would not have followed us. In view of this telling admission and of all the other evidence of the collapse of communist power and influence, what validity is there in the post-war claims of 720? The PCE and its supporters that but for the vacillations and apathy of Negrin and the treachery of Casado the Republicans could have resisted until the outbreak of war in Europe in September 1939 and that the victory of General Franco could have been averted? In her memoirs, La Pasionaria fastens responsibility squarely on Negrin for the Casado coup and avoids any mention of the party's immobility and impotence. In his secret thoughts, she writes, he wanted to relieve himself of the burden of government and find a scapegoat. The passivity and indifference with which he received the news of the activities of the capitulators led us to the conviction that he wanted events to run their course. 42. This may well be true, but the crucial question is not whether La Pasionaria's accusation has any validity in fact but whether her charge that Negrin was looking for a scapegoat does not apply with equal force to the party. In fact, it is significant that Stefanov, in his secret report to Moscow, blames the party leaders for not showing greater independence with regard to Negrin. Although they did not believe that Negrin showed any sign of resoluteness, he wrote, they expected everything from him and placed their hopes in him. 43. I have reached the conclusion, writes Ettore Vanni, that despite all appearances at least some of the leaders of the party firmly intended not to do anything to change the course of events. 44. Even in Madrid, the focal point of the conspiracy, the Politburo, which had retired to El Palmar, south of Murcia, made no attempt to thwart Casado before its departure. Tagania, who remained in Madrid until he was ordered to proceed to Elda on March 5, affirms that the inaction of the party was so apparent that it completely confirmed my suspicions that it was not thinking of taking the initiative and was going to await the development of events, as it did not wish to be responsible for any action that would lead to the collapse of the teetering Popular Front 45. If it is true, as La Pasionaria asserts, that Negrin was looking for a scapegoat and was relieved that his long ordeal was ending, it is no less true that Togliatti and the PCE were also seeking scapegoats in both Casado and Negrin. This is not to argue that when Togliatti and the Politburo returned to Spain in mid-February, they did not intend to continue the policy of resistance in the hope that Britain and France, in spite of the loss of Catalonia, would eventually confront Italy and Germany, and that the civil war would merge with a general war in Western Europe. We have already seen that on February 23 the Politburo, despite the demoralization and desire for peace that were universal, had issued its optimistic manifesto presaging help from the democratic powers if the anti-Franco forces continued to resist. Furthermore, the proposal to remove Casado from the command of the Central Army was made to Negrin on February 24 and was presumably aimed at reviving the spirit of resistance in the critical war zone of Madrid. What then occurred to cause the Politburo to withdraw permanently from Madrid to El Palmar and to impel Negrin to move to Elda only days before the Casado rising? The answer is simple. On February 27, Britain and France had recognized General Franco's administration as the sovereign government of Spain, ending any hope of assistance from these two powers. And, on the same 721 day, Aznar had resigned the presidency. These two events, added to all the others, Togliatti reported to Moscow, contributed to the demoralization of the leaders and the people. While some regarded the loss of a legal government as ending the possibility of aid, la posibilidad de contar, the others gave up what little hope they had that the international situation would change in our favor. 46 And why, one may further ask, did the communist leaders who had moved to El Palmar receive orders on the very eve of the rebellion, as we shall see shortly, to concentrate in Elda with its airfield at Monavar conveniently close by? Again, the answer is simple. Firstly, the military and political apparatus of the party showed signs of crumbling as evidenced by Togliatti's report to Moscow. Secondly, on March 4, Franco's Fifth Column staged an uprising at the naval base of Cartagena, and the next morning Admiral Biza, who had warned Negrin at the Los Llanos meeting that the Navy would abandon Spanish jurisdictional waters if peace were not made quickly, ordered the fleet to put out to sea and then to sail for North Africa, leaving the entire coastline undefended and thousands of people without means of escape. 47. In spite of these and other adverse developments, the myth has been disseminated for half a century that resistance could have continued until the outbreak of war in Europe in September 1939. The Civil War could have finally been won, wrote Álvarez del Valle, if we had held on 6 months longer, waiting for the Spanish War to become a part of World War II. 48. This was no idle dream, he later wrote. All that was needed was the strengthening of public morale, the reorganization of the services, and the removal from posts of authority of certain unreliable and defeatist elements. 49. Among the leading historians who have helped to perpetuate this myth is Hugh Thomas, who asseverated in his popular work on the Civil War, had the Republic lasted intact, with Negrin and Casado still in one camp, for even so short a time as 2 weeks longer, their international position might have altered. On March 15, Hitler marched into Prague. Even Chamberlain spoke in protest, on March 18. By the end of the month, the Anglo-French guarantee to Poland had transformed the international situation. A united republic could have taken advantage of the opportunity thus opening out. 50. This remarkable assertion totally ignores, among other things, the impact of the diplomatic recognition of General Franco by Britain and France, the resignation of President Aznar, and, above all, the fact that the British guarantee to Poland was, as shown in a previous chapter, a bogus document from which Neville Chamberlain and Sir Horace Wilson did all they could to extricate themselves. By the end of February, there was no faith in further resistance even among the communists themselves. Togliatti knew it, and so of course did Stalin, whose focus of diplomatic interest since the Munich Agreement in September 1938 was no longer the Spanish Civil War but rather the possibility of a non-aggression pact with Hitler that would deflect German aggression away from Eastern Europe. And since the war was lost and resistance offered no salvation, why not allow the conspiracy free rein? Why not leave to Colonel Casado the unpalatable task of negotiating what terms he could with the ruthless and vengeful victor? In this way, 722. The Communists would be spared the dishonor and historic responsibility of surrender. Thus, on March 5, even before Casado had announced his coup, the Communist leaders who had left Madrid for El Palmar were ordered to proceed to Elda, where they congregated in a large building codenamed Position Dakar, 51, already occupied by Antonio Cordon and other communists. To Enrique Lister, it was obvious that the members of the Politburo regarded the war as lost. Only in this way can it be explained, he affirmed in the early 1970s, when he was at loggerheads with the party leadership, but still a communist, that they locked themselves up in Elda and that they gave some of our military leaders, who had returned from France, the order to go into seclusion there, far from the battle fronts, from the large industrial centers, where the working masses were located, and, above all, from Madrid, which had been our fortress and was then the center of the conspiracy against the Republic. 52. In 1966, in keeping with the then party line, Lister also claimed that the measures published in the Diario Oficial were a provocation for which Negrin was responsible. On seeing the Diario Oficial, he wrote, "I could not conceal my indignation at this stupidity, because to the conspirators it was like a banderilla, which was immediately exploited by them as proof that we communists had returned from France to seize the command posts and to conduct the war in our own way." Did Negrin fail to see the consequences? I do not think so. 53. On the other hand, Politburo member Jesus Hernandez, who was chief political commissar of the armies of the Central Southern region, asserted after he had left the PCE that the measures adopted by Negrin at the insistence of the Politburo, were inspired by Moscow and were a cunning political provocation, an incitement to defiance and rebellion, the spark that was to ignite the powder keg of the rebellion. 54. But the truth is that although the measures may have added body and color to the prevailing suspicion that the Communists might attempt to seize power and have given greater urgency and impetus to the conspiracy, Casado's coup would have occurred without any provocation by the Communists. In fact, neither in the official communiqué broadcast by the Casado rebel junta on the night of the rebellion on 56 March nor in any of the speeches by the conspirators was there any allusion to the measures or to a planned coup by Negrin and the Communists. 55. Furthermore, the conspiracy had been brewing, as we have seen, ever since Casado had entered into negotiations with nationalist agents at the beginning of February, before the return of Negrin and the Politburo to Spain, and had gained momentum after the serious events of February 27 and the leaders of the CNT in Madrid, with the backing of Cipriano Mera's 4th Army Corps, had aligned themselves with Casado. At all events, we now know that by the end of February the PCE had given up all hope of continued resistance. This is also true of Negrin. One piece of testimony relating to the dramatic events of the last days of Negrin and the communist leaders in Elda is that of Jesus Hernandez. Although the reader should be reminded that his evidence has on occasions proved untrustworthy, it is 723. Essential to point out that this particular testimony concurs in some important respects with Togliatti's report to Moscow and with what I heard from several leading communists in Mexico shortly after the Civil War, who were at Negrin's side to the very end. Although Hernandez's evidence may not in all instances be reliable, the following testimony should not be rejected out of hand simply because it is fashionable among some historians to ignore the evidence of ex-communists while uncritically accepting that of others. Referring to the early morning of March 5, Hernandez recounts that he went to Elda to see Negrin. At 3 a.m. Negrin appears. He looks like a tramp, unshaven, with his hat pulled down over his ears. He seems extremely tired. "My friend, Hernandez," he said with a soft voice. When I left France for the central southern zone, I believed there was a 95% chance that I would leave my skin here, but now that percentage has risen to 99%. There is nothing for us to do here. I do not want to preside over a new civil war among Franco's opponents. But your decision will reduce everything to the most infernal chaos, I said. No more so than now? The uprisings have already started. Now it is Cartagena and the fleet. Tomorrow it will be Madrid or Valencia. What can we do? Crush them? I don't believe it's worth the trouble. The war is definitely lost. If others want to negotiate peace, I shall not oppose them. Then what was the purpose of the series of appointments in the Diario Oficial? I asked him, confused and curious. They were due to the demands of your comrades. I tried to please them, knowing that everything would be useless and even prejudicial. I could see that Negrin, the man of resistance, the premier and defense minister, who most loyally and effectively had embodied the magnificent fighting spirit of our people in the periods of greatest difficulty, was already dead. Later in the day, Togliatti and La Passionaria arrived in Elda and met immediately with Hernandez, who posed several questions. Togliatti removed his glasses, recounts Hernandez, and, as always, when getting ready to listen, busied himself cleaning them. The first question I would like to ask you is whether, as a member of the Politburo, I have the right to know what decisions are adopted? In Madrid, I learned third-hand that you had decided to take a whole series of measures while awaiting events. I was not told what these measures were, nor do I understand why it is necessary to wait for uprisings to occur and not to anticipate them and abort them. The second question, I continued, is what are the advantages of Elda over Madrid or Valencia as a fixed place of residence for the leadership of the party? And the third is what are the political reasons for the dismissals and appointments that appeared in the Diario Oficial yesterday? 56. 724. Togliatti continued cleaning his glasses. From time to time he looked fixedly at me with his myopic eyes like a fish in an aquarium. Although I had finished speaking, neither Togliatti nor Passionaria decided to answer me. Finally, La Passionaria opened fire. Comrade Hernandez knows perfectly well why he was not asked to attend the meetings of the Politburo. We had all agreed that in order to avoid the suspicion of the military and the criticism of the other parties, he should not attend the Politburo meetings while at the head of the commissariat of the group of armies of the Central Southern Zone. That is true, but the complementary agreement is no less true that you would keep me apprised of everything decided by the Politburo and would consult with me previously on all matters of definite importance, I explained. La Passionaria pretended not to be listening to me and continued. The Politburo decided to move to Elda in order to be near the government at all times and to be able to react with the requisite speed in face of any contingency. And, finally, the appointments that we recommended to Negrin, which were published in the Diario Oficial, were in keeping with our clear policy of cleansing the army of traitors and vacillators, of putting a barrier around the capitulators and intriguers, the defeatists and conspirators, and substituting them for men of trust, who have proved themselves in 100 battles, faithful to the death to the people's cause. Now, is that clear? She ended provocatively. What is clear to me, I replied, is that if reasons of insecurity made it advisable for the party leadership to leave Madrid, the move should never have been made to Elda but rather to Valencia, a city that is a strategic center of the Republican territory, that has an excellent network of communications and would guarantee rapid action against the conspirators. And it is also clear that, if we expect the principal coup to take place in Madrid, it is there that one or two of our most prestigious military men should be posted together with one of the members of the Politburo. And what to me is even clearer is the irreparable blunder of the appointments recommended to Negrin unless you foresaw the terrible consequences. If we had done all that with the deliberate intention of provoking a rebellion, we could not have done a better job. Can you tell me why Modesto, Lister, Vega, Mendiola, and the others are not already at their new posts? 57. May I know what they are doing in Elda? Or is their mission here to await events? Passion Aria lashed out with her claws like a lioness in heat. I will not allow Comrade Hernandez to call us provocators. Togliatti felt obliged to intervene. I am convinced that Hernandez did not wish to call us provocators. His voice was cold, calm, as if he were discussing the disintegration of the atom. And he continued in his Jesuitical manner, this combination of military appointments and precautionary measures is unfortunately a little late. We tried to rectify with a single stroke all the harm caused by the vacillating policy of Negrin with respect to the cleansing of the focal points of conspiracy and treason. Things had gone too far. But what other measures could we have taken? 725. To allow things to take their course would have been catastrophic. I agree that our comrades should leave immediately to take charge of their new posts and that we should consider the advisability of moving to Valencia and setting up the government there. Although Negrin is downcast, we shall encourage him. In Madrid everything has been taken care of so that not even a rat can move. If they attempt to rebel, they will be crushed in half an hour. 58. From this dialogue we may surmise that Hernandez was unaware that the communist leaders who had been called to Elda would soon be instructed by Togliatti to leave the country. Indeed, it is conceivable that none of the Spanish communist leaders knew the exact script and that only Togliatti, who was burdened with the full responsibility of winding up the PCE's involvement in the war, had any definite plans regarding the next act of the drama. 726. 66. The flight of Negrin and the end of the Third Republic. While the communist leaders were gathering in Elda, Colonel Casado and his co-conspirators were finalizing their plans to oust the government. At 7 p.m. Sunday, March 5, records Casado, I established myself in the building of the former Ministry of Finance. This very old building lent itself to a good plan of defense in the event of a communist uprising. 1 at 8 p.m., most of the other plotters arrived and the various posts on a rebel junta, named the National Council of Defense, were assigned. The venerable socialist Julian Basteiro, the most distinguished figure among the conspirators, stated that as the army was the sole legitimate authority, Colonel Casado should occupy both the presidency and the defense department. However, Casado agreed to head the council only provisionally until the arrival from Valencia of General Mayaja, recently appointed Inspector General of the three armed services who, after his initial vacillation, had now firmly committed himself to the rebellion. 2. The final distribution of seats was as follows. General José Mayaja. Former PCE member. Presidency. Julian Basteiro. Socialist. Foreign Affairs. Colonel Segismundo Casado. Republican. Defense. Wenceslao Carrillo. Socialist. Interior. Miguel San Andrés. Izquierda Republicana. Justice and Propaganda. Eduardo Val. CNT. Communications and Public Works. José González Marin. CNT. Finance and Economy. José del Rio. Union Republicana. Education and Health. 3. J. Sanchez Requena. Syndicalist. Secretary. 4. Antonio Pérez. UGT. Labor. 5. 727. At 11:30 p.m., the 70th Brigade, commanded by the anarcho-syndicalist Bernabe Lopez of the 4th Army Corps under Cipriano Mera, who had helped to plan the coup with Casado, took over the protection of the Ministries of War, Interior, and Communications, as well as the Central Telephone Exchange, the Bank of Spain, and the General Direction of Security. 6. Shortly after midnight, March 6, Miguel San Andrés, the left Republican, broadcast a manifesto on behalf of the Council, Spanish workers, people of anti-fascist Spain. As revolutionaries, as proletarians, as Spaniards, and as anti-fascists, we cannot continue to accept passively any longer the improvidence, the lack of direction, and the senseless inactivity of the government of Dr. Negrin. We cannot tolerate that while the people struggle, fight, and die, a few privileged persons prepare to live abroad. To prevent desertion at the most critical moment, the National Council of Defense has been formed. The authority of Dr. Negrin's government has no juridical basis. Under these circumstances, we affirm our own authority as honest and genuine defenders of the Spanish people, as men who are ready to offer their lives as a guarantee and to make their destiny that of everyone, so that nobody shall escape the sacred duties that are incumbent on all alike. 7. Julian Bastyro then spoke. Because of the resignation of President Aznar, he said, the Republic had been decapitated. Constitutionally, the Speaker of the Cortes Diego Martinez Barrio cannot replace the President except with the strict obligation of arranging presidential elections within a maximum period of 8 days. As this constitutional requirement is impossible under present circumstances, the Negrin government, without presidential authority and the support of the court esto which it would be futile to attempt to give a semblance of life, lacks legitimacy. On the other hand, he added, the army of the Republic has unquestionable authority. The Negrin government, with its concealment of the truth, its half-truths, and its insidious aims could only hope to gain time. Its policy of procrastination could serve no other purpose than that of encouraging the morbid belief that complications in international affairs would provoke a catastrophe of universal proportions, a catastrophe in which the proletarian masses of many nations would perish with us. 8. The next speaker was Colonel Casado, who addressed himself to Spaniards on both sides of the trenches. Compatriots, the people have had the courage and gallantry to seek the way of peace through conciliation with independence and liberty. We want a country free of foreign domination. Spaniards in the invaded zone, you must choose between foreigners and compatriots. The Spanish people will not lay down their arms until there is a guarantee of peace without crimes. You must choose. If you offer us peace, you will find our generous Spanish hearts open. If you continue to wage war on us, you will find our heroic fighting spirit implacable, unshakable, hard like the tempered steel of our bayonets. Either peace for Spain or a struggle to the death. Spaniards, long live the Republic. Long live Spain. 9. Finally, Cipriano Mera, the CNT commander of the 4th Army Corps, 728, spoke. In an impassioned onslaught on the criminal and perfidious conduct of Juan Negrin, he described the deposed premier as unworthy of the combatants and the workers and declared that his policy had no other aim than that of fleeing with the national treasure, while the people remained tied hand and foot to face the enemy. This officer, who is now speaking to you with emotion stirred by the memories of his hard and austere life as a manual laborer, believes that one can only serve with discipline a person who serves his country and that it is essential to oppose anyone who despoils or betrays it. For this reason I join these men of goodwill with an immaculate past, who comprise the National Council of Defense. From now on, fellow citizens, Spain has a government and a mission, an honorable peace based on principles of justice and brotherhood. But, if unfortunately for everyone, peace is lost in the void of misunderstanding, then I must also tell you calmly that as soldiers we are at our posts ready to fight to the finish defending the independence of Spain. Workers and combatants. Long live invincible Spain, independent and free. We are all ready to defend the lives and honor of the people who entrusted us with this mission. Long live the National Council of Defense. 10. Despite the tenor of the addresses, none of the speakers could have felt certain that an honorable peace was achievable. They may of course have been heartened by the hope that once Negrin and the communist leadership had been deposed, the council would be able to negotiate reasonable terms with General Franco despite his insistence until now on unconditional surrender. As soon as the broadcast was over, Casado was called to the telephone by Negrin. Casado has given 3 almost identical versions of the conversation. The following version appeared in Pueblo, 2 November 1967.11. Negrin, General, what is happening in Madrid? In the first of the 3 versions published in London in 1939, Casado says that he told Negrin, I am no more than a colonel. I do not admit the promotion to general which you have given me, because it is no more legal than your government. 12. Casado, I have rebelled. Negrin, against whom? Against me? Casado, yes, against you. Negrin, I have heard the manifesto and it seems to me that what you have done is madness. Casado, I feel at peace with myself because I have done my duty as a soldier and as a citizen. All the political and trade union representatives on the council are also at peace, because they are convinced that they have rendered Spain a service. Negrin, I hope you will reflect, because we can still reach a settlement. Casado, I don't understand what you mean, for I believe that everything has been settled. Negrin, at least you should send a representative so that I may hand over the powers of government, or I shall send one to Madrid for this purpose. 729. Casado, don't worry about that. You cannot hand over what you don't have. Actually, we have already assumed the powers that you and your government have relinquished. Negrin, then you do not accede to this request? Casado, no. At about 1 p.m., Casado received 4 telephone calls from Elda in quick succession, from the Minister of Communications, Bernardo Giner de los Rios, the Minister of the Interior, Paulino Gomez, the Undersecretary of the Armed Forces, Antonio Cordon, and the Chief of the Air Force, Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, each of whom tried in the name of the Prime Minister to convince him that he should accept the transfer of power. 13. I told all of them that the refusal I had given Dr. Negrin was irrevocable and asked them not to insist, as it would be useless. They wanted to hand over to me a putrefying corpse, the powers of that government. 14. Julian Zugazagoitia emphatically denies that Negrin offered to transfer his powers and claims that Casado was fantasizing, but he was not in Elda at the time and does not reveal his sources. 15. The official communist history is silent on the matter, nor does La Pasionaria say anything about it in her memoir, El Único Camino, but 2 partisans of Negrin, one a PCE member, give substance to Casado's claim. One is Santiago Garces, who states that he was with Negrin at the time of the Premier's telephone call to Madrid and that the Premier suggested to Casado that Trifón Gómez, the well-known Bistiro socialist, should carry out the legal transfer of powers. 16. The other is Colonel Francisco Ciutat, Operations Chief to General Leopoldo Menendez, the commander of the Army of the Levant. In a report to the Central Committee of the PCE, dated May 3, 1939, Ciutat says that Cordon, on instructions from the government, asked Menendez to telephone Casado to take steps to legalize what he had done and to accept the powers of the government in order to ensure republican legality. But Casado refused to accept any transfer of authority from someone who had none to give, because the government was not legally constituted. 17. Negrin's attempt to contrive a legal transfer of power after the coup was an astute maneuver, for, if successful, it would have removed the stigma of being ousted from office and having to flee Spain with undignified haste to save his life. But Casado was not inclined to render Negrin this service. The news of Casado's coup reached Negrin and his ministers in Elda during a short recess of the cabinet. When the ministers reassembled, affirms the official communist history, Volume 4, published in Moscow in 1977, Uribe asked what measures should be taken against the rebels. Negrin called Hidalgo de Cisneros and ordered him to have bombers ready at dawn. 18. It is improbable that such an order was given, for Togliatti states in his letter to Moscow of May 1939, 38 years earlier, that during the cabinet meeting Negrin did not raise the question of repression but, on the contrary, declared himself against the idea of an open conflict. 19. In fact, when I interviewed Hidalgo de Cisneros in 1940. 730. He said nothing of the alleged order, but recalled that when the coup occurred, Negrin said to him, "Our job now is to try to gain time. On no account quarrel with Casado." 20. There is no reason to believe that at this juncture Togliatti and the Politburo were opposed to Negrin's attempt to gain time to prepare for their flight from Spain, for this is clearly implied in one of 2 proposals, as we shall see later, that the Politburo made to Negrin on the advice of the Comintern delegate. If it is true that Negrin was convinced that further struggle was futile and relieved that his ordeal was ending, it is no less true that the communist leaders in Elda had similar feelings. At meetings held in Moscow in the spring and summer of 1939, Enrique Lister claims that he accused members of the Politburo of defeatism. That alone explains why they locked themselves up in Elda. In one of those meetings, I said that I could never forget the painful impression I received on the morning of March 6 when, arriving at Elda from Cartagena. A few hours after Casado had rebelled, I found Dolores and other party leaders preparing to leave by plane instead of studying what response they should give to the traitors of the Casado junta. 21. The artful role played by Togliatti during the final stage of the war lends credence to the following conversation that Jesus Hernandez claims he held in Moscow with Comintern leader Dmitry Manuilsky shortly after the Civil War. The dialogue cannot be authenticated, but it is quoted here because it is in keeping with the whole course of events before the coup, which have been fully documented in the previous chapter. Manuilsky, the war was irremediably lost for you. With good judgment the party continued its slogan of resistance, although it is evident that not even a miracle could have averted the defeat confronting the Republic. The hope of a European conflagration was an illusion, because it could not break out until the Spanish situation was totally resolved. Hernandez, that's not what you told us then. Manuilsky, if it wasn't explained to you, that was the fault of our delegation. Hernandez, you told us the exact opposite. Manuilsky, in any case, that doesn't change the basic situation. Once the inevitability of defeat had been acknowledged, it was essential to save the prestige of the party from the discredit into which all the organizations of the Popular Front had fallen during the war because of their intrigues. It would have been unfair if our Spanish party had shared the same responsibility as the others, for it was our party that had made the greatest contribution in enthusiasm and blood during the war. Togliatti employed a tactic that I consider was very clever. On the one hand, he kept alive the slogan of resistance, thus demonstrating that the communists would not lay down their arms in the struggle against Franco, and, on the other hand, he left the field wide open to those who showed when they rebelled that they were ready to end the resistance which they believed useless and seek a negotiated peace with Franco, which was downright madness at that. 731. Time. Ercole allowed events to unfold as expected. The Casadistas fell into the trap, and the party was spared the responsibility for the final catastrophe. Now that the Spanish masses are feeling the brutality of Franco's bloody repression, it is logical for them to think that it would have been better to have followed the advice of the communists to resist to the death if necessary. And they will turn in anger against the anarchists and socialists, against the members of the junta of Casado. Togliatti's maneuver has saved the political future and prestige of the Spanish communists. 22. Because of their seclusion in Elda, Negrin and the communist leadership could not have taken any effective action to thwart the coup even if they had wished to do so. In any case, wasn't the purpose of their presence in Elda to prepare for their flight from Spain? All the military commands in the provinces were taken over by the rebels, Negrin informed the Permanent Committee of the Cortes a few weeks later when in exile. The government had no possibility of communicating with anyone. Our emissaries were arrested and we knew that the controls on the highways were being taken over so that the government would be caught in a trap. 23. It was in these circumstances, says the official communist history, that the government decided to leave Spain as soon as possible. The communist ministers, Uribe and Moya, said that they were at the disposal of the party and would follow its directives. Accompanied by Cordon and Hidalgo de Cisneros, they went to Position Dakar, the party's headquarters in Elda, where the communist leaders were now concentrating in preparation for their own flight abroad. They had no course but to leave Spain immediately, Stefanov affirmed. If the comrades had not left on March 6, Dolores, Modesto, Lister, and Uribe would most certainly have been executed during the next 2 or 3 days. Their execution would have been an irreparable loss and caused confusion within the ranks of the party. Their departure was necessary because nothing useful or practical could have been done under those conditions in that completely isolated trap. The mistake was to allow the party leaders and a considerable group of prominent communist officers to get bogged down in Elda, where they did not have a single loyal supporter among the population and where they had hardly any means of maintaining contact with the party organizations and the army. It would have been stupid and criminal in the extreme to have allowed the leaders of the party to stay under those conditions 24. While most of the cabinet ministers proceeded to Montevar airfield early on March 6 to await the arrival of the planes that were to take them from Spain, Negrin and Veo, according to the official communist history, went to Position Dakar to bid farewell to the party leadership. They were accompanied by Manuel Sanchez Arcas, the communist undersecretary of propaganda, Bibiano Fernandez Osorio Huitafal, the pro-communist chief political commissar, Santiago Garces Arroyo, Negrin's devotee and head of the once powerful SIM, and by other high-ranking officials. In the building, they found La Pasionaria, José Antonio Uribes. 732. Communist deputy for Valencia, Angelin Alvarez, a communist officer, and several other PCE military commanders as well as Benino Rodriguez, Negrin's inseparable communist political secretary, Irene Falcon, La Pasionaria's secretary, and other collaborators. Pedro Checa and Manuel Delicado, both Politburo members, as well as Togliatti, all of whom had been in Murcia, arrived around 8 am 25 in the beguiling words of Veo. Position Dakar was filled to overflowing with people who had turned its terrace into the most public and democratic of meeting places 26. Veo asserts that Casado speeded up his plans to rebel in order to prevent Negrin from broadcasting a speech, from which the whole population would have learned of the pending negotiations and his efforts to make an honorable peace. Veo also claims that Casado had heard about the planned speech from the lips of the Prime Minister himself and that the broadcasting of the speech would have deprived Casado's rebellion of its whole raison d'être. Hence the determination to stifle the voice of the government 27. Although the official history states that Negrin had planned to speak over the radio in order to explain to the people the situation arising from the recognition of Franco by Britain and France and from the resignation of Aznar and why it was advisable to continue the resistance in order to obtain an honorable peace, it says nothing about the pending negotiations 28. Nor is there the slightest evidence in Togliatti's and Stefanov's long reports to the Comintern that Negrin was negotiating for peace. Significantly, Vicente Uribe, who was both a Politburo member and a cabinet minister, also says nothing of the purported negotiations in his unpublished memoir and criticizes Negrin and the government for lack of will for failing to come to grips with the situation and deciding to leave Spain. He asserts that he spent a good part of the night of 56 March trying to discourage Negrin and Veo from leaving, but it was not worth the trouble, because they had already made up their minds 29. This may be true, but, in any event, the official communist line for many years to come was to ascribe most of the responsibility for the success of Casado's coup to the passivity of Negrin and his cabinet ministers, to their isolation in Elda, and to their decision to leave Spain, as though the PCE leadership, which had provided the detachment of 100 guerrilla fighters for the protection of the government and the communist leaders, as well as 3 airplanes to serve the party leadership, 30 had not been directly involved in the preparations for the flight from Spain. Commenting on Negrin's visit to Communist Party headquarters at Position Dakar just before leaving Spain, Togliatti wrote, "It appeared that Negrin did not wish to abandon the communists to whom he said he owed a debt of honor 31. Togliatti, on the other hand, felt no such debt toward Negrin. Although Negrin, as Premier and Defense Minister, had done more than any man outside the party to enhance its strength and stature, although he had sacrificed his friends and reputation in the socialist movement by linking his political fortunes with those of the Communist Party, Togliatti did not spare him." In a letter to the Spanish Politburo, written on March 10, a few days after Negrin and the Communist 733 leaders had fled Spain, he laid down the policy to be pursued toward the man who had done so much to promote the interests of the party. "The flight of Negrin," he said, "was in my opinion, a tragic error, an error so inexplicable that I have come to suspect Negrin of direct complicity with Casado. Your relations with him abroad, your declarations regarding him, etc., must be very guarded. 32. Even Enrique Lister, a party zealot, did not swallow Togliatti's treacherous accusation. Togliatti's opinion was curious, he wrote. He was the delegate in Spain of the Communist International, whom the entire Politburo obeyed without a murmur. It was Togliatti, he said, who arranged for the departure by plane for Africa, Oran, in mid-morning of March 6 of Dolores Ibarruri, Jesus Monzon, a communist deputy, Stefanov, and Jean Catellis, a French communist deputy. In other words, these persons left Spain about 5 hours before Negrin, who departed at 2:30 p.m. In her memoir, El Único Camino, La Pasionaria confirms that she left several hours before the entire government. 33. Although the official history, Volume 4, written under her supervision and published 10 years later, obscures this important detail. Togliatti, Lister continues, later organized the departure of the members of the Politburo who remained in Elda, as well as the group of communist officers who had arrived from France. What instructions was Togliatti fulfilling? Did the Casado uprising favor only Negrin's plans to abandon the fight, or did it also favor other plans to put an end to the war? 34. Togliatti's accusation that Negrin was in league with Casado was not sustained by the party. In 1971, Santiago Carrillo, then secretary of the PCE, while affirming that Negrin received the news of the Casado coup with a certain relief, described the accusation as too severe. 35. Even La Pasionaria, who echoed so many of Togliatti's criticisms of Negrin, rehabilitated the prime minister in 1977. When the history of Spain, the true history, is written, she predicted, the personality of Negrin will appear with all the vitality that it deserves from the point of view of what he did, what he attempted to do, and what he was able to accomplish. 36. It is not surprising that this rehabilitation came after the death of General Franco in 1975, when the PCE and Negrin's supporters seemed to have believed that the time had come to find a national hero for the civil war. In spite of Togliatti's criticisms of Negrin, it is clear from his report of May 1939 that when he arrived at Position Dakar in the morning of March 6, no one was in any mood to challenge the National Council, least of all to continue the resistance policy. The confusion was complete. Everyone was in a state of despair. Our liaisons with the rest of the country no longer existed. 37. After brief consultations with the party leaders, he advised them to make 2 proposals to Negrin, both of which the premier approved. The first was to send a message to Casado suggesting that the junta should appoint 1 or more persons to settle all differences in a friendly and patriotic way, and that any transfer of authority should take place in a normal and constitutional manner. 38. This proposal, Togliatti explains, was made so that Negrin would remain and in order to gain a few hours. 39. Without saying a word, recounts the official communist history, Negrin wrote out a few pages roughly expressing these ideas. Benigno Rodri. 734. Guez, the Prime Minister's secretary, then took charge of the text and went to broadcast it. However, the radio station had already been dismantled as well as the teletypewriter. There was no alternative but to communicate the text by telephone from the military command in Elda to General Menendez, commander of the Levant Army, for retransmittal to Casado. 40. It is not known for sure what happened to the message, for Casado makes no reference to it in his chronicle of the events. On the other hand, Uribe states that Madrid refused absolutely to have any dealings with Negrin. 41. The second proposal, which was designed to secure the vital escape routes, also came to nothing because the fateful news was soon received that Alicante, just 37 kilometers southeast of Elda, had been taken by Casado's supporters. 42. The loss of Alicante, Togliatti commented, paralyzed the entire action we had planned. 43. But even as these 2 proposals were being made to Negrin, Togliatti had his next move in mind. We decided to get Dolores out of Spain, because under existing circumstances we could not guarantee her life. Moreno Stefanov left with her. I didn't consider his presence useful, because he did not possess any of the qualities necessary for this type of situation. During the entire night he was unable to offer a single piece of advice to the leadership. 44. The adversities of the PCE continued throughout the day. According to the official history, the government received word that Casado had ordered the arrest of Negrin, La Pasionaria, Del Valle, Uribe, Modesto, Lister, and all the members of the Politburo. Even more threatening was the news that assault guards supporting Casado had begun to occupy the outskirts of Elda. 45. Alvarez del Valle recounts that he and Negrin waited until 2:30 p.m. for Casado's reply to Negrin's proposal for a normal and constitutional transfer of authority, and that they were warned several times from the airfield that if the planes were delayed any longer they would fall into Casado's hands. When they arrived at Monavar airfield it was already past 3 p.m. This worried me, for I wanted at all costs to avoid the humiliating fate of being taken just at the point when we were about to make good our departure. We were greeted by the justified, if restrained, indignation of our cabinet colleagues, who like ourselves had had nothing to eat, and who had, besides, been waiting for 6 hours in the blazing Sunday. 46. According to the official history, Negrin told the communists in Elda just before his departure with Valle, "We cannot remain here a moment longer, because we shall be arrested. I believe we should all leave." Both shook hands emotionally with those present and left. From then on, the circle around Elda began to tighten. The military commander of Elda, a communist, was arrested and replaced by an anarchist. 47. Around 5 p.m., says Togliatti, news was received that Air Force Chief of Staff Lieutenant Colonel Luis Alonso Vega, a communist, had allied himself with Casado. Thus, Albacete, our principal point of support on the highway from Madrid, was lost. 48. Before his flight from Spain, Negrin met with Colonel Stanislav Vopshasov, the Soviet advisor to Domingo Ungria, the commander of the 14th. 735. Army Corps, whose elite guerrilla forces, it will be recalled, had been assigned to protect the government and the communist leadership in Elda. Vopshasov was accompanied by Brigadier Mikhail Stepanovich Shumilov, known as Shilov, who had replaced Gregory M. Stern, the chief Soviet military advisor. While waiting for our turn to be evacuated, writes Vopshasov, we met with Negrin, the former premier of the Republic, in one of the farmhouses near the small town of Elda, and asked him to appropriate for our use 2 Douglas airplanes. Negrin replied with embarrassment that he no longer had any power and that all he could do was to thank us for our services. A lot of good that could do us. Nevertheless, the ex-premier wrote a letter of introduction to the commander of the air base near Albacete, Colonel Manuel Cascan, but we could not use his amiable letter, because there was not a single airplane on the base. While we were speaking, Negrin's adjutant reported that the rebels had taken Albacete and that it was necessary to hurry to the airfield at Monavar, where a plane was waiting for the former premier. Negrin quickly shook hands with us and, almost running, proceeded to his car. 49. Despite Negrin's helplessness, Vopshasov, Shumilov and other advisors and interpreters managed to leave Alicante for Oran, North Africa, in a French plane provided by Soviet representatives in Paris. 50. Meanwhile, in Elda at about 10 p.m. March 6, in one of the buildings of the Monavar airfield, the Politburo with the other leaders of the party presentment under the chairmanship of Togliatti for the last time in Spain. It was decided that a small group would remain to organize clandestine work in view of Franco's imminent victory, to evacuate those persons who were most in jeopardy and to set up a new leadership of little-known comrades. 51. Everyone's morale was quite low, Togliatti reported to Moscow. I asked Modesto and Lister if they thought it possible to regain control of the military situation. Here, Togliatti appeared to be covering himself in case the 2 communist military leaders should at some future date criticize him for not attempting to continue the fight. Both replied that Without the support of the government the party could do nothing. 52 I nevertheless insisted that some of the comrades who were present should not leave. The Politburo then reconvened on its own and decided that Cheka, Clauden, the secretary of the JSU, and I should remain. 53. Air Force Chief Hidalgo de Cisneros, who had arranged for the flight of the government and the party leaders, recalls the drama of those final hours. At midnight the first trucks sent by Casado began to arrive to capture us dead or alive. The comrades decided to reconvene to make the final decisions. It was already 3 a.m. March 7th and it would be daylight at 4:30. If the planes did not leave by then, nothing could be done, for they could be put out of action with a few shots. My state of mind was contradictory. On the one hand, I was aware of the urgency and was angered by the sang-froid that I considered excessive and dangerous. On the other, I felt great admiration for those comrades who, realizing the danger, were doing their duty as communists with the utmost responsibility. There was now only 1/2 hour left before dawn. All accepted. 736. The decisions without the slightest protest. One group of comrades would leave for Toulouse. The other would try to break through the circle and scatter in different directions. 54. Protected by the commandos, the planes took off and Togliatti, Cheka, and Clauden managed to slip through the tightening circle of assault guards into Casado territory. 55 Not for 38 years would the PCE again function legally in Spain. Because of the breakdown of telephone and telegraph communications, writes the official history, the Madrid communists were unaware of the decisions and measures taken by the Politburo in Elda and of the reaction of Negrin and his government. Nevertheless, they did not vacillate, they decided to defend themselves and to defend the government and the Republic with the means at their disposal. 56. In contrast, Togliatti's version is categoric about the directives given by the Politburo. The Madrid communists did not hesitate for one moment to set to work to overthrow the junta. These were the instructions they had received from the Politburo. 57. There is no corroborative evidence that the Madrid communists were given any precise instructions by the Politburo on how to react if the anticipated rebellion by Casado should materialize. Nevertheless, they decided to fight the council, employing some of their military forces in Madrid to this end. On the third day of hostilities Mundo Obrero denied that the government had fled. The government of the Republic, headed by Dr. Negrin, is today at its post as it was during the critical days in Catalonia. Those who deny this are not telling the truth. 58. Fighting continued for several days. 59 ending only when two anarchist divisions called in by Casado inflicted a humiliating defeat on the party. The plan to crush the junta by a very rapid action had failed, says Togliatti's oft-cited report to the Comintern of May 29, 1939. This meant that we had been defeated. 60. In a letter written on March 10, 1939 to the Spanish Politburo based on information he received while in hiding in Albacete. 61 Togliatti stated, the comrades in Madrid believed that the government was resisting in another part of the country. I don't yet know all the details, but it seems that after deciding to defend themselves by every possible means our comrades lacked decision. Their sense of responsibility, of course, prevented them from calling in reinforcements from the front. They were also uncertain of their dependability, as will be seen shortly. This gave the junta time to bring into Madrid some anarchist divisions from other fronts and to overpower us. The majority of our commanders conducted themselves well, but the men did not fight, because they did not understand the reason for the struggle against other Republican soldiers. In contrast, Mera's men, accustomed to turning tail, fought with determination and spirit against us. 62. In the same letter, Togliatti expressed the dilemma of the Madrid communists and his own lack of faith in the reliability of the troops. We believed that the most serious error that the party could commit would be to capitulate to its enemies by allowing itself to be decapitated, isolated, and declared illegal. On the other hand, 737. We dismissed the idea of a coup to overthrow the junta and seize power for the following reasons. We could be successful only if we transferred several army corps from the front, in other words, if we opened the front to the enemy. This we would never do for obvious reasons. Moreover, we were not sure that these forces would support us. 63. A part of them would not respond as they would not understand the reason for the conflict. In short, we would lack the support of the masses who would also not understand the motive for the struggle. This means that we could hold the rear only by methods of terror, mass executions of the leaders of other parties, etc., etc., methods that are inadvisable in the present situation. To execute such a coup we would virtually be without a single ally, and the responsibility for ending the war in the most bloody chaos imaginable would fall upon us. 64. Togliatti reveals in his report to the Comintern of May 1939 the degree to which the military power of the communists in Madrid had eroded and how little they could rely even on those officers who were members of the party, the communist professional officers, on whom the military action against Casado inevitably depended, did not respond. Emilio Bueno, IIND Army Corps, refused to take command of the Madrid front. Luis Barceló, 1st Army Corps, did likewise. Both refused to give the party the necessary forces to crush Casado within a few hours. Antonio Ortega, IIIRD Army Corps, not only failed to supply the necessary forces, but permitted the transit through his sector of 2 anarchist divisions from Extremadura. It was these divisions that crushed our comrades in Madrid. Ortega furthermore misled the party with erroneous information and remained all the time in contact with Casado. All three, Bueno, Barceló, and Ortega, were Masons. 65. Because of this attempt to denigrate the 3 leading professional officers in Madrid, all of whom were members of the PCE, it is worth recording that Barceló never wavered in his loyalty to the party and paid for this loyalty with his life when arrested and executed on March 13 by the Junta. 66 Colonel Bueno was arrested and imprisoned for many years in Francoist jails, while Colonel Ortega, who managed to escape to Alicante, was later arrested by Franco's forces and executed by the Garrot village. 67. Overthrow of Negrin was only the initial goal of the Defense Council, its principal objective being to place the government in the hands of moderates and of professional military officers who would be in a position to negotiate peace with Franco on terms more lenient to the Republicans. Like all Republican governments since 1931, this represented a coalition of differing forces and points of view. Some of its members were willing to try to continue the war a little longer in order to obtain better terms, while others came to insist that peace must be made almost immediately, even if on Franco's conditions. On March 12, as the final resistance of communist units in the Madrid district was being put down by the Council's forces, its members met to draft a statement of the principles on which they would be willing to make peace. These included 738. 1. Direct negotiations with Franco's government. 2. National independence and integrity. 3. A guarantee of no reprisals and no prosecutions other than by regularly constituted civil courts. 4. Freedom to leave Spain of all those in the Republican zone who so desired over a period of 25 days. 5. Guarantee of the lives, liberty, and commission of regular army officers and of the lives and liberties of other military personnel and Republican functionaries, unless guilty of common civil crimes. 6. Guarantee that no foreign troops, i.e., Italians and Moroccans, enter Republican territory after the surrender. 68. This document rested on the fundamental error of the Defense Council from the beginning, supposition that military officers and non-radicals would be acceptable to Franco in mutual negotiation of the terms of surrender. Franco had always refused the slightest compromise or negotiation with the Republican authorities, even when proposed by the Vatican itself during the months when the outcome of the Civil War lay completely in doubt. He had not the slightest intention of changing his position now that the remaining Republican forces were on the verge of collapse. He was well aware that morale had disappeared and that the People's Army was totally unprepared either militarily or psychologically to resist a major assault, which he was rapidly preparing. As mentioned in the preceding chapter, since January, Casado had personally been in contact with Franco's military intelligence network, SIPM, in the Madrid area. This was operated by Colonel José Ungría, attached to Franco's own headquarters staff, and its Madrid command post and transmitter were set up in the small town of Torre de Esteban Hambran, in Toledo, not far from the capital. To encourage the anti-communist revolt, a set of concessions of the Generalissimo, providing some minimal terms for surrender, had been signed by Franco on February 6 and quickly transmitted to Casado. These stated: I, nationalist Spain, will be generous to those who have not committed crimes but have been deceived into participating in the conflict. To commanders and officers who voluntarily lay down their arms and are not guilty of the deaths of their comrades or of other crimes will be guaranteed their lives, and will enjoy greater benevolence the more important the service which they lend the cause of Spain in these final moments, or the less their role or malice in the war. 3. Those who lay down their arms to prevent sterile sacrifice and are not guilty of murder or other major crimes will obtain a safe conduct to enable them to leave our territory, while enjoying full personal security. 4. Protection and assistance will be given to Spaniards who rehabilitate their lives abroad. Mere service in the Red Forces or having been a member of political groups alien to the national movement will not be a matter of criminal responsibility. 739. 6. Only courts of justice will have jurisdiction over crimes committed during the Red domination. Civil penalties will be lightened in favor of the families of those condemned. 69. These vague, unreassuring terms were followed on February 9 by Franco's promulgation of a new law of political responsibilities for all Spanish citizens, stipulating diverse categories of fines, imprisonment, and confiscation of goods for those judged guilty of political as distinct from civil crimes, retroactive to October 1, 1934. Taken together, these measures could only further arouse the anxiety of members of the Defense Council, leaving them desperate to clarify Franco's concessions in the interest of more specific guarantees concerning freedom from prosecution and the right to emigrate, particularly with regard to professional officers. On March 12 the SIPM informed Franco's headquarters in Burgos that Casado and General Madalena, the Republican Army Central Zone commander, wished to fly north immediately to negotiate terms, subsequently transmitting a document drawn up by the Defense Council that day. Franco replied tersely that he required unconditional surrender and in the shortest possible time. 70. On March 14, Casado addressed the Republican Zone by radio, assuring them that the Council's goal was an honorable peace, and then told a press conference of foreign and domestic reporters that in the event of a new nationalist offensive the Republican Army would resist until it had gained appropriate terms. 71. This public announcement infuriated Franco. When Casado repeated to SIPM agents on the following morning that he and Madalena were eager to fly to Burgos for negotiations, Franco responded categorically that there is no other solution but unconditional surrender and that they could not expect to play politics at the expense of nationalist Spain. He added that with the attitude reflected in their statements, they should send no one and should be responsible for the consequences they have created in making them. 72. During the next 3 days Franco's headquarters received reports of growing restlessness in Madrid, with the return of sporadic executions and appearances of corpses in public places. 73. At the same time, Casado indicated that firm measures were being taken to maintain order, and on the 17th dissolved the Republican Military Intelligence Service, SIM, and eliminated the Red Star as Republican Army emblem. 74. All the while Basteiro and other council members sought to place inquiries with friendly governments for assistance in evacuation procedures. 75. After the virtual breakdown in communication on March 15, Casado reiterated to SIPM agents 2 days later his concern to fly to Burgos. 76. And in a radio address of the 18th, Basteiro read a public declaration of the Defense Council to the nationalist government urging negotiations to assure an honorable peace as soon as possible. 77. The response late that night from Burgos was that there was no point in Casado and Madalena coming to negotiate, and that to regulate the details of surrender it is sufficient for one professional commander with full powers to come. 78. 740. Still hoping to gain both time and some sort of guarantees, Casado prepared a message for Franco's headquarters on March 20, which began by recognizing categorically that the war has been won by the nationalist government, but warning that if the Defense Council was not able to negotiate an orderly surrender with rights of evacuation, new disorders might erupt in the Republican zone, bringing reprisals against nationalist sympathizers. 79 On the following day he proposed to the council that two medium-rank Republican staff officers, Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Garajo and Major Leopoldo Ortega, be dispatched to Burgos to meet Franco's representatives. He prepared a new statement of themes to treat, which asked for little more than extension of the concessions to include means of evacuation from the nationalist government. It also requested that foreign troops not be permitted to parade in Madrid and that the surrender be a carefully phased operation proceeding day by day through a series of geographical zones to assure order and security. 80 When asked to accept this mission on the basis of the concessions of February 6, Franco quickly agreed to receive it on the morning of the 23rd. 81 In the interim, however, nationalist agents insisted on clarification of what the council meant by further discussion of the concessions. To prevent any further breakdown, the new Republican government responded on March 22 that the council accepts the surrender without conditions. Generosity caudillo Franco and urges service SIPM to shorten time. 82 Thus largely abandoning the illusion that any real negotiation with Franco was possible. Even then the categorical nature of his requirements was, however, fully grasped. While agents of the Defense Council desperately sought foreign shipping to assist in the immediate evacuation of political refugees, the two staff officers, Garajo and Ortega, arrived at Gamonal Airport outside Burgos at 11 a.m. on the morning of March 23 to meet with Colonel Ungria of the SIPM and Colonel Luis Gonzalo, representing Franco's headquarters. The reports subsequently prepared by Garajo and Gonzalo for their superiors give somewhat differing accounts of the tenor and details of this meeting. 83 Both versions agree that Garajo pressed energetically for clarification of Franco's concessions, most specifically as to whether. 5 Referred to crimes as defined by the criminal code in effect on July 18, 1936. He also asked if such responsibility was to be defined in individual or collective terms and repeatedly stressed that the Defense Council had no interest in protecting those guilty of common crimes. The point defended most tenaciously by the Republican representatives was the need to obtain valid passports for those who wished to emigrate, a figure that Garajo placed optimistically at no more than 4,000 to 5,000, but which other participants were inclined to double. Gonzalo reported that the Republicans were given some encouragement on these issues, after which he presented Franco's norms for the surrender of the enemy's army and occupation of its territory, which required that all planes in the Republican Air Force fly unarmed to be surrendered at nationalist airports on March 25, and then gave detailed instructions for surrender of the entire Republican Army 2 days after that. Though Casado's proposal was 741 accepted for transmission to Franco, the Republican plan for a phased surrender by zones that would take 25 days was rejected, even though the Defense Council's representatives stressed that an immediate surrender might lead to violent outbursts by leftist diehards in which more nationalist sympathizers could be slain. The council met in Madrid at 11 p.m. that same day and again at 6 p.m. on the 24th. Garajo reported in detail the verbal clarifications provided by Gonzalo and Ungria, but these remained uncertain and not formally binding, all the more since the council's request for a written agreement had been rejected. There was considerable resistance to immediate surrender of the Air Force, which Casado declared to be technically impossible of accomplishment in less than 48 hours, and much objection to Franco's refusal of any written guarantees. 84 Pressure was even more intense because of the failure of the Council to gain much foreign assistance in evacuation, the French consul in Madrid having avoided any commitment by his government concerning evacuation facilities or the admission of refugees, and the British being only slightly more helpful. 85 In a desperate gesture, Casado dispatched a personal letter to Franco which nationalist agents transmitted immediately. This missive asked for consideration of the Council's position, for more time, and guaranteed evacuation, but only prompted a refusal by radio from Franco's headquarters shortly before 10 p.m. on the 24th. 86. Another frenzied meeting of members of the council took place early on the morning of March 25. After heated disagreement, Casado prepared yet another proposal to Franco. This accepted surrender on the terms of the concessions, but asked at least for a written document which would guarantee them, together with a pledge concerning evacuation. Though still hoping for some delay in the surrender, the council proposed to begin by handing over the Air Force 3 days later. 87 Its final proposal was carried by Garrido and Ortega to a second meeting at Gamonal Airfield on the afternoon of the 25th. According to Garrido, the reaction by the nationalist liaison officers was more cordial than it had been 2 days earlier. The Republicans presented the council's newest document but had to respond evasively when pressed as to whether the Republican Air Force was about to begin its surrender immediately. Garrido urged that some sort of capitulation document be signed providing guarantees concerning legal responsibilities, if for no other reason than to placate the council's enemies in the Republican zone. The nationalist representatives took note of the main points in the conversation and after further discussion agreed to allow the Republican officers to draw up a detailed memorandum concerning certain clarifications in the concessions that had earlier been defined. While they were in the process of doing so, the nationalist officers conferred once more with their superiors and then menacingly informed Garrido and Ortega that the conversation was fruitless and that they must fly back to Madrid while there was still time. 88. As soon as the Republican officers returned to Madrid, it became clear that the last hope of negotiation had ended and that Franco's final offensive would 742 begin at any moment. In one last effort to stave it off, a radio dispatch was sent to Burgos at 2:40 a.m. on the morning of the 26th, declaring that the surrender of the Republican Air Force would take place later that day. It came too late. Franco had been planning his final offensive at La Victoria since mid-February and, given the disparity of forces, the issue was never in doubt. In planes alone the nationalists outnumbered the Republicans at this point approximately 500 to 100. The plan was for assaults at major points all along the remaining battle line, but the main thrust was aimed south of Madrid, to achieve a complete breakthrough, seal off the former capital, and then proceed to seal off Valencia to the east as well. The offensive began at dawn on March 26. For 2 months the final Republican plan had been based on the concept of a repligue escalonado, phased retreat, in which the vastly outgunned and dispirited remnants of the People's Army would attempt to fall back in orderly fashion step by step through a series of 4 defensive zones, the last focusing on the Cartagena naval base in the southeast, final redoubt for mass evacuation. In fact, there was no more than sporadic opposition, as entire units often surrendered en masse. Republican officers, responsible for maintaining resistance, were in many cases apparently brought to surrender by a widely distributed nationalist propaganda announcement, called Concessions of the Generalissimo, which promised enemy officers that the more they did to bring resistance to an end the less likely they were to be prosecuted. By March 27, thousands of troops on the Madrid front laid down their arms and walked away to the southeast, melting into the civilian population, in some cases riding the Madrid subway all the way across the city to disappear on the opposite side. Late on the 27th the Defense Council moved to Valencia, with the exception of the austere Basteiro, who refused to abandon Madrid, which was officially surrendered at 1 p.m. on the 28th. 89 At approximately the same time orders to cease fire and prepare to surrender were issued by the commanders of the principal Republican Army Corps. In the larger cities Phalangists and other members of the nationalist Fifth Column moved confidently into the open and began to take control of municipal services. The roads east and southeast of Madrid were full of refugees seeking a way to leave the country, and on March 28 the Defense Council set up an official Junta de Evacuación in Valencia. Thus far it had enjoyed little success in gaining foreign assistance, save for the commitment of a few British ships. Only a handful of vessels were available to carry refugees from Republican ports on the 28th and 29th, though a small number of officers and other notables escaped in airplanes, sometimes commandeered by force, to seek asylum in French Algeria. By the evening of the 29th, Casado and the other council members had fled, the former aboard a British cruiser. A rumor meanwhile spread that only Alicante was remaining open as a port of evacuation, and by the morning of March 30 some 12,000 refugees were massed near its docks, waiting for evacuation vessels that never arrived. 743. By March 29 resistance had effectively ceased and nationalist units were moving rapidly through the former Republican zone. Tens of thousands of Republican soldiers were allowed to throw away their uniforms and return to their homes. The first units to reach Alicante, which instead of Cartagena had become the only thing approaching a Republican redoubt, were the Hispano-Italian forces commanded by the Italian General Gambara. Ironically, though the Defense Council had sought to avoid any foreign participation in the surrender process, Gambara was more lenient than Franco and recognized a temporary neutral zone around the Alicante docks, from which refugees would be allowed to leave freely provided that shipping arrived for them soon. As soon as word of this reached Burgos, Franco immediately cancelled the order, directed Gambara to occupy the entire area as soon as possible, and hurried other nationalist units to Alicante to guarantee that his command was fully carried out. By March 31 virtually the entire Republican zone was under nationalist control. On April 1, General Franco issued his final communiqué: "Today the nationalist troops, having captured and disarmed the Red Army, have achieved their final military objective. The war has ended." 90 For Republicans, the years of external exile and internal repression were at hand. The Defense Council had had good reason to fear the effects of the retroactive law of political responsibilities. 8 months after the fighting ended, and long after most ordinary rank-and-file Republican soldiers had been released, Spanish jails were bursting with 270,000 prisoners, most of them political detainees. During the next few years military courts would dictate approximately 50,000 death sentences, of which about half were actually carried out. 91 Both the Republic and the Revolution had been defeated, and the era of Franco had begun.